Texas, 1889. Samantha nestled herself deeper into the pile of hay and pulled her jacket around her. It was getting cooler at night since it was the end of September. She should reach her destination by tomorrow afternoon. Samantha heard Bandit eating quietly next to her. He was more than just her horse. He was her partner in crime. The crime was leaving her family. But she hadn't really had a choice, had she? Her father had ordered her to marry Emmett Halston. She wouldn't marry Emmett Halston if the President of the United States ordered her to. The man was a self-centered jerk. His holier-than-thou attitude was bad enough, but his pompousness was ridiculous. He was a liar and a bully, and he was dumb as a post. Just because he was big and strong, he felt he should be the leader of their group of families that traveled from ranch to ranch looking for work. He was 33. Why would she, an 18-year-old, want to marry a man that much older who was already set in his ways and saw her as a rambunctious child who needed to be properly trained? Samantha gave an unladylike snort. He treated her like she was a pet who should wag her tail whenever he came around and then sit and beg for his attention. She didn't know what her father was thinking. Ever since her mother's death 6 months ago, her father had changed. He was no longer the light-hearted man who flitted from job to job. He had always liked being out in nature, picking apples and cutting wood or raking leaves. Whatever the ranch of the month needed, she, her brother, and her parents were there to do the work. It hadn't been a bad life. There was always something new to see, new friends to make, and new jobs to do. She had never gotten bored. But she knew her mother wanted more stability, a house of their own, and no more living on the land. But her mother had died, and her father had died inside. He was a shell of the man he once was. He did his work with little enthusiasm, and then sat around the fire pit drinking until he fell asleep. Her brother, who was 2 years older than her, tried his best to help their father and to keep her safe from the men in their group. Daniel was a good brother. She would miss him terribly, and knew that he would be angry that she left. He would understand it, but he would fear for her safety. He told her often enough that even if she had no inkling of it and tried to downplay her feminine side, she was too pretty and men wanted her. Daniel had been her protector since she had turned 14, and the boys began to notice her. Daniel had also taught her how to protect herself. She could shoot as well, if not better than most, and she knew exactly where to kick a man to bring him to his knees. Daniel had also shown her how to slam her head into a man's nose or put an elbow in his neck. She had only had to defend herself once against a cowhand who worked at one of the ranches they had been hired at to pick apples. He had pulled her into his arms, kissing her and groping her. When she had kicked him, she had stood mouth agape at the man rolling on the ground, groaning and moaning in pain. She had been so fascinated that she forgot to run away. He'd recovered enough to grab her ankle, call her a bitch, and tell her what he was going to do to her before she had kicked him in the head with her other foot and then had had the sense to run. Men, they are what caused her to run away and what made her cut off her hair. Her hair had hung halfway down her back when she braided it into a thick coil. Samantha reached an arm out of the hay and touched her now short, spiky hair. She had had to use the small scissors her mother used for sewing. It had been an arduous task, and the little mirror that she had looked into hadn't helped much. She probably looked a fright. A single tear rolled down her cheek. She swiftly and viciously wiped it away. There would be no crying. She'd cried enough when her mother died. Besides, it would give her away. Everyone had to believe she was a boy. It was the only way to stay safe. She had taken an old pair of her brother's pants and one of his old shirts years ago when she had tried to get away with dressing like a boy to make work easier. Wearing a dress was awkward and limiting when it came to doing the more exciting work like climbing the trees to pick fruit or branding cattle. She wanted to do those things, but her mother had put her foot down, and her father and brother had been appalled at the very idea. But she had kept the clothes hidden, and now they were what would allow her to do the work she loved, working with animals. All of the families that traveled with them from ranch to ranch called her the animal whisperer because she could calm the most frightened horse, find what was making an animal sick, and even train a wild squirrel. As a young child, animals took to her. She had saved a prize pig during a difficult delivery when she was only 8. The farmer had been thrilled and had given her family one of the piglets. It wasn't that the animals talked to her, but she could feel their anxiety or pain. Her touch and her whispers soothed the animals. With her hand, she could feel inflammation or aches and pains. Her mother called it a gift from God. Her brother called it just damn weird. Samantha's heart ached when she thought of her family. They had all been so close, and her mother's death had devastated them. Her father had become obsessed with the idea that she marry so that she would have someone to watch out for her. She had tried to tell him that Daniel was doing that for her, but her father said she was asking too much of him, as Daniel had just married and had a new wife. And then her father had chosen Emmett, of all people. She had begged him to choose someone else, but her father was either in a drunken state or hungover at all times and was impossible to reason with. That's why Samantha had left 5 days ago in the middle of the night. She had packed all her worldly belongings in one bag, waited for everyone to fall asleep, and then had gone to where the horses were bedded down for the night. She saddled Bandit quietly and made her escape. In the last 5 days, she had ridden most of the day and then found a spot far enough off the road to make a small camp and build a fire to cook her coffee and whatever fish she could catch. She ate the cured beef pieces she had taken when she left and ate fruit from the plentiful trees in the region. Tonight, she had come across a farm just before sunset. She had heard the low of a cow that was in pain and had gone to investigate. She found a farmer pulling the animal by the lead into his barn. Without thinking, she followed him into the barn and asked him if he needed any help. The man had been surprised and suspicious, but hadn't had time to answer as Samantha was already running her hands over the cow. When she felt a little distension on the left side, she told the farmer it was bloat. She told him to walk the cow for at least 20 minutes and then to be sure to change her food for the next week. The cow had stopped lowing soon after the farmer had started walking her. He had thanked her and said he would like to pay her, but she had asked if she and her horse could just bunk down for the night in the barn. So here she was on her last night on the road. She'd almost made it, and no one had questioned her disguise. The farmer had no clue she was a girl. Samantha had perfected her brother's walk, those long, confident strides. The pants were large and just barely fit her, and though the shirt was a little big, it covered all her curves. The hat pulled low, and a bit of dirt that she had smeared on her face made her look like any other boy of 14 or 15. It helped that she was tall for a girl and strong. She'd always pulled her weight at the ranches or farms they worked at. Even in a cumbersome old dress, she could still carry heavy boxes of fruit or wield an axe. She had always wanted to be one of the boys. She hated sewing and cooking and had been so difficult about it that her mother had just given up and let her do the tougher labor. Now she had the first part of her goal in place. She looked and acted like a boy, and she had passed muster with the farmer. Tomorrow would see her second goal come to fruition, working on the Dunbar Ranch in Elizabethtown. Her best memories in the last 5 years were while picking apples on the Dunbar Ranch. Jason Dunbar, the owner, was probably one of the nicest men in the world. He paid good wages and wouldn't let children toil in the fields. Children under 14 were supposed to learn their lessons and then play. As Samantha had only been 13 the first year they worked there, she had been in her glory. She was allowed to do lessons that were taught by some of the older women in the families who could read and write. Samantha discovered she loved reading. Whenever her mother had a little money left over at the end of a job, she would buy Samantha a book. Her mother wanted her to learn as much as possible so she could eventually get a job and have a home of her own. Mr. Dunbar had seen her reading under a tree one time and had told her that he had many children's books that his grandparents used to read to him when he was a child. He told her that she could go into the sitting room any time she wanted and pick up a book to read. She had been reading ever since. If they stopped in a town that had a lending library, she would try to find books on animals and how to train them or doctor them. She thought it was amazing that someone would write a book showing how to milk a cow or how to birth a horse. She had learned a lot in those last 5 years. Mr. Dunbar kept his promise all 5 of those years. He had married 4 years ago, and his wife had been just as welcoming to all of them. She hadn't minded at all that a teenage girl came into her house to borrow books. As she had been a school teacher before she married, she encouraged all the children to read. And because of their kindness and encouragement, Sam wanted to work for them again and work for them permanently. She hoped she could convince them to hire her. Chapter 2. Adam stood on the platform and watched the train pull away from the station. He'd already given his bags to Stan to hold for him until he could come back and pick them up. He wanted to walk into town. He took a deep breath and then released it. He was home. He was back in Elizabethtown and ready to give back to all the people who had made him who he was today. Things had changed in the 4 years that he had been gone. He hadn't been able to make it home last Christmas, so it had almost been 2 years since he had been home. Emma had been disappointed, and he hated disappointing his sister. She had raised him from the time that he was 10 years old after they had lost their parents in a carriage accident. Emma had been his rock. She had fed him, housed him, and loved him. She had only been 18, and she had put her life on hold in order to give Adam a stable and loving home. Now, he was going to show her it was all worth it. He was Dr. Adam Brown, newly graduated from Harvard Medical School, and it was all due to the people of this town. Adam headed towards Main Street. He couldn't get over all the new buildings. They almost reached the train station now. The first building he passed was the new hotel. It had 15 rooms, Emma had written to him, and a fancy restaurant. The same owners still had the hotel next to the diner that Tucker and Sally ran, but it only had 8 rooms, so they had built the new hotel to accommodate the growing number of visitors. He saw a new men's clothing store. Meg still ran the women's store on the other side of the diner. Adam saw the lending library, and he had to grin. It had been finished after he had left for school. Had the town had the library when he was 17, he wouldn't be a doctor. Adam snorted to himself. What a dumb kid he had been at 17 when they had first arrived in Elizabethtown. Well, actually, not dumb. He was too smart for his own good. Emma had always called him her little genius because he read every book he could lay his hands on. And when he ran out of books to read, he had borrowed the then deputy's horse and had ridden into Austin to go to the lending library there. Joe Bauer, who was now the sheriff, had wanted to kill Adam for taking his precious horse, but Jason Dunbar, the sheriff at the time, had saved him from being torn limb from limb by Joe. The stealing of that horse had led to Adam becoming Doc Carver's assistant and Jason becoming his brother-in-law. "Oh, my stars! Adam Brown, is that you?" Adam saw Dottie Briner hustle down the wooden plank sidewalk toward him. He smiled at the woman. She and her husband Gus ran the general store. "Yeah, it's me, Mrs. Briner." Dottie gave him a swift and rather powerful hug that made Adam's heart swell. This was why he came back. These people here had taken him and his sister in and helped them to get through some very tough times. "You had better be back for good, young man," Dottie said sternly and wagged her finger in his face. "Doc misses you something fierce. He's going to be over the moon to know you're finally back. Have you seen Emma and Jason yet? And those adorable children. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see their uncle. Emma brought the twins into town just yesterday. My Lord, if they aren't the cutest little girls I've ever seen. Can't tell them apart a lick." "Dottie, you think you can give the young man some breathing space? You planning on talking his ears off?" Gus Briner chuckled as he came up behind his wife. He put out his hand and shook Adam's. "Glad you're back, son. You best go on your way. I'll keep this here magpie pinned to the wall until you get by." "Gus Briner, I ought to wallop you one." Adam laughed and waved goodbye as he hustled past the bickering couple. Adam made it to Doc's office without being set upon by any other townfolk. It was 5 p.m, so Martha, Doc's receptionist, was already gone. Adam headed to Doc's office. The door was open, and Doc was sitting at his desk with a large book open. Adam just looked at the man for a moment. Doc was not only his mentor, but he was like a father to him. Doc and Carla had taken him in and let him live in the room above Doc's office. Their 2 grown daughters and grandchildren all lived in Austin. Adam was a son that they had never had, and Doc and Carla were the parents he and Emma had lost. "I see you're still reading about horses," Adam said from the doorway. Doc looked up from his book and his face lit up. "Adam, you're back!" Doc jumped up and came around the desk and hugged him. He pulled back and looked up at Adam. "I swear you've grown another couple of inches and put on another 10 pounds. You're no longer a boy." Adam laughed. "I'm 22, Doc. I guess I'm allowed to call myself a man." "You're more than a man. You're now Dr. Adam Brown." "Oh, I'm proud of you, son. You graduated at the top of your class. You've made everyone in this town proud. Have you been to Emma and Jason's yet?" "No, I just arrived on the 4:15. I came straight here. I wanted to see you and Carla, see if I can stay in my old room for a while. I'll go see Emma and Jason tomorrow and surprise them." "Well, you know you're welcome to stay here as long as you like." "You back here for good, Adam?" Doc looked at the young man hopefully. "I'm back for good, Doc. I've missed this place. Boston's exciting, but I prefer small-town life. I've missed everyone so much. It was hard being so far away from home." Doc patted Adam on the shoulder. "I'm glad to hear it. We've all missed you, too. Carla's going to be beside herself. She's preparing supper as we speak. Let's go surprise her." Chapter 3. Jason and his foreman, Luke, glared down at the rotted-out fence post. "How did we miss this one?" Jason asked in frustration. "Beats me, boss. The fence lines were checked only a month ago." Luke swiped a hand over his forehead. "The boys did a head count. Looks like only 3 sheep are missing. They managed to corral the rest of them back into the field." "The problem is the one missing is Tibby. She's Calvin's favorite. He's going to be heartbroken." Luke nodded his head sadly. "That boy of yours sure does love Tibby. He may be only 3.5, but he's raised Tibby since he was able to finally walk to the barn, and Tibby was just a little runt her mother rejected. You're right. He's going to be devastated. The worst of it is that he's seen me shoot a mountain lion and coyotes to keep them away from the sheep. He's going to know the sheep will probably become food for some wild critter out there. I don't know how I'm going to break it to him." "Okay, Samantha, your biggest test is only a couple of miles away." Samantha said this to herself as she and Bandit walked through the wooded area on the outskirts of Elizabethtown. Then it hit her. "Darn it, it's Sam, Sam, Sam," she whispered to herself fiercely. She was Sam now, a boy, and she had to introduce herself as Sam, and she was to respond when someone called her Sam. It would have been so much easier to remember if her mother had let her go by the nickname Sam. But she hadn't let her, or anybody else, call her anything but Samantha. Her mother was afraid her beautiful little girl would grow up to be a tomboy. She was already appalled that her daughter could ride a horse as well as her older brother, could shoot better than most men, and could wrestle a pig into submission. Sam snorted with the memory of the look on her mother's face when she had come in covered with mud after helping catch a runaway pig. Her mother had also commented on Samantha's unladylike snorting. Oh, well, Sam thought, all that would come in handy now that she was dressed like a boy. Bandit came to a halt, and his ears perked up. Sam came out of her musings and looked around for whatever had Bandit uneasy. Something was rustling around in the trees ahead of them. Sam slid off of Bandit and told him to stay where he was. He immediately started snuffling about, looking for something to eat. Sam walked quietly and cautiously towards the sound, her hand on her gun at her side where it was holstered. As she rounded a tree, she came across 3 sheep munching on grass. What in the world were they doing out here? It was going on 6. They'd be eaten alive when the sun went down. The 3 sheep noticed her and looked ready to bolt. She went down on her knees and began to hum to them gently. The littlest one looked intrigued by the sound and walked towards her, seemingly unafraid. Was this sheep someone's pet, she wondered, as he walked right up. She raised her hand slowly and began petting her. She continued to hum and pet the sheep. The other 2 began to ease their way towards her. Sam reached slowly into her pant pocket to retrieve the sugar cubes that she had as a special treat for Bandit. She held one out to the small sheep, who happily nibbled at it from her hand. The other 2 came closer, their necks craned. She put a cube in each hand and held them out. Both took cautious sniffs, and then took the cubes from her hands. When all 3 sheep had finished their treats, they looked at her expectantly. Sam laughed. "Sorry, girls, but that's all you get." She continued to rub the smaller one, and eventually the 2 others pushed her aside and wanted her attention. Sam cooed at them and spoke softly to them. "Okay, girls, we're going to head out, and you're going to follow me. You must be from the Dunbar Ranch, as that's the only spread around here." Sam began to walk towards the ranch, and the sheep followed after her obediently. Sam whistled for Bandit, and he followed along behind them. As Sam walked, she continued her conversation with the sheep. They seemed happy to follow her, seeming to know that she was taking them to safety. Their little outing had probably tired them. "You girls don't even know what you're doing for me. You're giving me a way to introduce myself to your owner. Maybe he'll be grateful enough to give me a job." The little one bumped her leg, and Sam reached down and pet her head. "You're a mighty friendly little thing. I'm sure glad I came across you. I would hate to see you become someone's dinner." Sam looked back and saw that Bandit was docilely following them, unperturbed by the company she was keeping. Half an hour later, Sam saw the long driveway that led up to the house. Her heart began to beat a little faster. She was back at the place that held her fondest memories. Now she had to leave it in God's hands and hope things worked out. Jason couldn't believe what he was seeing. He took off his hat and rubbed his eyes and squinted down the road. They were still there, heading towards him. He heard Luke come up beside him. "What in the world are you staring at?" he asked. Jason pointed down the road. Luke sucked in his breath. "Is that Tibby and the 2 other missing sheep?" he asked in surprise. "It appears to be. Looks like some boy found them. I've never seen anything like it. Those sheep and that horse are following him like little soldiers. He keeps talking to the sheep, and I swear to God I saw Tibby nod her head up and down as if she were answering." "Well, don't that beat all? That's one of the strangest things I've ever seen," Luke agreed. Both men stood there in awe as they watched the boy and his menagerie come closer. Sam looked up from talking with the little sheep and saw Jason Dunbar and his foreman Luke standing at the end of the drive staring at her with their mouths open. She couldn't help the grin. Everyone gave her that look when she spoke to animals, and then they did her bidding. Sam had to remind herself not to greet the 2 men as if she knew them. She was a stranger to them now. They wouldn't recognize her as the girl who had read books every free moment she had when she had worked here previously. She continued up the drive and waved at the 2 men. They both waved back and began walking towards her. Sam stopped when the 2 men reached her, and so did the sheep and Bandit. They all stood silently waiting for one of the men to speak. "Well, if that don't beat all," Luke said again in awe. "Look at that, Jason. They're all just standing there waiting for this young man to tell them what to do next." Jason shook his head in wonder. "I'm Jason Dunbar. I own this ranch. This here," he pointed at Luke, "is my foreman Luke. It looks like you found my missing sheep." Sam nodded. "Yes, sir." Sam coughed and remembered to lower her voice. "Found them about a mile into the woods. Figured they belonged to you. The little one's right friendly. I was worried they had escaped from somewhere and that this one might be someone's pet." "You got that right. Tibby's my son's sheep. He nursed her from the day she was born 2 years ago. I didn't know how I was going to tell him she was missing. You've saved me from a very painful conversation," Jason said gratefully. "I'm Sam Maxwell," Sam said. "I'm looking for work. I'm real good with animals." Luke gave a big guffaw. "Well, that's putting it mildly, son. I ain't never seen these sheep behave this way. Look at 'em, still just standing there waiting patiently." Jason smiled at the boy. "I'll tell you what. You bunk down here with my men, and we'll find you some work. My wife and I move into town in the winter months. If we can't find enough for you to do around here, I'm sure Hank at the stable could use someone like you. Does that work for you?" "Yes, sir. That works for me. When can I start?" Jason laughed. "Right now. How about putting those sheep back in the field? Then Luke'll show you where you can bunk down and where your horse can go." "How old are you, son?" Luke asked. I'm 15, sir," Sam said, hoping it was an age that she could pull off. She was 5'8" and could look Luke in the eye. Jason was quite a bit taller. She was grateful for her height right now. She just hoped they didn't think she was too scrawny to do the work. "You all on your own?" asked Jason. "Where are your folks?" "My mother died 6 months ago, and my father's a drunk." Sam figured she'd stay as close to the truth as she could get. "I'm better off by myself than being with him." "Well, I'm awfully sorry to hear that. You're young to be on your own," Jason said, and then he looked at Luke. "I don't want him in the bunkhouse with all the men hearing stories he probably shouldn't be hearing yet. Give him that small room with a cot that's on the far end of the barn. It'll give him a little privacy while he gets used to the place." Luke nodded. Jason was a good man. He wanted to protect the young lad. Jason had lost both of his parents when he was 17. He knew what that boy was going through. "Good idea. Okay, boy, let's get these sheep back and get you settled in. My wife will have supper ready at 7 sharp, so we need to get a move on." Sam followed Luke, and the sheep and the horse followed after Sam. Jason shook his head again. The kid hadn't even turned around. It's as if he knew the animals would follow him. Whatever animal magic the kid possessed, he was grateful to him. Wait until Emma heard the story. She'd want to adopt the boy. Chapter 4. Adam picked up his bags from the train station and headed out of town to Jason and Emma's ranch. Doc, Carla, and Adam had talked for hours last night. They'd filled him in all the new buildings and new residents of Elizabethtown, told him that Lydia Drake, the mayor's wife, had died in the asylum last year. Adam had mixed feelings about that. The woman had been responsible for 2 deaths and the kidnapping of her own daughter. But Adam didn't wish anyone time in an asylum. The patients weren't really treated, just managed, so they wouldn't cause harm to themselves or anyone else. Adam had read a lot about mental illness, but it was something most people didn't understand, let alone know what to do with. If you had a broken leg, it could be fixed. If you had a broken mind, you were likely put away never to be seen again. He was glad Lydia Drake was no longer suffering. Carla had gone on to rave about his nephew Calvin and his twin 2-year-old nieces, Hannah and Melinda. They were apparently adorable and smart and funny, and a few other adjectives he couldn't remember. Adam couldn't wait to see his nephew and renew his relationship with him. He was so young the last time Adam was home, but he and Adam had spent a lot of time together because the twins had been born and took up all of Emma and Jason's time. He hoped Cal remembered him. Carla had also informed him that Mary Sue was pregnant again. Joe and Mary Sue's daughter was 2 months older than Cal. She was named Elizabeth, after the town that had done so much for Mary Sue and her father after Lydia had caused such an uproar. Their son Joey was the twins' age. Adam thought it quite serendipitous that the 2 couples, who were also best friends, managed to have their children pretty much at the same time. They would forge friendships that would last for a lifetime, Adam thought. Doc had spoken excitedly about Joe and him starting a new venture, a stud farm. The building was already up at Joe's ranch, and they were just waiting on supplies. Doc was ready for a new challenge, so he hoped that Adam was ready to take over for him as the town doctor. Adam was more than ready. This is what he had been working towards for the last 4 years. He knew he and Doc would be in for some long conversations about some of the new medical techniques Adam had been introduced to. It seemed new innovations were discovered every month. Adam had written pages and pages to Doc about his anatomy classes. They had been the most interesting classes he had taken. He had cut open a man and taken out his spleen. That had been Adam's first ever operation, and he had been fascinated by it. Adam pulled up on the reins of the horse he had borrowed from Doc when he reached the drive to his sister's home. He had only spent a short time here before going off to school. It was as beautiful as he remembered. He took in the long tree-lined drive and saw a glimpse of the large white 2-story home that sat majestically at the end of it. This felt like home, too. How lucky was he to have his own room above Doc's office and a room here at the ranch. He wondered who lived in Emma and his old rooms above the post office. Adam gave the horse a nudge and headed towards the house. Sam had slept the best she had since the death of her mother. The small room at the back of the barn had more than just a cot. It was a wooden bed with a mattress on it. Since she normally slept on the ground or in her family wagons, this was a real treat. She was also happy to see there was a pitcher and a basin, so she could get water and clean herself in privacy. That was one of the biggest fears about having to share her space with men. She looked at herself in the mirror above the basin and had what she thought was a small stroke. She looked a sight. Her once golden brown hair was a mess of different length spikes, and her cheeks were still smudged with dirt. The eyes she looked into were still her own brown with an amber ring around them. Her lips were too full for a boy. She needed to do something about that now that she would be out in the daylight where people could really see her. Sam went through the meager supplies she had brought with her. She found the piece of coal, and after washing her face and brushing her teeth, she set to making herself look more rugged. Darkening her eyebrows was a good start, she thought, as she looked at herself in the mirror. They made her look older, too. She used more of the charcoal above her lips. The charcoal clung to the fine hairs and made it look like a mustache was forming. She grinned at herself. She looked so different. She added a little more coal to look like the beginnings of sideburns. The skin on her cheeks was still too smooth. She bent and picked up some dirt and crushed it into a fine powder in her fingers and then rubbed a little on both cheeks. She looked at herself in surprise. She looked a lot like her brother when he was 15. If she kept her hat on and her voice husky, she should be able to pull this off. The next part of her outfit she didn't like. She took the long length of fabric, which used to be one of her mother's aprons, and wrapped it around her chest 3 times and pinned it. Thank goodness she wasn't well endowed, or she would never pull this off. Sam had washed her shirt, her stockings, and her undergarments last night and was glad to see that they were dry. The pants she had beaten out the best she could. It felt good to get into clean clothes. She pulled on her boots and headed out. Luke had told her breakfast was at 7 sharp and work started at 8. She had a job, she had a place to sleep, and she had a stall for Bandit. She couldn't believe how lucky she had gotten. Now she had to do all she could to keep it. Emma opened the front door and gave a loud screech and then launched herself at her brother, who fortunately knew that that was just what his sister would do when she saw him. "Emma, you're choking me. Ease up," Adam sputtered and laughed. Emma stepped back and wiped her eyes and took in the man that stood before her. He was so tall and so handsome, Emma's heart swelled. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" she scolded. "We would have had a welcome home party." "That's exactly why I didn't tell you," Adam snorted. "You and your parties. You have enough on your hands with 3 kids and a husband and a house to run. Besides, I wanted to just soak it all in for a day. I really miss the people in this town." Come in, come in. Jason and Cal will be thrilled to see you. You won't believe how big Calvin's gotten. He'll tell you he's almost 4, though he's only 3.5. He doesn't like 3, as it's too close to the twins 2, and they're just babies. I can't believe Hannah and Melinda turned 2 already. I wish I could have made their birthday last week, but I just couldn't get away yet, Adam said with regret. Don't you worry about it. They are going to love you when they get to know their Uncle Adam. We talk about you all the time. Do you think Calvin will remember me? Adam asked. I don't know. Like I said, we talk about you, but he was only 1.5 last time you came home. Speaking of being home, are you back for good? Please tell me you are, Emma said earnestly, holding her breath. I'm back for good, sis. Doc wants me to take over right away. He can't wait to get that stud farm up and running with Joe. Oh, Adam, I'm so happy to hear that. And speaking of Joe, he just told us that he's not running for sheriff again. He wants to work full-time with Doc. Mary Sue's thrilled. She'll have her husband home every night and nobody's shooting at him. Good for Joe. He's always been horse crazy. Mama, Mama! Calvin came zooming into the front room and skidded to a halt when he saw Adam. Calvin, sweetie, do you remember your Uncle Adam? Fly like a bird! bird!" the boy screeched. "Fly like a bird!" And he ran full tilt at Adam, his arms out wide. Adam caught him and began weaving him through the air. Calvin flapped his arms wildly. "Fly like a bird!" he laughed loudly. "I think he remembers you," yelled Emma above the happy laughter of her son. Adam came to a puffing stop, holding the boy close. "You weigh a lot more, buddy. Your Uncle Adam can't hold you up as long as he used to." "What's all the commotion?" Jason asked as he walked into the room carrying the twins. "Adam, you're back." "Papa!" Calvin wiggled out of Adam's arms. "Put down my sisters. Put 'em down. I want to show 'em Uncle Adam." Jason set both girls down, and the girls immediately wrapped their arms around each of Jason's legs. Calvin ran over to them and pried an arm each off of Jason. He took the hand of each girl, whispered something into their ears, and then solemnly led them to Adam. "Uncle Adam, this is my sister Hannah, and this is my sister Melinda. They are only 2. I'm their big brother, and I help Mama take care of them." Adam crouched down in front of the 3 children. "Hello, Hannah. Hello, Melinda. You have very pretty hair, and you look like your mama, thank the Lord." "Hey," Jason said in mock hurt. "They have my eyes." Both girls just stared at Adam in fascination and then looked at their mother. "You know how Calvin is your brother?" The 2 girls nodded up at their mother. "Well, Uncle Adam is my brother." The 2 looked back at Adam. They had such serious looks on their faces that he felt like they were sizing him up and finding him lacking. "I have a present for all of you," Adam said. Calvin started jumping up and down and clapping. "What is it? What is it?" he cried. Hannah and Melinda perked up and began jumping too. "Presents! Presents!" they both said in their high, lilting voices. "Now you've done it, Adam. They won't calm down for hours," Jason complained, but the look of love on his face said he was far from mad. Adam reached into his bag and brought out 3 smaller bags and handed one to each child. Calvin had his gift out within seconds. "It's a train," he said in awe. He ran over to his father to show him. "That's a steam engine," Jason said, admiring the gift. Calvin took it out of his father's hands, dropped on the floor, and started pushing it around the room, making what everyone presumed were train noises. "Thank you, Uncle Adam," he called from the table he was crawling under. The girls, in the meantime, had managed to pull out the hand-knitted sweaters Adam had had his neighbor knit for him. They were white with yellow rabbits with different color ribbons around the rabbits' necks. "Bunnies!" cried Melinda happily. "Lots of bunnies!" "I love bunnies," Hannah said, smiling shyly at Adam. "Can you girls say thank you to your Uncle Adam for bringing you such a nice gift?" Emma said. "Thank you, Uncle Adam," both girls chorused, and then ran to their mother to get help to put them on. "Looks like I'm not going to be the favorite male around here anymore." Jason laughed and swatted Adam on the back. There was a knock at the kitchen door. Jason called out aloud, "Come in." A boy came into the room. "Mr. Dunbar?" He came to a dead stop and stared at Adam and continued to stare at Adam. "Sam, do you need me for something?" Jason asked. Sam pulled her eyes from the tall, handsome stranger and looked at her boss in confusion. "You came in here to tell me something?" Jason asked again. The boy looked at Adam again. Adam was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable. What in the hell was the kid staring at? Adam looked down at himself, looking for a stain on his shirt or a bug crawling on him. Luke says he needs you in the barn. He has some questions for you," Sam was finally able to spit out. She could feel herself blush. She had to get out of there. She turned quickly and rushed out of the room. Adam looked at Jason. "Who the hell is that? And is he missing a few marbles?" "I just hired the kid yesterday. He found some of my missing sheep. He seems to have a way with animals." "Good thing he has a way with animals, because he doesn't have a good way with people," Adam said. If Sam could dig her own grave and throw herself into it, she would. What an idiot she was. She had stared at that man like a lovesick deer giving doe eyes to her buck. She wanted to go back to her own room and hide. She had never seen such a handsome man, and he was tall, at least 6 feet. She never had such a reaction to a man in her life. What had she been thinking? She almost gave herself away. She groaned loudly. What must he think of her? A young man staring at another man? Who was he? She hoped he left soon. How would she explain herself if he was to stay here? Chapter 5. Adam had promised Emma that he would stay for the weekend, but that he had to get back into town on Monday. Doc wanted him to start doctoring right away. It was 7:30 on Saturday, and Jason and Emma were putting the children to bed. Adam had read a story to Calvin, but now both Jason and Emma had to do their nighttime ritual with the boy. They would ask him what the best part of the day was, and listen to him enthusiastically tell about a worm he had dug up and scared his sisters with, or how he had played with Tibby. Then he said his prayers and was tucked in by his parents. Adam remembered his parents tucking him in when he was a child. It still hurt to think about them being gone even 11 years later. Adam sucked in a deep breath of fresh fall air. He missed this. Boston was exciting but crowded and dirty. This is where he belonged. Adam began walking. The sun had set, but there was still a warm glow in the sky. He walked towards the apple orchard. Some of the trees were losing their leaves already. He continued towards the lake. It was one of his favorite memories of time spent here when he had just turned 18 and Emma and Jason had married. Jason had taught him how to swim. Jason had been shocked that an 18-year-old didn't know how to. When he discovered Emma couldn't swim either, he made her come out and learn too. The three of them had splashed around in the lake like kids. Seeing Emma laugh and be carefree had made his heart expand in his chest. His sister deserved to be happy, and Adam could see that she was. His brother-in-law was a good man who loved his family fiercely. Adam no longer had to worry about Emma. Adam heard splashing sounds coming from the lake. It was a little late for swimming, he thought. It was almost dark. The moon lit up little patches of light on the water's surface. He saw a horse, untethered, knee-deep in the water. Then he saw a figure splash water at the horse and heard a deep laugh when the horse pranced backward and then charged forward as if ready to attack. It was as if the person and the horse were playing a game together. "Bandit, you pesky horse! Get out of the water and let me finish my bathing," a voice said. The horse shook its head as if answering no and made another plunge at the swimmer. There was more laughter and more splashing before the horse made its way back onto the shoreline. Adam realized that this must be that strange kid that he had met this morning, the one Jason had called the animal whisperer. Adam had laughed at that, but Jason had been deadly serious. He told Adam the story of the 3 sheep and the horse that just kept following the kid like he was the Pied Piper. Adam thought the kid was weird enough that morning, but Jason's story made him wonder even more whether it was safe to have this odd boy around Emma and the kids. He was going to have to check the boy out tomorrow before he left. Adam didn't want to disturb the kid or spook the horse, so he turned quietly and headed back into the apple orchard. Sam swam back to shore and looked carefully around to ensure that no one was out and about. She gloried in getting clean in the lake, but she took a risk swimming nude. With the coast clear, she scrambled out of the water, quickly dried herself off, and put on the shirt that covered her to mid-thigh. Grabbing the rest of her clothes off of a stump that she had put them on, she nickered to Bandit to follow her back to the barn. She'd been here a little over 24 hours and already felt like this is where she belonged. The 3 other men that worked the land were in their 30s. They all treated her like a kid brother, ribbing her and calling her Slim. They were impressed with her riding skills and her work ethic. It had been a long day hauling feed bags from the back of the wagon into the barn. The bags were heavy, but she had managed. She had also checked on Maribel. The horse was due any day, and Sam didn't like how she was moving around. She had told Jason about her concerns and asked if it was okay for her to sleep in the barn in order to keep an eye on her. Jason had been concerned and apprehensive about the horse, so he was grateful that she had made the offer, as he was going to do it himself. Sam got Bandit into his stall and then went to her room to finish dressing. Luke had given her one of his old flannel shirts when he had seen her meager belongings. It fit her better than the one from her brother. She bound her breasts again in case there was an emergency and she had to call for help. She went into the barn and checked on Maribel. She was a little quieter. A good sign, thought Sam. She made a bed for herself in the hay, pulled her blanket over her. It had been a long and tiring day. She fell asleep immediately. Sam woke up a little before 7 and checked on the mare. She didn't like what she saw. The mare's head hung down, and she kept shifting her back feet. Sam decided to forego breakfast and stay with the mare. She went into her small room to get a piece of dried meat to hold her over and to wash her face. She went back into the barn, found 2 large buckets and filled them with water. She got the soap and put it next to the buckets. Both she and the horse would need to be cleaned before the birthing started. Sam glanced at the horse. The mare was on her side now and breathing heavily. It was time, Sam thought. She went to the mare and started feeling her sides, trying to find out where the foal was located. Water gushed from the mare, and Sam knew that it was time to act. She wrapped the mare's tail in a clean cloth to keep it out of the way of the foal and avoid infection. Sam then cleaned the horse's genital area with soapy water. She rolled up her sleeves as far as she could and washed her arms and hands. When she got back to Maribel, she could see one hoof protruding from the mare. She was glad to note it was a front foot, as the soles pointed down. The horse grunted. Sam was on her knees and looking to see the second foot. When it didn't show, she knew Maribel would need some help. She ran to the open barn door and yelled for help. Luke was heading to breakfast when he heard the new kid, Sam, yell for help. He jogged to the barn and went straight to Maribel's stall. "What's wrong? Something wrong with the foal?" Luke asked anxiously. Maribel was Emma's girl. Jason had gifted her to Emma on the day of their wedding. Emma loved the horse. "I don't see the second leg. I'm going to have to reach in and find it and pull it out," Sam said. "Damn. I'm going to go get Jason. He'll want to be here to help." Luke ran off to return not just with Jason, but with Emma and Adam too. Emma ran to the horse and dropped to her knees and took Maribel's head into her lap and crooned to her, "Be brave, my girl. I'm here. The boys will take care of you. Adam?" Emma asked anxiously. "Can you do anything? Can you save them?" Sam let out one of her unladylike snorts when she looked over at Adam. "I don't think city boys dress for the occasion." Adam looked down at his gray slacks and white silk shirt. He'd bought himself some nice clothes while in Boston. He found himself blushing in embarrassment. "I need to change. I'll be right back. Don't worry, sis." "By the time Fancy Pants gets back here, this foal could be dead," Sam grumbled to herself. "I'm going to put my hands inside Maribel and find that other foot," she told Jason and Luke. "We need to get her up." Jason went to Emma and pulled her up and out of the way. Jason and Luke managed to get the mare on her feet. Sam reached inside the mare and felt around for the foot. Maribel's eyes were wide with fright and pain. "Talk to her, Mrs. Dunbar. Hold her head," Sam ordered. Emma did as she said, and the horse calmed a bit. Adam swore at himself as he ran back to the room he was using. Why hadn't he dressed like he was on a ranch, for God's sake? A 15-year-old kid called him a city boy. Adam threw on some old pants and a flannel shirt. He buttoned it and rolled up the sleeves as he ran back to the barn. He was the top student at Harvard Medical School, and he had just been dismissed by a mere boy. This did not sit well with him. That kid had to be put in his place. When he arrived back at the barn, the kid had his hands inside the horse. Adam dropped down beside him. "Have you located the other foot?" "Yeah, I got it. But I have to keep my hands around it so it doesn't tear or do damage to Maribel. I'm going to start pulling. You get ready to pull and catch the foal when it comes out." Sam was beginning to sweat, and she had to crouch at an odd angle. On top of that, Pretty Boy was crouching right next to her. She could barely keep her concentration on the horse. The man looked even better in flannel. "You've got it," she heard Adam say. "I see the other foot. Gentle now." Adam took the other foot, and both of them tugged gently. The foal's head came next. Sam could hear Emma murmuring to the horse. Jason and Luke were right behind them, practically breathing down their necks. "Here it comes," Sam said as the rest of the foal slid out of the birthing canal. Adam caught the foal, placed it in the hay, and checked its vital signs. "Is it breathing?" Emma asked, holding her own breath. "He's breathing," Adam said, and smiled up at his sister. "You've got yourself a healthy colt here." Emma hugged Maribel's head and told her what a good girl she was. The foal shook his head and looked around, making a little whinnying sound. Maribel's ears perked, and she lowered her head to her newborn. "He was a late one coming in September, but he looks sound to me," said Luke. "Maribel didn't show any interest in mating until we brought in Colby's stud back in October. We're lucky it took." Sam went to the bucket to wash off. Her heart was beating in excitement. She'd done it. She'd saved both the mare and the foal. She stood and immediately received slaps on the back and congratulations. "Well done, Sam," Jason said in appreciation. "I'm sure glad you found your way onto my ranch." "You got that right, Jason," Luke agreed. "This boy's already done us 2 good turns." Sam smiled shyly. "It was nothing. I like animals. I want to be able to help them and lessen their suffering." Sam looked over at Adam. He was looking at her, but she couldn't decipher the look on his face. She probably had offended him with her city boy comment. Luke had told her that he was a full-fledged doctor who got his degree from the best medical school in the States. Well, there wasn't time to accommodate Dr. Adam, and she hadn't planned on letting him take over in the first place. He could keep doctoring people, but he damn well could stay out of her way when she was doctoring animals. "Oh, look," Emma cried out. "He's trying to get to his feet." Everyone turned and watched as the colt stood on wobbly feet. "He looks like a drunk," Adam commented. Sam bristled. "He's acting perfectly normal. He's a fine specimen," she said in the colt's defense. Adam gave Sam a glare. "The thing looks awfully gangly to me. Has a stupid-looking face, too," Adam said purposefully, annoying the boy. He didn't know why he felt the need to poke at the kid, but it was kind of fun. The kid was scowling at him something fierce. "That colt's perfect, Dr. Fancy Pants," Sam snarled. Sam slapped her hand over her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe she'd just said that to her boss's brother-in-law. "Children, children," Emma said, laughing. "Adam, stop antagonizing Sam." Sam breathed in a sigh of relief. If Mrs. Dunbar was laughing, she guessed she wouldn't be fired. "Sam, you did a great job. Thank you for watching over my Maribel. I think we should let you name the colt. We've been so busy with apple-picking season and the twins' birthday that we haven't even discussed a name." "Really?" Sam asked in delight. "You want me to name him?" "Sure," agreed Jason. "You're the man of the hour right now." "I'll need some time to think of one. I want it to be the perfect name for him," she said earnestly. "Right now, I need to make sure he nurses correctly and that Maribel cleans him and bonds properly." "You do that," Luke said. "I'm going to rustle up some breakfast and bring it to you." Luke left, and then so did the others, all of them thanking her first, except for Adam. Sam glared at his retreating figure before turning back to the mother and her new baby. The colt was nursing. All was as it should be. Chapter 6. Adam was glad to be riding away from his sister's house Monday morning. Emma had scolded him for antagonizing Sam. She had asked him what had gotten into him, and he couldn't answer because he didn't know what had gotten into him. The kid just rubbed him wrong. There was something off about him. Not only did the kid act older than 15 years old, but he had tried to show him up. He was a doctor, for Christ's sakes. He sure as hell wasn't going to take orders from a kid. Plus, the boy stared at him all the time, like there was something wrong with him. The whole thing was disconcerting. Adam had enjoyed most of the time he had spent at the ranch. His nieces had warmed up to him and wanted to fly like Calvin. Later they had played ball together, all sitting on the soft grass, legs spread, and rolling a big yellow ball to each other. Every time the ball got away from one of his sisters, Calvin sighed like a married man with an annoying wife and got up and chased the ball down. Adam could only chuckle at the boy's antics. Calvin insisted on bending over and putting his head on the ground, his little legs spread, and asked Adam to roll the ball to him. Every time he tried to reach for it, he would topple over. His sisters laughed and laughed. The children were a delight. Adam didn't mind being with them, and he could see Emma was glad to have a little time to herself. He'd be back here again on Wednesday evening because Emma wanted to throw a little party. Doc and Carla were invited, Joe and Mary Sue's father, Mayor John Drake. The whole party seemed silly to him, but he would do anything for Emma. Monday evening found Sam playing cards with the ranch hands. They taught her the game of pinochle. Herman, who was of German descent, said his family had played it for as long as he could remember. Sam didn't bother telling them that she had played cards all her life. Why warn them if she could possibly win a few nickels to add to her little pile of coins? She played poker like a champ and rarely lost. She hoped she could join one of their poker nights in the future. Her brother said she was more like a card whisperer than an animal whisperer. He would get so frustrated when he lost his few pennies to her. What her family didn't know was that she could remember all the cards that were played. She had a knack for numbers, and had always enjoyed helping her father make their meager wages stretch as far as possible. Everyone always underestimated her. She was sick of it, and it was time that people paid. The ranch hands saw her as an easy mark. Mrs. Dunbar's brother, Adam, thought she was short a few brain cells, and men in general had looked down on her when they had known she was female. Being a male was certainly eye-opening. The freedom she now had was life-changing. She could come and go as she pleased. She could ride Bandit as wildly as she wanted. She could spit and curse. And best of all, she felt so much safer. Men saw the gun she was carrying and just assumed she knew how to use it. Emmett had laughed in her face when she had pointed her gun at him and told him she'd shoot him in the eye if he ever touched her again. He'd stopped laughing when she had shot at both of his feet, purposely missing them by less than an inch. Sam looked around the table. All three men, Herman, Mark, and Otis, had grim faces. Their piles of coins were dwindling, and hers was growing. "Men, we got ourselves a card shark here," Otis grumbled. "And he ain't cheating," Mark said. "I've been watching." "It's 'cause the kid don't drink," Herman said, slurring his words a bit. "I don't play so good when I've had a few drinks." Sam laughed. "Y'all don't play cards worth a damn whether you're sober or not." "You making fun of us, kid?" Mark asked. "I'll tell you what. How about we put a little wager on something that takes some skill instead of plain old dumb luck? What do you think, boys? How about a little target practice? Let's show this young'un how to shoot." Herman and Mark whooped their agreement. Mark slapped Sam hard on the shoulder and she almost fell face first on the table, but was able to just catch herself. "You up for it, kid? Ready for us to win some of our money back?" Sam had to bite her lip to keep from grinning. Oh, yeah, she was ready to relieve them of a little more money. "I sure am. Name the time and the place." "We're not setting up a duel, kid," Otis groused. "The place is here and the time is after work on Wednesday. I gotta go into town tomorrow night. Oh, and Luke will want to be part of it." "It's on, gentlemen. I think I'll do a little practicing tomorrow," said Sam. "I'm a bit rusty." "You can practice until the cows come home, boy. It ain't gonna help," said Mark. Everyone laughed and called it a night. Adam couldn't believe it was already Wednesday and he was heading back to the ranch for his homecoming get-together. He had been going over Doc's list of patients and all their ailments. They had made a list of supplies that were needed, and of course dealt with a few injuries. Fortunately, nothing severe. His medical books had arrived by train on Tuesday. He had put aside the ones that he was giving to the lending library. He planned on going over there this week to see what it looked like and give them the books. Emma had told everyone to arrive by 4:30. She wanted to eat early so everyone could make it back into town before dark. Adam hadn't seen Joe and Mary Sue yet. John had stopped by to welcome him home. As he rode up to the house, he saw 5 little ones sitting on the stairs. Each had a cookie in his or her hands, and it must have been good because they barely looked up at him. Adam just sat on his horse and laughed. Chocolate was smeared on every face. Emma and Mary Sue came out, each holding a small towel. "Adam, oh, it's so good to see you," Mary Sue said. Adam slid off the horse and then allowed Mary Sue to give him a hug. "Emma says you're home for good. We're so happy to hear it." "Uncle Adam, Aunt Sue brought us cookies." "I see that. Did you manage to get any inside your tummy or just all over your face?" Calvin grinned widely and used his tongue to get the chocolate off his upper lip. In the meantime, Emma and Mary Sue had cleaned up the others. "Everyone's here. Let's go inside. I need to get the food on the table and these little ones fed so that we can have some peace and quiet while we eat. I swear I think I'm going to need a nanny when we head into town for the winter," said Emma. "Jason has been trying to convince me for a year now, but I didn't want to share my babies." "My Laura is a godsend. I don't know what I'd do without her," Mary Sue said. "Joe needs me to help with the horses, especially now that he's added to the stock in preparation for opening the stud farm." "I hope I'm as lucky to find someone like her," Emma said as she hustled the children into the house. Jason, Joe, Doc, and John were in the front room and greeted Adam enthusiastically. It was funny, Adam realized. When he left, he had just turned 18. He was still a kid going to school. Now he was one of them, a man with a job. The only thing he lacked was a family of his own. That would come. No rush. He was young and he was an uncle. He would get his fill of children. Dinner was a raucous affair, with lots of conversation and laughter. They had just finished when Luke walked in. "Hey, all!" Luke smiled at the gathered crowd. "Did Mitzi fill y'all up?" "I tell you, Luke, that wife of yours can cook. If I didn't like Jason so much, I'd steal her away from you," said John. "Over my dead body, John," laughed Jason. "Over my dead body." "Just thought I'd let you gentlemen know we got us a shooting competition starting in a bit. Thought you might want to be part of it. The men are planning on showing up the new kid. Seems Sam beat him pretty bad at cards the other night. They want revenge." "You know I can't say no to a competition I'm in," said Joe. "Me too," said Jason. Doc and John shook their heads. "I can't shoot worth a damn," John admitted. "I'm out, and I hope Adam is too," said Doc. "Our hands are worth their weight in gold." Doc waved his hands in the air. Carla laughed. "In other words, my husband can't shoot worth a damn either." Everyone laughed and looked at Adam. "Hey, if Doc's hands are gold, mine are platinum. I gotta protect them in case one of you numbskulls shoots yourself and I need to operate." Emma laughed. "You all go on. Mary Sue and I will help Mitzi clean up and get the children settled for the evening. We'll be out to congratulate the winner." Sam watched as Otis and Mark set up the cans on the fence. There were 5 of them, gradually getting smaller in size. After the smallest can, a single nail had been hammered into the top of the wood. Everyone had 6 shots. This was going to be too easy, Sam thought. She was used to her brother throwing targets in the air, and she had to hit them before they fell to the ground. She could already hear the coins jangling in her pocket. She heard noises behind her and turned, and saw 5 men heading towards them with Luke a step behind. She groaned quietly to herself. Adam was one of the men. How was she going to concentrate with him here? She could feel her neck and face warming. "Stop it," she hissed at herself. He was a doctor who wouldn't give her the time of day even if he knew she was a woman. He was so far above her. Dr. Know-It-All was so out of reach. Sam looked at the 3 other men, whom she didn't recognize. One was about Mr. Dunbar's age and quite handsome. The 2 others were older men. All of them had smiles on their faces as they greeted the workers. "I hear it's a shooting competition going on," said Jason. "Y'all think you can handle a couple more competitors?" "Bring it on, boss. We're showing the kid a thing or two about marksmanship," said Herman. Jason turned to Sam. "This is Doc Carver," he said, indicating the older gentleman with graying hair. "And this is Mayor John Drake." Jason pointed at the other older man. "This guy's Joe Bauer, the sheriff of Elizabethtown, and whose horse Adam stole back in the day." Adam groaned. "Really, Jason?" Sam glared at Adam. "You stole a horse? You stole the sheriff's horse?" she said in disbelief. "I didn't steal it. I borrowed it. And Joe was the deputy then," Adam defended himself. "Thanks a lot, Jason." Jason at least had the sense to look chagrined. "Sorry, Adam, it just kind of slipped out." "Are Doc 1 and Doc 2 going to shoot?" asked Sam. She hoped so. She would love to wallop the supposed horse thief. Doc Carver answered for the two of them. "We do not shoot, as we are medical men who must use our hands for good, not evil." "And I'm just here to observe," said John. "What's the winner get?" "All the participants put in 2 bits. Winner takes all," said Mark. "Well, let's get going," said Luke. "I suggest we go from the oldest to the youngest. Let Sam sweat it out a bit." Luke winked at Sam. Luke had seen her shoot on Tuesday evening. All the men had gone into town to see someone named Madame Rule. Sam had been bored and decided to practice her shooting. Now that she had some money of her own and access to bullets, she wanted to hone her skills. Luke had come out when he heard the shooting and had thrown some pieces of wood in the air for her to shoot. He'd done a lot of head shaking and whistling. He knew the men would be shocked, and apparently he had not warned them of her skill. She was grateful to him. Those were his men, but apparently he didn't mind seeing them possibly lose to her. "Are you sure we shouldn't let Slim go first? Don't want him to stand around getting nervous," Otis said. Luke shook his head and unholstered his gun. "I think I got a couple years on all of you. I'm up. Got to be continued shooting. No standing around aiming for 5 minutes on each can. You can stop and reset your position before shooting the nail." Luke stood, feet hip-width apart, raised his gun, closed one eye, and fired. The first and second can flew into the air. He missed the third one, hit the fourth, and missed the fifth. He readjusted his stance and fired, missing the nail by less than an inch. "Not bad, Luke," Jason said. "You just missed that nail. You're up next, Herman." Herman stood sideways with his front knee bent and hoisted his gun. "Don't shoot, you German nut! I got to replace the cans," Otis said. With the cans back in place, Herman set and fired. He nailed the first can, but missed all the rest and went way wide of the nail. "You need glasses, Herman the German," Otis joked. "My granny could have hit more cans with her eyes closed." "Arschloch," Herman muttered. "What did he just call me?" Otis asked. Adam coughed. "I think he just called you an asshole." The men laughed. "Come on, Otis. Shut your trap and shoot already," said Luke. Otis grumbled, but took aim and fired. He hit the first 3 cans, missed the last 2, but came near hitting the nail. The wood splintered right next to it. Mark, Jason, and Joe all took their turns. Each one of them hit all the cans, but missed the nail. "Looks like there might be a tie," Mark said. "We'll have to have another round unless Slim here can outshoot us all." He smirked at Sam, pretty much announcing he was sure of a tiebreaker happening. Sam glanced over at Adam. He was watching her. She turned her back and looked at Mark. "Anyone want to take on extra bet that there will be no need for a tiebreaker?" Sam asked. The ranch hands began to snicker and rib her, but all 3 of them added a nickel to the pot. Luke had shaken his head at Jason and Joe, while the men tossed their nickels into the hat that held the winnings. Jason and Joe looked at Sam and then back at Luke with raised eyebrows. Luke obviously knew something they didn't. The cans were lined up on the fence post once more. Sam stood, raised her gun, and closed her left eye. She fired 6 shots in rapid succession, starting with the nail and working backwards to the first can. The nail broke, and all 5 cans went flying through the air. All 9 men stood with their mouths open. Sam calmly holstered her gun, swaggered over to the hat, reached in and took out her winnings. "Thank you, gentlemen, for a delightful evening." Sam bowed to them. Jason was the first to recover. "Holy cow, kid. Where'd you learn to shoot like that?" "It just takes a lot of practice and a lot of patience," Sam said. "I don't like doing anything halfway, so I practice until it's second nature to me," she said in all honesty. "That's a mighty fine attitude to have," said Doc Carver. "We could accomplish a lot in the world if everyone gave it their all. Congratulations on your win." Mark slapped Sam on the back. "You sure showed us all up. Nice shooting, Slim." A female voice called out from behind them. "Is it over already?" asked Mary Sue. "I wanted to see my man beat you all." "Your man and all the others just got walloped by Sam," Joe said, and put his arm around his wife. "You mean you didn't win either?" Emma looked at her husband in surprise. "I came near winning," he smiled at her. "But our new worker is more than an animal whisperer. He's an ace shooter, and from what I hear, he beat you boys at cards, too." "I guess it's about time to give the kid his due," said Mark. "We thought we were going to put him in his place. It literally backfired on us." Everyone laughed good-naturedly. "Let's head back in. Carla set out peach pie and coffee for us," Emma said. "Luke, Mitzi is bringing out pie for all you boys. Have a wonderful evening, and you all be nice to Sam." Sam watched as Emma took her brother's arm and walked with him back to the house. She wondered what he thought of her shooting skills. Had she made an impression on him? The boy was definitely cocky, Adam thought, as he rode back home later that evening. But apparently he was cocky for a reason. He had bested all the men at target shooting, and he had bested them at cards, and he had a way with animals no one else on the ranch had. Emma told him that Sam had named the colt Rascal. Adam had to admit it was an appropriate name. He had looked in on the colt and had been racing around the barn nipping at its mother's tail. He did look like a little rascal. Sam was an enigma. He was too together for someone so young. He liked the other ranch hands, but Adam could tell that he kept himself aloof from them. Not in a way that was offensive, but almost as if he was protecting himself. Adam had noted that at times the kid spoke well, as if he might have an education, and then all of a sudden, as if he caught himself, he would speak in a cruder manner. Emma said the kid had already borrowed 3 books, and not kids' books, but books on ranching and animal breeding. It was funny, but the kid kind of reminded Adam of himself when he read everything he could get his hands on. He remembered how he would read avidly, but then felt he didn't have anyone to share his knowledge with. It wasn't until he had gone to Harvard that he felt like he could really let people know how smart he was. He had tried to keep his photographic memory under wraps, but Emma had known that he was special. She hadn't looked at him as an oddball. She had always encouraged him. He remembered how frustrated she had been that she was too poor to send him to college. Adam wondered if there was a stellar brain hidden under that big hat Sam always wore. The kid didn't have anyone to encourage him. Even though the kid gave him the creeps with the way he always stared at him, Adam needed to pay more attention. There was nothing worse than letting a good brain go to waste. Yes, young Sam was intriguing, and Adam was going to figure him out. Doc was thrilled that Adam was back. For the first time in decades, he could come and go as he pleased. He was no longer the only doctor in town. Every morning he enjoyed a leisurely breakfast with Carla and even had a second cup of coffee. Often he would go to John's office and have coffee with him. John was lonely. Being mayor kept him busy during the day, but mornings and evenings were rough on him. With Lydia gone and Mary Sue living at Joe's, John was wandering around alone in that big house of his. Doc was pretty sure he had a way to perk the man up. He and Joe had talked and felt it would be a good idea to involve John in the stud farm. The man had money and only himself and Mary Sue to spend it on. He was a savvy businessman, and he needed a new project in his life. Since the lending library was up and running, he was no longer needed there. It was running smoothly. John wasn't quite as horse crazy as his daughter, but Doc knew he would enjoy being on the ranch and working with his daughter and son-in-law. Doc knocked on John's office door and let himself in. John looked up from the paperwork and smiled at Doc. "Have you come to save me from the dullest part of my job?" "I'm with you. There's nothing worse than paperwork and filing things. If I didn't have Martha keeping track of all my patients' files, I might cut off the wrong leg," Doc laughed. John shuddered. "That's disgusting. Have you ever had to cut off a leg?" he asked curiously. "No, thank goodness." But I did need to sew half of an ear back on a man who got it nearly sliced off in a train robbery when he tried to stop him from robbing everyone. Good thing there are people like you and Adam who can handle the blood and gore. The cemetery would be a lot fuller if I had to deal with it. Doc laughed. Gore's not my favorite thing either. Let's talk about why I really came here. Well, I know it's not for the coffee. Carla's is much better. What can I do for you? Doc crossed his leg over his knee and gave John a smile. I think I may have something I can do for you. How would you like to go in on the stud farm with Joe and me? John's eyes widened. You want me to invest in the stud farm? Not just invest, John. We want you to be part of it. Physically, come on out and work with some of the animals. We need all the help we can get. Mary Sue being pregnant means we'll lose her soon. Joe's really okay with this? John asked excitedly. If so, I can come out every weekend and some evenings. I have a couple of ideas on advertising in Austin and Andover. I was planning on giving Mary Sue and Joe some money anyway to get things up and running. You are a generous soul, John. And it was Joe's idea. He also hopes you can help him keep Mary Sue off the horses when she gets farther along. That daughter of yours thinks that she can do everything. Do you know she has both of your grandkids up on ponies already? Pleasure wreathed John's face when he thought of his two grandchildren. Lizzie was closing in on 4 and could ride like a champ already. Joey, who was only 2.5, loved riding with anyone who would take him up in the saddle. He'd be riding alone as soon as he turned 3. Doc, it would be a dream come true to work with you all. Thanks for thinking of me. It's time for me to get on with the rest of my life. I'm not running for mayor again when my term is up next year. I was looking for something new to do. As Mary Sue keeps reminding me, I'm only 54, and I'm a widower, not a dead man. She wants me to be more social. John blushed. She wants me to find a woman. She doesn't like me being by myself in that big house. Well, she's right. Get back on the horse, John. You deserve someone in your life. You and I still have at least 20 good years left in us, and I don't know about you, but I plan on enjoying every minute of it. How about you come out to Joe's Saturday, and we'll get you caught up on all that we've done and what's left to be done, Doc said as he rose from the chair in front of John's desk. I'll be there. Thanks again, Caleb. Give Carla a big kiss for me. Doc gave John a wave and headed back outside. Chapter 7. Sam couldn't believe she'd been at the ranch a little over a month now. It had been the best time of her short life. Sam had been put in charge of all the animals on the ranch. She was in her glory. Every time she went into the fenced field with the sheep, they all came running. The first time Mrs. Dunbar had seen that happen, she had screamed in fright, thinking the 200 head of sheep would crush Sam. Jason had come running, and then laughed when he saw what had frightened his wife. He had stood next to her as they watched the sheep gather around Sam in a massive circle. Whenever Sam walked, they opened up like the Red Sea and let him through. Emma had stood in wonder and then whispered to Jason, You know my brother thinks there's something odd about Sam. He can't quite put his finger on it, but he thinks the boy is hiding something. Jason had nodded in agreement. Adam had said the same to him and had added he thought the boy might be exceptionally smart. The ranch hands and Luke also couldn't figure out the kid, but he did such a good job with the animals, they just shook their heads and accepted Sam as he was. Sam had no idea that she was the topic of so many discussions. The family was heading to their house in town. Jason wanted to be more involved in the stud farm, and now that John was part of it, Jason didn't want to be left out of the fun. Sam was coming with them because they wanted their young hand to work with the horses at the stud farm, and because Hank had mentioned he could use some help at the stables when he had heard about Sam's talent with animals. Sam would miss the ranch, and Mitzi and Luke and the 3 men. They had all treated her well. As it was their last night there, the men had decided to take her into town to celebrate. She hadn't wanted to go, but they wouldn't take no for an answer. Sam was worried. She wasn't really a drinker, and and she was afraid if she wasn't careful, something bad could happen. She didn't want to take the risk and perhaps be found out. She had been relieved that Adam had had little time to come back to the ranch so that she had been able to avoid him, even if she couldn't keep him out of her mind. Mark, Otis, and Herman came riding up beside her where she sat on Bandit. "You ready to head out and have some fun, Slim?" asked Mark. "I can't believe you haven't been in town yet," Otis said. "What do you do all night long after supper?" "The boy's always reading," said Herman. "Don't know what you find so exciting about reading a book. You should be living your life, not reading about someone else's." "I like to read. How do you think I learned how to beat y'all at every card game we played? And how do you think I learned how to heal animals? It's in the books," Sam said. "Well, no books tonight," said Otis. "Let's hit the trail, kid." Sam rode next to Herman, behind Mark and Otis. She prayed she could keep her wits about her. She pushed her hat lower on her head, touched her gun to make sure it was there, and prayed once more. The men rode through town and headed for a 3-story building at the far end of the street that stood by itself. Several horses were already tied up at the hitching post out front. Sam slid off a Bandit and looped the reins around the post. She looked up at the building. It was more like a big house, she realized, except it had a sign that read, "Madam Rules." The 3 men were already heading up the front steps to the door that stood open. Music and men's laughter floated from the interior. "Come on, kid. Time to have some fun. Time to get your first gal." Mark smacked Sam on the back and then dragged her inside. It was a dimly lit room. A bar ran all along one side of it. Many men leaned on the bar, drinking and talking loudly. There were about 6 large round tables set in the middle of the room. Sam could see men playing cards and smoking cigars. There were young women in bold red low-cut dresses delivering drinks to the men at the tables. The women wore bright lipstick and their cheeks were painted red. Sam started to get a sick feeling. This wasn't just a saloon. This was a whorehouse. Her brother had told her about them. He had only been to one once, but he had told Sam a little bit about it because she wouldn't let him alone until he did. Sam saw a young woman sitting on a man's lap in the corner of the room. She was kissing him, and he had his hand under her skirt. Sam did an about-face. No way was she staying here. A hand landed on her shoulder. "Where do you think you're going, Slim?" Otis said. "We bought you a going-away present. Can't let you leave us while you're still an innocent kid. Time for you to become a real man." Sam tried to squirm away from Otis, but his grip just tightened. "Madam Rule!" Otis called to an older woman dressed in a low-cut gown of purple who was sauntering toward their group. "Well, hello, boys." She smiled at each of them. "Haven't seen you in a few weeks. Where have you been?" "This kid here," Mark pointed at Sam, "has won so much money off of us playing cards that we couldn't afford to come last week," he admitted. "That's right," said Herman. "And tonight's his last night on the ranch for a few months, so we want to show him a good time. He's young and scared. You got any sweet gals that can ease him into becoming a man?" Madam Rule looked at Sam and smiled. She was a beautiful woman. Sam guessed she was in her mid-40s. "I have just the right girl for him. She's brand new. Room 4. You know where it is." Sam again tried to extricate herself from Otis's grip. "Calm down, kid. We're not leading you to slaughter." Herman laughed and took Sam's other arm. "It's rude not to accept a gift, kid, especially one that's so generous." Sam was beside herself as the men marched her up the stairs. What the hell was she going to do? She couldn't take her clothes off. She didn't want to take her clothes off. She knew she shouldn't have come. They reached door 4. Otis knocked on it, opened it, and pushed Sam inside and snapped it closed behind her. Sam tried to open the door, but one of the men must have been holding it. She had to stay, or they might come in and undress her themselves. Sam turned and looked about the room. A bed stood in the middle of the dim room. In the corner was a table and 2 chairs. In one of the chairs sat a young woman. Sam couldn't make out her face clearly in the dim light. "Well, hello," a husky voice said. The woman stood and walked towards Sam. She came under the light, and Sam could see that she was beautiful and very young, maybe her own age. She wore a pastel yellow gown. It didn't fit at all with the outfit Sam had seen the women downstairs wearing. The young woman looked Sam in the eyes, and then slowly peeled off one of her white gloves and tossed it on the bed. Sam watched in fascination, frozen to the spot where she stood. Another glove made its way onto the bed. The girl took another step towards Sam and then stopped again. This time, she reached for the buttons on her gown. She undid the first one, and then a second and a third. Sam began to sweat. She didn't know what to do. Was this young woman going to completely undress right in front of her? Sam had never seen anyone naked. She hadn't even seen her own mother naked that she could remember. She'd seen men take off their shirts when it was hot, and even then she felt she should look away. But Sam couldn't look away from the beautiful girl with the vibrant auburn hair and lilac eyes. Sam was spellbound. How could a woman have such confidence in herself to do this? How could a woman give herself to a stranger? "I'm Clarissa," she said as she came, and stood right in front of Sam. Her dress gaped open, and the lace of her chemise was visible. Sam swallowed nervously. "What's your name, handsome?" The girl placed her hand on one of Sam's shoulders. "Sam," she stuttered. The hand on Sam's shoulder began to shake violently. "I can't do it! I can't do it!" the young woman cried and turned and flung herself on the bed, weeping loudly. "I'm not a whore! I'm not a whore!" She wept so hard that Sam was afraid that she would make herself sick. What was going on here, she wondered. The girl had seemed so sure of herself. Sam crept to the bed. "Clarissa, it's all right. Stop crying. I don't want to be with you either. Please stop crying." Sam sat on the edge of the bed and gingerly patted the girl's heaving back. "Clarissa, please stop crying. I'm not going to hurt you. I can help you, I promise," Sam said reassuringly. Clarissa heaved a few deep breaths, then rolled over and sat up and frantically pushed herself away from Sam. Sam rose from the bed, dug into her pocket, and handed Clarissa her handkerchief. The girl took it and wiped her eyes and nose. Shuddery breaths still came from her, but she was beginning to calm down. "I'm not a whore," she mumbled into the handkerchief. "I'm not a man," Sam said. Horror filled her, and she sucked in her breath. Had she just said that out loud? Clarissa looked up at her in surprise. Her red rim eyes narrowed, and she looked at Sam suspiciously. "What do you mean you're not a man? You look like one and you dress like one." Sam went to the table and picked up one of the chairs and placed it facing Clarissa. She sat down with an unladylike thump. "I'm a woman who ran away from home a little over a month ago. I dressed like a boy in order to be safe and to get a job." Now Clarissa sucked in her breath. "You're a girl? You ran away from home too?" Clarissa studied Sam carefully and then shook her head in wonder. "You look and sound like a boy. How do you do it?" Sam answered in her natural voice. "What do you mean you ran away too?" she asked. It felt good to just speak normally again. Clarissa smiled. "Now you sound like a girl. You're amazing. How did you get the mustache and sideburns?" Sam smiled back at the girl. Clarissa was no longer afraid. She was intrigued. "I used kohl. I darkened my eyebrows, put kohl on the fine hairs above my lips, and rubbed some dirt lightly on my cheeks. I cut off all my hair, and I wear a hat as often as possible." "What do you mean you ran away too? Is someone after you? Are you in danger?" I ran away a little less than a week ago. My father was going to marry me off to some disgusting old man. I couldn't do it. I had to leave." "What in the world is wrong with fathers?" Sam hissed angrily. "My father tried to marry me off to a pious idiot. There was no way I was going to spend the rest of my life with a bully of a man who's dumber than a chicken. Clarissa let out a timid laugh. Oh my, he sounds awful. Oh, Sam, you're so brave and so smart. I wish I had the sense you did. Look where I ended up. Tears leaked from Clarissa's eyes. What if a real man had come in here? I would have been ruined. I've never been with a man. I'm only 18. Clarissa shuddered with horror at the thought of what might have unfolded tonight. Don't think about it. Tell me more about why you ran away. I'm from Philadelphia. My father's a banker. We're rich, but apparently we are newly rich. That, thought Sam, would explain the beautiful gown Clarissa was wearing. My father wants to marry me off to an old money family and raise his status among the elite of Philadelphia. He picked a man who's 45, fat and smokes cigars. I was horrified. I begged and begged my father to choose someone else, but he refused and called me an ungrateful bitch and threatened to beat me if I didn't agree to get married. Clarissa looked on the verge of crying again. Sam looked back at her in shock. Even when her father was being unreasonable, he never swore at her, let alone lay his hands on her. How did you get away? Sam asked curiously. Well, first I went to my mother, but she refused to help me. She's just as obsessed with money as my father. My parents were going out one night to some charity event. I packed a small bag, took my pin money, and left. I went to the train station and bought a ticket for New York City. I stayed on the train for 3 stops and then got out and purchased a ticket for as far west as I could go with what money I had left. Why didn't you continue to New York? Sam asked, puzzled. The city's too big and too expensive. I knew I wouldn't last long there. Then why did you head that way in the first place? Sam was getting more confused. Because my father will send someone to look for me. And if he thinks I went to New York, he'll spend months looking for me there because it's so big. No one will ever think to look for me in Texas. That's brilliant, Sam nodded at Clarissa. You left them a trail they'll be sniffing at for a long time. You have a devious mind. I like it. Sam smiled at Clarissa, and she smiled back. Now the question is, continued Sam, how did you end up here at Madame Rule's? Elizabethtown was as far as I could get with my money. I was hungry. This is the first place I came across. I knocked on the back door and the cook answered. I told her I was looking for work. She looked at me funny because I was wearing a silk dress. I told her that my parents had died and an uncle had taken everything and thrown me out of my home. She was nice enough to take me in, but after only 2 days she was getting very frustrated with me as I don't know how to cook or do anything or even clean properly. She was actually ready to throw me out when Madame Rule came into the kitchen. Madame took one look at me and brought me into her study. Clarissa frowned at the memory. Madame Rule kept plying me with questions, but I stuck to the story that I had told the cook. I don't think she believed me. She kept looking at me oddly. Then she let me have this room. It was so strange. Clarissa scrunched up her forehead. She didn't say anything about me working as a prostitute. But one of the girls came in the next day and taught me some of the tricks of the trade. I was horrified. I planned on leaving, but I didn't have any money. I've been up here for 3 nights waiting for someone to come in. It's been awful. No one ever did come up until you did tonight. You gave me such a fright. I can imagine I did. You gave me a fright, too. Can you imagine me taking off my clothes and a prostitute finding out I was a girl? Both girls looked at each other and then broke into laughter. It was all too absurd. Clarissa stopped laughing and looked sober again. I still don't know what I'm going to do. I can't believe Madame Rule has let me stay here these last 3 nights without paying her. I can't remain here. I know that for sure now. I almost had a heart attack when I heard the knock on the door. But where can I go? Clarissa nibbled on her lip nervously. Sam sat up straighter in the chair. I think I have an idea. Clarissa looked at her hopefully. "Do you like children?" Sam asked. Clarissa nodded. "I love children, but how is that going to help me?" "The family I work for is looking for a nanny. They have a little boy and the cutest twin girls. Mrs. Dunbar needs help, as she's involved in so many committees and stuff like that around town. You could be the new nanny," Sam said excitedly. "It would be so wonderful. We could be friends, and you would know I was a girl. I would have someone to talk to. What do you think?" "I would love to, but I can't just walk up and say, 'Hire me, please.'" "No, that's true," agreed Sam. "I could introduce you. See, the thing is, the Dunbars are pretty special people. I've heard the Hands talk about them. Both of them lost their parents when they were young, and I know that Mrs. Dunbar was attacked by her boss when she was a teacher at a school in Austin. Her friend, Mrs. Bauer, was attacked too by someone on her grandparents' ranch. Mrs. Dunbar is always helping people who are in trouble. She gets really angry when she hears about women being abused. If you tell her your story, I'm sure she'd give you a chance. Like I said, they're some of the kindest people I've ever met. They took me in." Clarissa still looked doubtful. She had never come across anyone she would call really kind. Everyone in her parents' world was always trying to one-up the next person. You were more likely to be stabbed in the back than given a helping hand. "I'll walk back here tomorrow morning and get you and bring you back to the house. I'm sure it'll work. What do you have to lose?" Sam said honestly. Clarissa snorted. "Only my virginity and my morals." "All right, you're right. I have nothing to lose. I'll talk to Madame Rule tomorrow. I'll tell her I'm getting a new job, and I'll pay her back for the use of her room. I hope she won't be too angry or threaten me for owing her money." "We'll deal with that whenever we have to." Sam stood up and put the chair back. "I better get going before they all come looking for me. I'm sure I've been up here a lot longer than is normal." Clarissa gave Sam a quick hug. Thank you for dropping into my life. I think we'll be great friends. I'm feeling hopeful about my life for the first time since I turned 18 and I was told I was to marry." When Sam got back downstairs, she got slapped on the back so many times that she figured she'd be bruised for a month. She saw Madame Rule across the room give her a strange look. A glass appeared in front of her face. Herman was laughing. "Have a drink, Slim. You must be downright parched. You was up there so long." He shoved the glass into Sam's hand and then clinked his to hers. He downed the drink in one swallow. Sam sniffed the drink and almost gagged. It was potent. She took a small sip and really gagged. It was like fire burning down her throat. She coughed, and her eyes watered. All three men began to laugh. "You may be a man now, kid, but you still got a lot to learn," Otis said. "You don't sip whiskey, son. You down it in one swallow." Otis tipped his glass back and drank down the liquid like it was sugar water. "Thanks, but, I don't plan on being sick all day tomorrow," said Sam. "I'm heading out. You all keep enjoying yourselves. I got to get up early and help with the moving. Thanks again, boys. I'll miss you guys." Before the men could even react, Sam was out the door mounting Bandit and heading back to safety. What a night she had had. Sam smiled as she rode back to the ranch. The moon was full. It was a nice night for October, and she had made a friend. She had someone who knew she was a girl. Sam hadn't realized how much she missed having a female companion. She hummed a tune as she rode on. Chapter 8. Clarissa had finished breakfast and was pacing nervously in the big room downstairs. It was so different during the morning, so quiet without all the men drinking, gambling, and whoring. What a pretty house this could be, she thought as she looked around. So many windows, but all of them were covered with dark red curtains. Clarissa went to a window and pulled aside the heavy drapes. Light streamed in. She went to the second set of windows and pulled the drapes open. She turned to look at the room now that the sunlight was allowed to enter. The wood banister gleamed. The mirror behind the bar reflected the light, and the glassware sparkled. The wooden floors shone, and the carpet, she realized, was a soft rose color, not dark red as she had previously thought. The wallpaper was a light color with sprinkles of gold in it. With the right kind of furniture, this room would be lovely. It also needed to be aired out. The smell of cigars still permeated the room. Clarissa went to the front door and opened it, and then went to the other end of the room and opened another door. Immediately a breeze blew through. A vase with white flowers sat in a dark corner. Clarissa moved it to one of the round tables in the middle of the room. She went to the bar and brought back 2 crystal glasses and placed them on the table. Glancing around the room once more, Clarissa could not believe the difference. It was actually inviting. She wished she had a house like this to decorate. She hadn't even been allowed to decorate her own room. Her mother had hired a professional to redo the house. Clarissa had hated it. All the chairs were uncomfortable. The house was like a museum. There was no playing at the Osborne house. The piano needed to be moved too. It was in a dark corner. It should be between the 2 windows on the south side of the room. It would show off the pretty wood. Clarissa wondered if anyone even played it. There was a lovely fireplace, but there were too many items on the mantel. It overwhelmed the dainty white marble. Clarissa took down a gaudy statue, 3 of the 6 candle holders, and a big urn. She rearranged the remaining items, then stepped back and smiled at the results. "How pretty you are," Clarissa said to the fireplace. "Very pretty," a voice said behind Clarissa. Clarissa spun around. Madame Rule stood there in a pretty day gown, looking around the room in surprise. "Oh, Madame Rule, I'm so sorry. I don't know what got into me. I was waiting for you to come down, and I got so nervous I just started moving a few things around. I'm so sorry." Clarissa wrung her hands and stood planted to the spot, terrified to move. Madame Rule began to wander around the room, looking at it as though it was the first time she had seen it. "I hadn't realized how dark it was in here all the time. The curtains are much too heavy for this room. It's actually quite a lovely room," Madame Rule said as she turned back and looked at Clarissa. "I knew you didn't belong here, my dear. I was surprised you lasted 3 nights. I had a feeling when that young man went to your room that you would come running out, frightened out of your wits. But you didn't. That truly puzzled me. Am I wrong, and you actually want to work here?" Clarissa stared at Madame Rule in surprise. "You know I don't belong here? What do you mean?" "Come now, child. You're from a good family. Your clothes and your manners give you away." Madame Rule looked at Clarissa. "Am I wrong?" Clarissa shook her head. Madame Rule continued. "You were an innocent, but perhaps no longer?" Madame Rule's eyebrows rose in question. "I'm still innocent." Clarissa blushed, embarrassed by the conversation. "Interesting. Our young man could not, perform?" Clarissa blushed even more scarlet. No, I was scared. I cried. He was kind. He didn't force himself on me. Actually, we just talked for a while. That's why I wanted to talk to you." "Well, why don't we sit at the lovely table you've decorated and have a chat?" Madame Rule sat at the table and beckoned for Clarissa to sit. Clarissa sat and folded her hands in her lap. "Madame Rule, you've been so kind to me. I'm not sure why, but I appreciate you allowing me to stay here and you feeding me without me, without me entertaining the men. I'm not sure why you sent the boy to my room last night, but it did make me realize I can't do this." Madame Rule smiled. "Yes, dear, I'm glad you figured it out. I thought the young lad looked rather frightened himself. He had no way of getting away from his rather brutish friends. That is why I sent him to you. Seems to have worked out." She had also sent one of the girls up to show Clarissa some of the things men wanted from a woman. She had thought that would bring the young lady down the stairs screaming, but Clarissa had a stronger backbone than she had realized. "Yes, I did. We were talking. He mentioned that he works for a family who's looking for a nanny. He thought he might be able to get me the job. He says they're very special people and would want to help me." "And who might this wonderful couple be?" Madame Rule asked curiously. Sam said he works for the Dunbars. Ah, the Dunbars. Yes, I know them. Jason used to be the sheriff. He was always kind to me and protected my girls. He never stepped foot in this place except to throw someone out of it. He married that darling schoolteacher, Emma. Yes, that's them. Sam said they like to help those who have been mistreated or are needy. Sam said they took him in. Sam is the young boy's name. I thought perhaps the name was short for something much longer. Clarissa started and looked at Madame Rule closely. Did she suspect something? Did she guess Sam was a girl? No, he just said his name was Sam. Clarissa needed to change the subject. Madam, I want to pay you back for your kindness. As soon as I receive my wages, I'll bring them to you. You took me in when I had nowhere else to go. You are truly a caring person, and I'll never forget you. Madame Rule looked at the young woman fondly. How like her she had been when she was young. Had her story turned out differently? But it hadn't. You're welcome, and I hope you get the job. Emma was about to lose her mind. The wagon had been loaded the night before. All they were bringing were their winter clothes and some toys for the children. The house in town was well stocked. Last year, the 20-minute drive had been a breeze. Last year, she had only had Calvin to deal with, as the twins had just slept all the way to town. This year, all three were giddy with excitement. Emma was ready to tie Calvin down to the bench before he launched himself out of the wagon. Both girls wiggled and craned their necks, trying to see where their daddy was. Jason was riding Duke, and Sam was on Bandit. Calvin Dunbar, if I have to tell you to sit down one more time, you will not be able to sit down for a week. Calvin plopped down on the bench and scowled at her furiously. I want to ride with Sam, Mama. Why can't I ride with Sam? Calvin stood up again and yelled at Sam. Can I ride with you, Sam? Can I please? Sam rode up next to the wagon. I'll take him, if you'd like, Sam said to Emma. I don't mind. He's a good little rider. He's not your responsibility. I know you and Jason were talking about the stud farm. You should not have to watch over a boy who is not behaving himself. I'll behave, said Calvin. I promise. Emma stopped the wagon. Sam pulled Bandit up to the side and reached for the boy. Calvin flung himself at Sam, who caught him, and put him in the saddle in front of her. You take the reins, like I showed you, and be very gentle. No yanking on 'em, Sam said. Calvin took the reins and immediately settled down. He took the job of horse riding seriously. Emma laughed and shook her head. Papa, I want to ride with you, Hannah said. Jason smiled at his daughter and took her up with him. He looked at Melinda. Can you help your mama drive the wagon? I don't think she can do it by herself. Melinda nodded happily and climbed into her mother's lap and put her hands over Emma's gloved ones. Me ready. Go, horsey. Finally, they were on their way, and Emma sighed. 3 toddlers were a lot of work. She would be talking to Mary Sue about who she might know who could make a good nanny. Sam couldn't be happier with the way the drive was going. She had been watching Mrs. Dunbar. She had her hands full this morning. These 3 were active and curious children. Clarissa's prospects were looking better. Sam hoped that she'd been able to talk to Madame Rule and get herself away from there. As soon as they got to town, Sam would go get Clarissa. Sam knocked on Madame Rule's door, not sure of the etiquette when it came to visiting a brothel in the morning hours. The door was flung open, and Clarissa threw herself at Sam. You came! I told you I would come, Sam laughed. Can you come with me? Did you speak with Madame Rule? I can, and I did. She was so nice about it. She really is a lovely woman. Madame Rule came to the front door. Good morning, Sam. I hear you're taking Clarissa to the Dunbars. I'm happy to hear that. They're very good people. Yes, ma'am. I'm pretty sure Mrs. Dunbar will hire Clarissa. The ride into town was quite eventful. Clarissa picked up her bag, and Sam took it from her. Thank you, Madame Rule. Thank you for everything. Clarissa impulsively hugged the woman. I'll be back with the money I owe you. Come on, Sam, I'm a nervous wreck. I need to know if this is going to work out." Madame Rule watched the two leave. The two young women fighting for a place in a harsh world. Madame Rule shook her head. People were so blind. They saw only what they wanted to see. She had seen that Clarissa was from a good family, and she had seen that Sam was a young woman in disguise. Both girls were careful and smart. They would make it. She wished she had been so lucky. But everyone just saw her as Madame now, and no one had helped her when she was in need. Clarissa was shaking like a leaf when they reached the Dunbars. What would she do if they said no? Sam took her arm and led her up the stairs of a 2-story house that sat on a tree-lined street with other well-kept homes. It was a nice street, quiet, but only one street off of Main Street. This is how she wished she had grown up, in a house with neighbors close by and a yard in the back. When they reached the front door, Clarissa could hear children crying. Sam knocked on the door and then let them in. "Mrs. Dunbar, it's me, Sam. I have someone who might be able to lend you a hand." Emma was holding both girls, who were crying. Calvin was hanging on her skirts and begging to go outside. Sam pulled Clarissa deeper into the room. When Clarissa saw the two little girls crying, she went to Emma and held out her arms to one of the girls. "Why are you crying, sweetheart?" Both children quit crying and stared at the stranger with the beautiful red hair. Melinda reached out and touched Clarissa's hair and fell into Clarissa's arms. "Pretty hair," she said, pulling on a curl next to Clarissa's ear. Clarissa laughed. "I think you have pretty hair, too." Melinda squirmed in her mother's arms and held out her arms to Clarissa. She took the little girl and settled her on her other hip. Melinda reached up in fascination also and gave the curl on the other ear a soft tug. It bounced jauntily, and both girls giggled. Emma stood amazed. Her girls were usually cautious when it came to strangers, but they had no fear of this young woman. Emma looked at Sam curiously, her eyebrows raised. Clarissa had set both girls down and seated herself on the carpet. "I have something to show you all. You too, Calvin." Calvin crept over to the girl, who was sitting in the best spot in the house, the floor. The three children gathered around Clarissa. She reached into her bag and brought out what looked like 4 old gloves. She put one of the gloves on her hand and then turned so that her palm faced the children. All 3 oohed and awed. There was a face on the glove. It had eyes, nose, brows, and a smiley mouth. Each finger had yarn on it to look like hair. Clarissa waggled her fingers. "Hello, children. My name is Gomer. What's yours?" The twins clapped, and Calvin hooted. "My name's Calvin. These are my sisters, Hannah and Melinda." "Well, nice to meet you. Do you think you could help me with my friends?" The children nodded enthusiastically. Clarissa picked up the other gloves and put one on each child's hand. They all had different faces sewn on them. Within seconds, all 4 of them had an animated conversation going on and forgot that their mother was even in the room. Emma pulled Sam to the side. "Who is she, and where did you find this miracle worker?" "She worked in the kitchen at the saloon the men dragged me into last night. I didn't want to drink, so I looked for somewhere to hide out. I found Clarissa in the kitchen. The cook was yelling at her because apparently Clarissa is not much of a cook. She was about to throw her out into the street. Long story short, I spoke with Clarissa, and she said she loved children and wanted to be a nanny, but that she had only just arrived in town and didn't know anyone. I knew you were looking for someone, so I went and got her. I think she needs help, Mrs. Dunbar. She's all on her own, just like me." "I swear, Sam, now you're a nanny whisperer. She seems like a very nice young lady. That's a mighty expensive dress she's wearing. Why would someone dressed like that need to work?" Sam stuck with the story Clarissa had said to her earlier. "Her parents died, and her uncle took over everything and threw her out." Sam could see anger on Emma's face and knew that Clarissa would be safe. The Dunbars would step in like they always did. Chapter 9. Adam was happy that Emma and Jason were back in town. He would be able to look in on them more often and keep an eye on Sam. Adam had been too busy to head out to the ranch more than a couple of times in the last month. It seemed everyone was sick or injured or wanted him to participate in one town event or the other. He was ready to go to Emma's and get a home-cooked meal. Carla was in Austin visiting her daughters and granddaughters. Doc and he had been on their own for over a week. Doc was going to Joe's tonight, along with John and Jason. Adam would get his sister to himself for a change. Emma mentioned that she had found a nanny for the children. Well, actually, she had said Sam had found the girl. Sam. The kid could do no wrong. Adam was beginning to wonder if the kid was from outer space. He could fix any problem presented to him, and he just needed to snap his fingers and whomever anyone needed would come running. It was disconcerting, to say the least. Adam arrived at his sister's house, knocked on the door, and let himself in. It was awfully quiet. Where was everyone? "Emma, where is everyone?" he called out. Emma came out of the kitchen with a big smile on her face. "There you are." She hugged Adam. "I feel like I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. Come into the dining room. The meal's ready. I can't wait to hear how things are going for Dr. Adam Brown." Adam looked around again. "Where are my nieces and nephews?" Emma smiled happily. "My new nanny, Clarissa's upstairs with them, giving them their baths. They'll be down in a while to see their Uncle Adam." "Where did Sam, the miracle worker, find this young woman? Are you sure it's safe to leave the children with her? What do you know about her?" Emma giggled. "Sam is a miracle worker, and Clarissa is God sent. I haven't had much time to question her, but I know she's from a good family and lost her parents. You know I can't turn away anyone who's had such a tragedy in her life." Adam sighed. "I know, sis. You want to save everyone. You're a good woman. I also know Jason would not just let anyone take care of his kids, so I'll let it go. I just keep wondering how Sam seems to involve himself in everything that goes on around here. I just don't trust that kid." Emma looked at her brother. "You have quite the grudge against Sam. What did he ever do to you?" "It's not that he did anything to me. It's just that something's off about him. I can't explain it. It's just a feeling." "Well, he's been our savior, so you need to relax and let him be. Come on, let's eat." Half an hour later, Adam sat back and groaned happily. "That was delicious, Emma. Your stew's the best. It was always my favorite meal that you made when we lived above the post office." "Speaking of our old rooms, I ran into Delilah. She said a widow and her son moved into our rooms. She doesn't know much about her. She works at the reservation desk at the new hotel, and her son started at school a few weeks ago. He's 12. They've been in town less than 2 months. I can't wait to meet her. I hope she'll be willing to join a few of the social committees. We could use some new blood." "I know we only lived in those rooms for less than a year, but it seems funny someone else calling it home. Lots of good memories there." "Life-changing things happened for us there," Adam said reminiscently. Tears swam in Emma's eyes. "Yes, our lives changed drastically when we came here. It feels like a fairy tale. All your wishes can come true. All of mine have. Now I hope all yours will." "What more could I want? I have everything I need." "I want you to find someone special, Adam, like I did. I want you to be as happy as I am and start a family." "Whoa, sis, slow down. I'm in no rush." "Uncle Adam! Uncle Adam! I need to show you something." Calvin ran in his nightclothes, hair wet and his cheeks shining. He dove onto his uncle's lap and hugged him hard. "You have to meet our new nanny. She's super nice and really pretty." "I'd be honored to meet your new nanny. Where is she?" Calvin pointed up the stairs, and Adam saw a vision in blue walk down the stairs. His mouth fell open, and he couldn't take his eyes off of the beautiful redhead in a blue gown. She held a twin by each hand, talking to the girls as they descended the steps. Adam felt like he had been socked in the gut. Then he realized he had been socked in the gut. Calvin had hit him, trying to get his attention. "What's wrong with you, Uncle Adam? Did you swallow a fly?" Adam shut his mouth and looked down at his nephew. The boy wiggled off his lap and ran to the vision. "Clarissa, you need to meet my Uncle Adam. He's a doctor and real smart. but I think he swallowed a fly." Adam choked and then coughed. He could feel a blush creeping up his neck. Leave it to a 3-year-old to make him look a fool. It was as if Calvin was taking lessons from Sam as to how to make fun of him. Adam rose from his chair. "It's nice to meet you, Clarissa. My sister says you're doing an amazing job, and obviously the children are taken with you." Clarissa looked up at the tall, handsome man and now understood what Sam had meant. He was too good-looking. No wonder Sam became tongue-tied around him. Poor girl had to pretend to be a boy. It must be excruciating. Sam had told Clarissa all about Adam. Sam had scoffed and bad-mouthed him, but Clarissa had felt there must be something special there. Now she knew. Sam was falling in love with Adam. That explained her strange behavior. And that meant Clarissa would do everything in her power to get the two of them together. Sam had saved her life. Clarissa wanted to save Sam's. Doc and John watched from behind the fence as Joe and Jason brought out the new stud they'd all purchased. He was a beauty, 16 hands high and as black as his name, Midnight. His coat shone in the early evening sunlight. Doc whistled, and John hooted. "We've got ourselves a beauty in this one," Doc called out. Joe couldn't stop smiling. "Wait till Mary Sue sees him. I'm going to have to tackle her to the ground to keep her off him. He still needs a little training. If Mary Sue wasn't with child, she'd be the best to break him in. But since she is, I guess I'll have to be the one." "You don't sound too upset by that," called John. "Bring him closer to the fence so we can get a good look at him." Jason took the lead from Joe and walked the horse over to the two men. "What do you think? Midnight and Princess. What a foal the two of them will make. Wish it was springtime already." "We are well on our way," said Joe, leaning on the fence. "2 studs who are ready to mate, 2 colts Princess gave us in the last 3 years, and 2 mares worth mating. Give us a couple of years, and we'll be known throughout Texas. Just you wait." "I already told Bob Sanchez about Midnight. He wants to mate his Siren with him. Siren's a fine filly," Jason said. "I spoke with the Townsends again," John said. "I should be closing the deal for the 25 acres that are next to Joe's property line next week." "I knew having a mayor as a partner was a good idea," said Joe. "Even if he is my father-in-law. Comes in handy to have a businessman in the family." "Speaking of mayoring, I need to get back to town and check in with my staff. I normally don't take off this early, but I wanted to see the horse." "I'll head back with you," said Doc. "I need to check in on Adam. I've pretty much left him to his own devices. I never knew how wonderful it was to not have to have so many responsibilities. Carla said she thinks I've shed 5 years of aging off me. It feels damn good." "I'm hoping I get some of that effect when I retire next year," John smiled at Doc. "Can't let you run circles around me as I'm younger than you." "Not by much, old man," Doc laughed. "Not by much." The two men saddled up, and 10 minutes later they reached the outskirts of town. Sam couldn't believe how her life had changed in just a couple of months. She went from a young girl with no power, no real future, and being thrown at a man she hated, to a young man who worked for people who let her do as she thought fit for the animals. No one had questioned her as of yet, but instead complimented her on her work. It was a heady feeling to be appreciated. And even better, she had a new friend who knew she was a girl. She and Clarissa had spent hours talking together and laughing. Clarissa had every evening free after the children were put to bed. She and Clarissa spent time walking and talking, or Sam would meet her in the small sitting room that was next to Clarissa's bedroom. She would watch Clarissa sew while they talked. She was amazing with a needle and thread. She had already made Sam a new shirt out of one of Jason's old ones that Emma was going to throw away because the cuffs were frayed. Clarissa had asked to have it and had transformed it. She had changed out the collar and the cuffs and the pocket. Using a darker blue than the light blue of the shirt, she made the shirt look new and fashionable. The different shades of blue were something Sam had never seen before. Emma hadn't even believed it was the same shirt. Clarissa had had to convince her. "Did you create those crazy glove puppets?" Sam asked her one night while they sat in the sitting room. Sam watched while Clarissa sewed something for the twins. Yes, I didn't have a lot of children to play with, so I made the puppets out of the gloves I had when I was a kid. I never throw anything away. Instead, I try to find a way to prolong its life. The puppets kept me company. I made up whole plays with them. They were pretty much my best friends when I was a kid. I always thought my life was a little tough. I mean, I liked what my family did, but there were times when food was a bit scarce or work in the heat almost killed us. But I was never lonely. There were always kids around to play with. I'm sorry you grew up so isolated. It must have been tough, Sam said sympathetically. I think it was because I was so protected and bored is why I'm so happy now. I love taking care of the children. I love not having to watch every word I say to make sure I'm being ladylike. I especially love having a friend like you, Clarissa said, her heart full with her great fortune. Who would have thought she could be so happy being absolutely dirt poor and having to rely on herself to provide for herself? She, Clarissa Osborne, worked for a living. Her parents would faint if they knew. I'm equally happy you're here. I really think we're both going to make something of ourselves. I just wish I could do it as a woman instead of a man, Sam said disgustedly. If I put on a dress and went out to that barn and did everything I'm doing now, they all suddenly wouldn't trust me because I'm a girl. It's unfair and it makes me mad. I know. I sometimes wonder if things will ever change, especially when there are women like my mother, who just buys clothes and jewelry, and she does everything men ask of her. It's like she doesn't have a mind of her own. I refuse to be like that. I'm going to be my own person and make my own money one of these days. I'm going to make the decisions, not some man. I'm never going to get married, Clarissa said adamantly. Well, you keep sewing like you do, and you'll be able to open your own shop. I've never seen anything so beautiful, Sam said, nodding at the dresses Clarissa was making for the twins. You have a way of putting colors together that I never thought would work. And the way you took in my pants so I no longer have to tie a rope around my waist to keep them up is a godsend. Clarissa blushed at the compliment. Believe me, with my red hair, I've had to work hard to find colors that would go with my hair and my skin. I'm glad I could help with the pants. I noticed you tugging them up all the time. Clarissa sighed dreamily. Do you really think that I could own a shop one day? That would be my greatest wish. Put your mind to it, and you'll be successful. Mrs. Dunbar is going to go crazy when she sees these dresses, Sam said. Sam sunk deeper into the chair she was sitting in. I'm so frustrated, Sam said, changing the subject. What's the matter? Clarissa looked up at Sam in concern. I've been through every book in the Dunbar sitting room, but there's nothing on animal care. I've asked Doc Carver if he has any medical books on animal care, but he said that all he has are a few pamphlets on horse breeding. There just isn't much out there. Everything I've learned has been through trial and error. I wish I could read something from someone who works with animals. Well, have you tried the lending library? Clarissa asked. Well, that's what Doc suggested, but he was doubtful, as he and Doc, number 2, are the ones who donated medical books. And I haven't had the time yet, as we just got into town a week ago. Stop calling Dr. Brown Doc 2. If he ever hears you, he's going to be mad. Sam just gave one of her unladylike snorts and sank deeper into the chair. You know, there is a veterinarian school in Philadelphia where I come from, Clarissa informed Sam. I heard my father talk about it. Really? A whole school just to learn about how to deal with animals? That would be my dream. But right now, I would be happy with one book or periodical or pamphlet that could tell me anything. Tell you anything about what? Adam asked from the doorway of the room. Sam sat up straight in her chair and stared at Adam. Adam frowned at her and turned to Clarissa. And how are you this evening, Miss Osborne? You look lovely in that gown. My sister said you've been extraordinarily helpful putting an outfit together for her for the town dance this weekend, and she said these words, "She sews like a dream." Clarissa blushed and smiled at Adam. Thank you. I love anything to do with clothing and sewing. I'm glad I could help." Clarissa glanced at Sam and saw she was staring daggers into Adam's back. She needed to do something to get Adam's attention off of her and onto Sam. Dr. Brown." "Please, call me Adam." Adam, Sam was just asking about a medical book for healing animals. Would you have any idea where he could find any?" Clarissa bit her inside of her lip and glanced at Sam. That was almost a disaster. Adam looked at Sam in surprise. "You want to read a medical book? You?" "What are you so shocked about, Doc?" Sam glared at him. "I can read, you know. Is it a crime to want to be able to do my job better?" "I didn't mean it like that. I just meant medical books are not enjoyable reading. I thought you might like to read a novel." "I want to read about healing animals. Animals should get as much attention as humans get. We use them for everything, including food," Sam said more calmly. "You're right," Adam agreed. "Animals are oftentimes treated cruelly or just left to die when they're no longer useful." Clarissa thought this was a good time to make an exit, as the two of them were actually talking instead of sniping at each other. "Excuse me, I need to get more thread." Clarissa left quickly before Sam could stop her. "If you come by my office, I have some books and periodicals I can let you borrow," Adam said, looking curiously at Sam. He had been right. The kid had a brain. "You have books on doctoring animals? I thought you were a human doctor." "There's a vet school in Boston where I went to school. When I had free time, I went there and looked around. I became friends with one of the doctors. I'm interested in all medicine. I picked up some books there, and I keep in contact with my friend." "You would really let me borrow the books?" Sam could barely keep her excitement contained. "I mean, I could bring them here and take my time reading them?" she asked hopefully. "I don't see why not. You're working for my brother-in-law. If you can learn anything that could save one of the animals or anyone's animals, it would be a good thing. I get asked a lot to come out to the farms to look at sick animals. Some I can help and some I can't. And as I get busier doctoring those humans you mentioned, I have less time for our four-legged friends." "I would take really good care of the books, I promise." Sam held her breath. She had to have those books. She'd lost a sheep last week and didn't know why. It killed her to lose an animal, any animal. "Well, come on by any time you're free. If I'm not there, Martha can give them to you." Adam wondered if Sam would start one of the tomes and then just give up. It was dry reading for anyone not in the medical field. But he was impressed the kid wanted to try. "I'll come by tomorrow if that's okay," Sam said. "Yeah, that'd be fine," Adam said, and then turned towards the door when he heard Clarissa return. "Oh, Miss Osborne, I was wondering if you would like to attend the dance with me this weekend." Clarissa looked past Adam's shoulder to where Sam stood. Sam felt like she'd been gut-punched. I need to ask Mr. Dunbar something. Excuse me, please." She fled through the door, afraid if she didn't get out of there, she would start crying. This was the first time she truly regretted not being a girl. She would love to go to a dance. She loved dancing. She hadn't had many opportunities, but the few times that she had danced, she had found so much joy in it, even the one time she deigned to dance with Emmett. Tears did start to roll down Sam's cheeks. Clarissa was so beautiful and sweet. Of course Adam would be attracted to her. She was happy for her friend, but she was so unhappy for herself. She went to her room behind the kitchen, flung herself on the small bed, and cried hard over the fact that she couldn't be her true self. Chapter 10. "Mama, I think you should go to the dance on Saturday. All the kids at school said their parents are going. It's at the hotel you work at. You can't just work there every day and then not go to a dance that they're putting on. That's crazy," Benji said as he spooned another piece of potato into his mouth. "We've been here for 2 months now. It's safe. Pa isn't going to find us, and I'm old enough to stay by myself for a few hours that you're gone." Sarah looked up from her bowl and studied her son. He truly did not look afraid. This town had done wonders for them in such a short time. Sarah was so grateful to her best friend back in Chicago for telling her about Elizabethtown. Sally's uncle had lived in Elizabethtown for the last 20 years of his life. He'd moved there after losing his wife. He needed a new town and a new beginning, and he apparently had found it here. He often wrote to his sister, Sally's mother, about all the wonderful people who lived here. He loved the quiet town and the friendly people, and only being a couple of hours away from Austin. He was able to make a decent living making rocking chairs and tables. Sadly, he had died last year. He had been in his late 70s. Sally had no idea that the story she told Sarah about Elizabethtown had made such an impact on her. Sarah told no one she was leaving and told no one where she was going. It was the only way to stay safe from a man with a vicious temper who liked to use his fists on his wife. Sarah had never really thought of leaving. She had married the man, and it was her duty to stay married to him. But when Benji had come home unexpectedly from school because he was sick and heard her screaming, he had run into his parents' bedroom and saw his father beating her. He had screamed in fright, throwing himself at his father, yelling for him to stop. Richard had stopped, but he had flung Benji up against the wall so hard that Benji had had the wind knocked out of him. Richard had stormed out of the room and had presumably headed to one of the saloons to drink and play cards. Richard had never hurt Benji before. He knew a kid wouldn't be able to hide his bruises, so Sarah had always been his punching bag. When he had touched Benji, that was it for Sarah. She took the secret stash of money he hid under the floorboard, grabbed as many clothes as they could carry, and left without a word to anyone. "Ma, did you hear me? I think you should go." Sarah smiled at her son. He was 12 and wanted to show her that he could be the man of the family. "Sweetheart, I'm too old to go to a dance. Besides, I don't really know anyone." "You're not old. Miss Denton, the upper-class teacher's old. She has to be at least 50. You're only 44. Sarah had to laugh. "You do realize that I will be 50 in only 6 years? I guess I'll be an old biddy before I know it." "Ma, you're missing the point. You should go to the dance. You love to dance. I heard you tell Sally that you used to go dancing when you were young before you met Pa." "Yes, I love to dance, but I'm not leaving you here by yourself." "Miss Denton told me that she would go with you." "You were talking to Miss Denton about me?" Sarah asked, surprised. "No, Miss Denton told me to tell you that she would go with you. She knows you're new in town. She said she's spoken with you at the hotel." "Well, yes, we've spoken. She's a very nice woman." "Well, she said you would meet a lot of nice people there." "It would be fun, but I'm not leaving you here by yourself, so that ends that." "Ha! I knew you would say that, and I told Miss Denton so. She said her niece, who's 15, can come stay with me, so you get to go." Ben gave a smug smile. "My, don't you just have everything figured out?" "Yep, and you can wear your blue dress. You look really pretty in it." Sarah smiled at her son. He called her pretty. Her husband had too at one time. Sarah sighed sadly. What had happened to her life? Could she really start over? Go out and smile and laugh like she used to? It seemed so long ago that she was a carefree young woman. She looked at Benji again. His head was bent over the potato soup, and he was slurping it rather loudly. He was her number one priority, and if he wanted her to go out, she was going to do it. She knew he worried about her. That was not his job. He was a young boy who needed a strong and happy mother. The restaurant and lobby had been totally transformed. The tables were pushed back against the wall. They had white tablecloths on them and white candles. Each table could seat 8. There was a huge area for dancing, and the lobby's chandeliers sparkled brightly. Clarissa couldn't believe she was here with Adam. She had said no to Adam. She worked for the Dunbars, for goodness sakes. Adam had informed her that the Dunbars did not own her. She was free every evening to do as she pleased. She had still refused him, but then Mrs. Dunbar had insisted that she come. Clarissa had bad feeling that Mrs. Dunbar wanted her and Adam to get together. Adam was a nice man, but he liked talking about medicine and being a doctor. That was the kind of stuff Sam liked to talk about. It just didn't feel right for Clarissa to be here, enjoying herself, while Sam was left at home. She knew Sam was hurting, and when Sam hurt, she hurt. She had agreed to come, but she planned on talking about Sam a lot, and she planned on coming across as a bit stupid. One day soon, Sam would recognize that she couldn't be a boy forever. She would have to reveal herself. Clarissa was sure that when he saw Sam, he would be knocked over. Sam was a handsome boy, but Clarissa could guess that she would be a beautiful girl with those brown eyes with the golden amber sparkles. She also had an enchanting smile that she kept hidden from everyone except Clarissa. "I see my sister and Jason over there. They said they were saving seats for us, the Bowers and the Carvers," Adam said, pointing to a table on the other side of the room. He took Clarissa's arm and led her to the table. The men stood and Adam pulled out a chair for her. "You look lovely, Miss Osborne," Jason said. "As does my wife. I hear you had something to do with that, though she always looks beautiful to me." "Good save, brother-in-law," Adam laughed. "But you do look exceptionally beautiful tonight, Emma." Emma smiled and then winked at Clarissa. "I just put together some colors I had no idea would go together and that worked with my coloring. It was a very eye-opening experience." Clarissa blushed and was glad when Doc asked his wife to dance. All the men jumped up and offered arms to their wives. Adam looked at Clarissa. "Care to dance?" "I'd love to." She took Adam's proffered arm, and they made their way to the dance floor. Sam sat in her room and read the medical book she had picked up from Adam. She was having a hard time concentrating. She wondered how Clarissa was faring. Was Adam dancing with her? Was he holding her in his arms? Was he smiling down at her? Sam had to stop this. She was going to make herself crazy. Adam was someone she looked up to. He was so smart. He went to medical school. He was living the life that she would have wanted to live if she were a man. Adam wanted to help people. Mrs. Dunbar was so proud of her brother. He had turned his life around. All Sam wanted to do was talk to him about what he had learned. What had it been like to be at Harvard Medical School? What was it like to cut into human flesh? What was it like to be so self-assured? Sam sighed and closed the book. She had been reading about colic and horses. She had so many questions. Would Adam be willing to talk with her and answer her questions? Was he so intrigued by Clarissa that he wouldn't even look Sam's way? It was all so depressing. Sam blew out the light and flung herself onto the bed. It was going to be a long night. Adam was not the best dancer in the world. The only reason he could dance at all was that Emma, Mary Sue, and Carla had insisted upon teaching him before he left for school. "What if you go to some school dances?" Emma had questioned him. "You have to know how to dance. You might meet someone." The three women had suffered greatly through his stumbling and stepping on their toes, but he had finally gotten it down. Now he was grateful as he held Clarissa in his arms. She danced beautifully. "I'm guessing that you've danced on more than one occasion," Adam surmised. "Oh, yes, I love to dance. I've even taken dance lessons," Clarissa said before she realized she was saying too much about her past. I took one dance lesson and loved it." Clarissa needed to get the conversation back to Adam. They did a few more twirls, and then Clarissa asked Adam, "How's doctoring going? You've only been back a short while. Is it all you hope for?" "I couldn't be happier. This is where I belong. These are my people, and I want to be there for them in their time of need." "Who was your first patient that you've ever had? Do you remember?" "Oh, absolutely. Her name's Janie. A tree limb fell on her and hurt her arm. I got to stabilize her arm and put it in a sling and bring her back to Doc. I was only 17, and Janie was only 6. She just turned 10, and she still considers herself my best patient ever, which she is." The song ended, and they headed back to the table. Clarissa now needed to bring up Sam. She needed Sam to stay in Adam's mind until Sam could finally reveal herself. "You know, Sam has his head in one of those medical books you gave him every second he has free. I can't tell you how many times he tells me about sick animals he's tended to. He uses so many strange terms. I never know what in the world he's talking about. He was reading something on fermentation. I was lost the moment he started telling me about it." "Really? He's reading the books?" "I would have thought the first page alone would make him want to stop and throw the book out of the nearest window," Adam said in surprise. No, Sam's determined. He refuses to lose an animal due to his own ignorance. He will do all he can to learn how to care for them, even if it means reading a dry medical book," Clarissa said, noticing that Adam seemed to be impressed with what he had just heard. "Sam's amazingly smart. I wish I had half of his brain. I can barely get through a picture book." "Don't sell yourself short. You may not be into doctoring animals, but you are an incredible seamstress. You'll be the talk among all the women when they get a look at some of the things you've made," Adam said in all sincerity. Clarissa smiled in pleasure. What a wonderful man Adam was, sweet and supportive. He and Sam would be perfect for each other. John watched his daughter dance with her husband, and his heart contracted. He was happy for her, but he remembered how he and Lydia had never danced. It was something he had always missed. Lydia had been gone a year, but John still couldn't quite wrap his mind around what had happened to her. He sat with two of his staff and their wives. He had saved a seat for Maisie Denton. The two of them had become close friends recently. It was nice to have a woman to talk to. Maisie had never married. It was like talking to a sister he'd never had. It was the first for him to have a woman friend who he liked as much as his men friends. She was a good soul and spoke her mind. There was no second-guessing Maisie. She told you what she thought, even if you didn't want to hear it. She had been getting on him to start living again, just as Mary Sue had been. John hoped that she would show up soon so that he had someone to dance with. John looked around the room and saw Maisie. Then he saw the woman who was with her. Who was that? She was beautiful. He felt like he knew her, but he couldn't place her. Maisie caught his eye and smiled and waved and headed his way, pulling her woman friend with her. "John, did you save us seats as you promised?" Maisie smiled at him and took his hand in hers. "Of course I did. Who would not want to sit with one of the most wonderful women in town?" Maisie laughed. "You flatterer. I want you to meet my friend Sarah. She works here at the hotel as a receptionist. I'm sure you've seen her. Sarah, this is Mayor John Drake, a very good friend of mine." John nodded. Of course, that's why she looked familiar. But wow, she looked stunning tonight in a blue gown that showed off her curvy figure. "Well, it's nice to officially meet you," John said, taking her hand in his. "I've only been to the hotel once in the past couple of months. I don't go out much." Sarah knew that she should pull her hand back, but she was enchanted by the man who stood in front of her. He had a kind face and seemed genuinely glad to meet her. Sarah felt a push in her back and she stumbled into Mayor Drake. "Oh, I'm sorry," she murmured as John righted her and asked her if she was okay. "It's my fault," said Maisie. "I don't know how to walk in these shoes. I'm so sorry I fell on you, Sarah." "No damage done, Maisie," said John, smiling at his friend. "Will you two sit down?" He pulled out a chair for each woman and then sat back down. "So, Sarah, you've only been in Elizabethtown for a short while. What do you think of it so far?" "It's wonderful. The people here are friendly, and my son has already made some friends at school." "How did you hear about our town? Maisie said you're from Chicago. Do you know someone here?" "I don't know anyone personally, but my good friend in Chicago, her uncle lived here and had nothing but good things to say about this town." "He's no longer here? Did he move?" No, he died. You may have known him. His name was Thomas Masters?" "Thomas? Well, of course. We all know him. He made the most beautiful rocking chairs. I guess most of us in town have one of his rockers. He was a good man, and he's missed." "He wrote so fondly of everyone and everything. It just seemed like a good place to go when my husband died. I wanted a new start for me and my son Benji. I wanted a town where people knew one another and kept an eye out on each other. A safe town." "Well, I can understand that. Chicago's a big city to be on your own, and I would think it's expensive to live in. You'll be glad you chose us. We know how to look out for each other and have a good time while doing it."
Sarah smiled at the mayor. Already she felt more at peace. Maisie had befriended her, and now the mayor himself was talking to her as if he enjoyed her. It was a nice feeling to have someone actually listen to what she had to say. Maisie, who had been speaking with John's assistant, Albert, turned back to Sarah and John. "How about you stop all that chattering and ask Sarah to dance? Albert here just asked me. Toodaloo!" The couple headed to the dance floor.
Sarah blushed. "You don't have to ask me to dance. I'm having a lovely time just sitting and talking to you."
"Well, I happen to be an excellent dancer and would love to dance with you if you think you can keep up with me." John's eyes twinkled with a challenge in them.
"Well, I'll have you know, Mr. Mayor, that I won a blue ribbon at a dance contest when I was 18. I believe I still know the steps, though I hate to say it's been decades since then."
"Well, let's show this town what we've got," said John, as he pulled Sarah to her feet.
The music was fast-paced, but John pulled her into his arms and began twirling her around the floor. Sarah felt the steps coming back to her, and the lively music made her feel carefree. She laughed out loud when John spun her 3 times, but she kept up with him and smiled when he looked at her in admiration.
"You, my lady, are light on your feet."
"And you, sir, are a very smooth dancer." They both lost themselves in the music, and neither realized that there were fewer dancers on the floor. Many couples were standing on the sidelines watching them and smiling broadly at seeing their mayor having so much fun. "Look at my father, Joe," Mary Sue whispered to her husband. "I haven't seen him smile and have fun like this ever."
"Yeah, I'm guessing your mother found dancing below her and never participated in such hedonistic display."
"I can't say I ever saw them dance together. Oh, look!" Mary Sue laughed. "He's bending her back over his arm. I hope he doesn't drop her."
Joe laughed, too, at his father-in-law's antics. It was good to see him out having fun. It had been a rough 4 years. It was time for him to have some fun. No one would begrudge him that.
The music ended, and the crowd clapped enthusiastically when John and Sarah came to a halt. The 2 of them became conscious of the fact that they were the entertainment, and Sarah blushed deeply. John took a bow, and then turned and raised his partner's arm in the air in recognition of a job well done. A few of the men whistled. Sarah couldn't help but laugh in joy. Mary Sue hustled over and hugged her father. My, father, I had no idea you could dance like that. And who is your lovely partner?"
Joe sauntered up next to his wife and gave his father-in-law a wink. "That was quite a show. I don't dare get on the dance floor after that. Sarah, I'd like you to meet my daughter, Mary Sue, and her husband, our sheriff, Joe Bauer. This is Sarah. She works here at the hotel and is new to town," John said, introducing everyone.
"Welcome to town, Sarah. Uh-oh, here comes Emma and Jason. Be ready to be asked to join some sort of committee." "I was not going to hound the poor woman yet," said Emma in mock indignation, as she gave Mary Sue a pinch on the arm. "Actually, I wanted to meet you, as you're living in the rooms my brother and I used to live in. I can tell you that good things can come out of living there." "We do like the rooms. They get so much light, and it's nice and quiet. Delilah and Ron are lovely neighbors," Sarah said in agreement. "My son and I feel very blessed."
"Sarah, this is Emma's husband, Jason. He used to be the sheriff here until we ran him out of town and gave the job to Joe," said John. "Hey," said Jason. "There was no running out of town. If I remember correctly, I rode out of town." Everybody laughed.
Jason has a ranch outside of town, but he and Emma spend the winters at their home in town so that they can help me run this place," John said.
"It's nice meeting you all. And Emma, I would be happy to join any committees you need help with. I have lots of free time in the evenings and on the weekends," Sarah offered.
"Enough chatter, everyone," John said as he grabbed Sarah's hand. "It's time to get back on the dance floor." He twirled a laughing Sarah onto the dance floor. The four friends stood and watched, all of them smiling and glancing each other with knowing looks.
Sarah couldn't stop smiling the next morning. She felt like a young girl again. She might be 44, but she still could cut a rug on the dance floor. She and John had danced and talked all night long. When he had asked about her dead husband, Sarah had just said she didn't want to talk about him. She had bad memories. John had not pried further. He had respected her wishes. When she had asked about his wife, he said it was a long and ugly story that would have to wait for another day. They were having too much fun to let dead spouses ruin their evening. John had asked her to dinner with him on Wednesday after her shift. Since she had never eaten at the fancy restaurant at the hotel, mainly because she couldn't afford it, she was happy that he suggested it. She hoped Maisie's niece would be able to watch Benji again. Benji couldn't stop patting himself on the back when Sarah admitted what a good time she had had. He was a little worried about her dinner date, but when he discovered John was the mayor and Mrs. Denson's good friend, he no longer feared for her safety. Now Sarah had to keep herself busy for the next few days. She hoped Emma would get in touch with her. It was time to come out of her shell and time to be part of this town. Things were looking up. Chapter 11. The Dunbars kept their horses at Hank's stable. Bandit was housed there too. Sam spent a great deal of her time now at the stables. Hank was thrilled with her. She had already helped cure 2 horses of a light case of colic and had brought down the inflammation in the back leg of Hank's horse, Shadow. All the horses whinnied in greeting whenever she came near them. They vied for her attention, butting their heads against her shoulders. Out in the open backfield, they followed her around like they were her pets. The men who worked for Hank shook their heads in wonder, just as Otis, Herman, and Mark had. The rest of the time she spent at Bauer's stud farm. When they didn't need her to work directly with the animals, she found herself riding with the Bauer's daughter, Elizabeth. She wasn't even 4, but she was a good rider. Mary Sue had taught her how to ride her pony, but now that Mary Sue was with child, and little Joey was a little over 2 and a handful, Sam had taken over the training. She loved working with the little girl. She was so enthusiastic. She wanted to learn how to jump, but her mother had said no. She was not to jump until she was 5. Lizzie was disappointed, but when Sam began to show her how to use a rope to lasso the fence posts while she was riding, she stopped pouting. They had hours of fun together for the last few weeks, and they had had so much fun that an idea had started to form in Sam's mind. One afternoon, while she and Mary Sue were sitting on the fence watching Joe and Jason work some of the horses, Sam broached the subject. "Mrs. Bauer, I was wondering if I could run something by you," Sam asked. Mary Sue turned and looked at the young man sitting beside her. "Sure, Sam. What do you have in mind?" "I was wondering what you would think about me teaching young girls in town to ride. So often girls are just ignored, as if they couldn't be as good as boys at something. You're proof that a woman can ride as well as a man." Mary Sue's eyes widened, and then a smile spread across her face. "Sam Maxwell, that is the best idea I've heard in ages. Do you know how much grief I got for riding too wildly or for knowing how to jump a fence with my Betsy? Some looked at it as a sin, but being able to ride well has done me more good than harm. All girls should know how to ride." Sam smiled back at Mary Sue. She had figured it would be something that Mary Sue cared deeply about. Sam decided to push a bit more. "If the parents said it was okay, could I teach the girls to ride astride instead of just side saddle?" "Well, absolutely. It's far safer. I can't believe how women are treated like fragile little things who might break or be shocked out of their senses to see another woman riding astride. It's ridiculous. But you won't find too many parents who'll allow it. My mother didn't, but when I was at my grandparents' ranch, I always rode astride. Do you think there's any girls from town who might like to learn to ride? Well, we can ask Emma and Maisie. Emma used to teach, and Maisie still does. They'd be able to tell us who might be interested. Do you have time to do this? Well, yeah, Hank only needs me part-time, or when one of the animals is sick. Joe and Jason only need me part-time, too. I like to keep busy. I figure Hank wouldn't mind the business. We could charge a small rental fee for the horses. And have you spoken to Hank yet? No, I wanted to run it by you first, being a woman and a good rider. I wanted to make sure it was something worth pursuing. If you agree it's a good idea, I'm sure Hank will agree to it. He thinks you're amazing, Sam said. Mary Sue laughed. Now he does, but believe me, it took some getting used to. He was shocked at first, but now everyone is used to me riding around astride of my split skirt. They may help you a lot. No one should be shocked except some of the old biddies in town. But they look down on everything, so my advice is to just ignore them. Sam nodded her head at the sage advice. I'll ask Hank tomorrow to see if he would even allow it. If he thinks it's bad for business, he won't do it. You could always do it here. But how would the girls get here? I mean, we're only 10 minutes out of town on horse, but it's a long way to walk. They would have to be brought here, Mary Sue said, thinking out loud. That's why I have to hope that Hank will let me. Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed, and I don't think it would hurt to tell Joe and Jason. They would both be for it, and can talk to Hank, too. We'll make this happen somehow if it's something you want to do. You deserve it, Sam. You've already helped so many animals, and you found Clarissa for Emma. We're all happy to have you here in Elizabethtown, Mary Sue said. Sam could feel herself blushing. She coughed, pulled her hat lower on her head, jumped from the fence, and thanked Mary Sue. Adam looked up from the medical book he was perusing when he heard a soft knock on his door. Sam stood in the doorway looking unsure. Sam, what can I do for you? I have a question about something I read in one of the books you gave me. Come on in, take a seat, said Adam, as he pointed at one of the chairs. Sam sat and pulled her hat down lower. She knew she should take it off, but since she and Adam were always at each other's throats, she figured she could just be rude and keep her disguise on. He didn't say anything, apparently waiting for her to start the conversation. I wanted to know what microbial means. Do you know? Adam looked at her in surprise. It is related to microorganisms, which are small living beings. It's a bacterium that can cause disease or fermentation. Why do you want to know? One of Roy's, the Smithy's horses, has what I think's a bad case of colic. I was reading about colic in the medical journal the veterinarian gave you, and it mentioned microbes. I didn't really understand what it meant. There was also something mentioned about using chloride of lime on colicky horses. Have you ever heard of this or used it yourself? Chloride of lime is a bleaching powder that can be used to treat water. I've heard of it being used for colic, and when the gas subsides, the horse should receive raw linseed oil. Adam couldn't believe he was having this conversation with Sam. The kid was serious about learning how to heal animals. Again, Adam felt the boy was a lot like him when he first came to Elizabethtown when he was 17. Adam couldn't help but be impressed. Well, where can I get chloride of lime? Hank has linseed oil, but he's never heard of chloride. I have a solution of it, but I'd like to be there when you give it to the horse. I need to see the size of it. It could be very dangerous if it gets too much. Sam nodded. She didn't want Adam to help administer the medicine, but she could understand his concern. He would feel responsible if anything happened as he was giving her the solution. Okay, Sam agreed. When can we do it? The horse is pawing the ground and in great discomfort. Adam slammed the book shut he was reading and stood. Let me get the chloride of lime, and we can go right now. Sam was surprised, but didn't plan on looking a gift horse in the mouth. She snorted at a rather lame joke and followed Adam into the surgery. Wow, I've never been in Doc's office, let alone where the surgery's performed." Sam wandered about the room, looking at everything but knowing not to touch anything. She knew infection was a common killer. She washed her hands all the time when she worked with the animals. She was a clean person and couldn't believe how many people, especially men, could go for weeks without bathing. She missed the lake at the Dunbar's ranch. It had been a joy to go into it each night after a hard and sweaty day of work. But then again, it was early winter. It would probably be pretty cold to get into it now. "You ready to go?" Adam pulled her out of her musings. Yeah, sure." Sam could feel herself blushing again. Every time she looked at him, she felt strangely warm. It was an uncomfortable feeling. She pulled herself together and followed Adam out the door. "Another good meal, sis. I know you miss Mitzi helping out with the cooking, but you do yourself proud," Adam said as he rubbed his full stomach. "That's why I married her. The woman can cook," Jason agreed with his brother-in-law. Emma blushed at the compliments. "I'm glad I have the time now that Clarissa's with us. She's so good with the children. Did you know I had 3 full hours to help out at the lending library yesterday? It was wonderful. A few of my old students came in. I helped them pick out books. What an incredible addition the place is to our town." "So is the addition of Clarissa," Adam said. "I had a good time with her at the dance last weekend." "I thought you did. I'm so glad, Adam. You need to get out and have some fun. You studied so hard for so many years. I want you to let loose and open yourself to some new experiences. Don't lock yourself in your office reading medical tomes too often," Emma said. "I'm easing into it, sis. Don't rush me. By the way, Sam came to see me today about one of Roy's horses. It had a severe case of colic. That kid actually looked up cures for colic in the veterinarian medical book I gave him. He came in to ask me a question about something he couldn't understand. We went together to Roy's and managed to relieve the horse's pain. The kid would make a good vet. He's smart." "I'm so glad you two are getting along better," Emma said. "I still don't know why you started off on the wrong foot." "Oh, excuse me. I didn't realize Adam was still here," Clarissa said as she entered the room. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but the children are ready to be tucked in. They're asking for both of you." Adam looked at Clarissa and smiled. She looked lovely in a simple sage frock that made her auburn red hair even more vibrant. Her pale skin and lithe figure made her look fragile and doll-like. "We'll go right up," Emma said as she took her husband's proffered hand. They headed up the stairs, leaving Adam alone with Clarissa. "Would you like to sit down? We haven't had a chance to talk since the dance." Adam stood and pulled out a chair. "Well, actually, Sam's in the sitting room waiting for me. We spend many of our evenings together. Why don't you, come and join us?" Clarissa offered. Adam wasn't crazy about spending time with Sam, but he did want to get to know Clarissa better. He followed her into the room. Sam was slouched in one of the comfy chairs by the fireplace. When he saw Adam enter the room behind Clarissa, he sat up poker straight in the chair and looked ready to bolt from the room. Clarissa went to the chair next to Sam, and before sitting down, she patted Sam's hand reassuringly. Adam thought that quite strange, but didn't say anything, just sat on the sofa opposite the two. "So, Adam, Sam was telling me how the two of you saved a horse today." Clarissa smiled at Adam, and then turned and smiled at Sam and raised her eyebrows at him. Sam shifted uncomfortably in the chair. Yeah, Doc was very helpful," she said vaguely. Clarissa glared at her. How was Adam ever going to show interest in Sam the woman if Sam the man couldn't even hold a regular conversation? "Sam, why don't you tell Adam about the new venture you'll be undertaking soon?" Adam looked at Clarissa, wondering why she was so keen on bringing Sam into the conversation. Did she care for the boy as more than just a friend? The kid was a couple of years younger than she was. Did he have a rival in this kid who was a total enigma to him? He glanced over at Sam and then raised his eyebrows. Adam was looking at her, and he had a strange look on his face. Sam immediately became wary. What the hell was he looking at? Sam glanced down at herself and almost gasped. She was sitting with her ankles crossed and her hands clasped in her lap. She quickly sat up and flung a leg over her knee and put an arm on the back of the chair. She grimaced and looked over at Clarissa, who was trying not to giggle. Sam could feel her own mouth twitch. She had been spending too much time with Clarissa and had been falling back into acting like a girl. It took everything she had in her not to giggle, especially when Clarissa had to turn her face away. Sam coughed deeply and looked back at Adam, who was now looking at Clarissa in confusion. It was just too much. Sam let out a loud, laugh-like cough, and then really started coughing and couldn't stop. Her eyes were watering, and she couldn't catch her breath. She felt a couple of solid thumps on her back and was finally able to breathe normally. Adam sat back down and looked at both of them. "Am I missing something here?" he asked, looking a bit put out. Clarissa had managed to pull herself together. "No, I'm sorry, Adam. Sam sometimes has these little coughing fits. He'll be fine in just a moment." "Perhaps I should have a look at him. Are you feeling ill at all, Sam?" This time it was Clarissa who had a coughing fit. "It seems to be catching," Adam said sarcastically. This was not going how he had planned. He felt like the odd man out. These two definitely knew each other and knew each other well. It was as if they had some secret communication going on. Sam could see that Adam was getting angry. "Sorry, Doc. Clarissa's become my best friend, and we can get a bit giddy at times. I do have some news, though. I spoke with Mrs. Bauer and then with Hank at the stables. I want to start a riding school for girls. Most of the girls in town don't get the opportunity to ride like those who live on the farms and ranches in the area. I know the train is making travel easier, but I think all girls should have the opportunity to learn if they would like to. Mrs. Bauer agrees with me. Her Elizabeth's already a fine horsewoman. Riding shouldn't just be for boys. Your sister already said she wants the twins to learn how to ride when they're older." Sam stopped talking. This was the most that she had ever said with Adam in the room. She wondered if she was making any sense. She looked at him and saw that he was shaking his head, as if he might think it was a good idea. "I hadn't really thought about girls not riding or even perhaps not being allowed to ride. It is so much easier to hop on a horse than hitch up a wagon to a horse in order to get about. Makes sense to me that everyone should ride." "I was never allowed to ride. I always had to take a carriage. It was often such an ordeal that many times I chose not to go out at all," said Clarissa. "I plan on being one of Sam's first students. I would love to learn how to ride, though I have to admit I'm a bit afraid of horses. They're so big." Sam smiled at her indulgently. "I won't let anything happen to you. I'll make you into a confident rider," Sam promised. "You said you talked to Hank. Are you going to give the lessons there and use his horses?" Adam asked. "Yeah, Hank thinks it's a great idea. It will keep all the horses exercised, and he'll be making some money as well, as we're going to charge a small fee for the lessons." "When do you plan on starting this endeavor?" Adam said, surprised again at Sam's initiative. The boy apparently liked to keep busy, mind, body, and soul. "As it rarely gets horribly cold here, I plan on starting as soon as possible. Mrs. Denson will be announcing it in her classroom, and your sister said I should put up posters around town, like at the lending library and post office and the general store. I've got a lot of free afternoons, so I could do it after school." "Sounds like fun, a smart way to make some money. You work for Hank, and you work for my sister, and now you want to start a riding school. At the rate you're going, you'll own half the town by the time you're 20, Adam said. Sam felt a surge of happiness pass over her. Adam thought she would not only be successful, but maybe own her own business. That was something Sam had never thought of, but the idea intrigued her. She looked at the handsome man across from her, and she wanted to tell him that she was a woman. She wanted him to be awed by the fact that she was accomplishing so much as a woman. She wanted him to look at her the way he looked at Clarissa. Sam could almost not contain herself. The urge was so strong. She looked over at Clarissa, who looked alarmed, as if she knew what was going through Sam's head. Sam tamped down on her yearnings, but she couldn't stay in the room one more minute. She stood, told Adam thank you for his support, told Clarissa she'd see her tomorrow, and though she hated leaving the two of them alone, she fled the room. As Adam walked back to his room above his office, he contemplated the evening he had just experienced. He had wanted to get to know Clarissa better, and he got the impression she liked him. But he also got the impression that she didn't want things to go beyond friendship. It was a disappointment. Clarissa was the first woman he had felt any interest in. She was sweet and calm and lovely. But if he was being honest with himself, there was no real spark. He was used to women who were feisty and spoke their minds. His sister Emma, Joe's wife Mary Sue, and Doc's wife Carla were all forceful women. They said what was on their minds and didn't let their husbands push them around or order them around. But who wanted a bossy woman in his life? Clarissa proved she was good with children. She could sew anything, and she was extremely good-natured. Adam wasn't sure why he was singing Clarissa's praises when he got the feeling the woman was more interested in a soon-to-be 16-year-old kid. It was all so odd and ridiculous. Time to just let it all go, he told himself. Chapter 12. Sarah pulled cornbread out of the oven and placed it on the rack to cool. The meat dish and the vegetables were almost done. John was coming over at noon to have dinner with them, and then he was taking her and Benji to the stud farm to show them his daughter-in-law and son-in-law's new venture. She could tell John was excited and proud of his daughter and her husband. She understood him better now that he had taken her out to dinner and opened up about his life with his wife. They'd had a lovely time laughing and talking. She felt she could say anything she wanted without being judged or ridiculed or slapped. Sarah grimaced to herself, thinking of the times Richard would just slap her because she had said something he considered stupid or annoying. Now she was a new woman. She would never let herself be treated like that again. She had discovered that she could support herself and Benji just fine. She had made friends, and she had made a special friend in John. She took a deep breath and then let out a laugh, just because she could. It felt so good. Benji was more carefree, too. He could see that she was happy and no longer frightened, so now he could relax and be a kid. She had kept Benji safe from Richard, but Benji admitted he could always feel the tension in her, and he didn't know why. She would never do that to her son again. He would grow up secure in his home and know he was loved wholeheartedly by his mother. That thought brought up the more difficult conversation she and John had had. He told her about Lydia and what she had done to her own daughter. Had her kidnapped in order to end her pregnancy. Sarah had been shocked, but it had just gotten worse. Lydia had apparently been the cause of the death of two of the most loved women in town. Everything came to a head, and Lydia was sent to an asylum where she died over a year ago. It was a tragic tale, and Sarah was impressed with John and Mary Sue and the whole town. Everyone had rallied together, and it made the town stronger. This is why Sarah was here. This is what her best friend's uncle had been talking about, and now Sarah knew it too to be true. She had been so moved by John's story that she admitted to him that she had had 3 miscarriages before she had been blessed with Benji. She didn't, however, mention that Richard was responsible for 2 of the miscarriages. That was still too ugly for her to discuss and relive. Benji came into the kitchen. "I don't know why I have to do math homework on a weekend. It's not fair and it's too hard." He threw himself into a kitchen chair and scowled down at the tabletop. Sarah hid her smile. She didn't want him to think that she was making light of his dilemma. She was smiling because they had the freedom to complain and make noise and not worry about Richard saying or doing something hateful. That she could take joy in her son's pouting was truly a sign that things had changed. There was a knock at the door, and Benji leaped up. "That must be John. I'll let him in." He flew to the door and yanked it open. "Hi, John. Are we still going to the ranch today to see the horses?" John ruffled the boy's hair. "You betcha. I don't go back on my promises. Wow, what smells so good in here?" "Mom's been cooking all morning. She makes the best cornbread ever. Come on, she's in the kitchen." Benji led the way across the small room into the kitchen and eating. Sarah was just finishing putting the final bowl on the table. Perfect timing, John. She smiled at him broadly. John's heart did a little leap in his chest. This woman was so sweet and caring, so unlike Lydia. Sarah was happy with the simple things in life, like a simple dinner out or watching Benji play with his friends. She didn't want to be First Lady of Austin or of Texas as Lydia had. The last 4 years with Lydia in the asylum and then her death had been a real eye-opener for John. He realized that he had a heart that was in need of filling. Mary Sue and his grandchildren had filled it almost to capacity, but when he looked at Sarah and Benji, he knew he had more room in there for them. He hoped they had room for him. Benji was almost choking on his food. He was eating so quickly. "Slow down, son," John laughed. "The horses aren't going anywhere." "I can't wait to see the big stud Midnight. He must be a beauty," said Benji through a mouthful of cornbread. "Benjamin Bailey, do not talk with your mouth full. I've taught you better than that," Sarah scolded. "Sorry, Ma." Benji took a huge swig of milk to wash down the mouthful of cornbread. "I just want to get going." "We will go after I finish the dishes and you do those last 3 math problems." "Oh, Ma, I don't know how to do them. They don't make no sense." "Any sense," Sarah sighed at her son. "How about I take a look at them? I'm right good with figures. I am the mayor in the town, you know. I have to work with numbers every day," John said. "Really?" Benji asked excitedly. "You'd help me with my schoolwork?" "Well, absolutely. We can't sit here all day waiting for you to finish something you don't understand. The sun goes down at 5 in the winter. So let's tackle those pesky problems right now." John stood and put his napkin on the table and winked at Sarah. Sarah smiled and mouthed a thank you to him. After riding in John's wagon for 25 minutes, they reached the ranch. The air was crisp, but not too cold this November afternoon. They had bundled up in jackets and gloves, but had had no need for the blanket John had offered them. Benji jumped from the wagon and ran to the fence that surrounded the corral. John helped Sarah down, and they made a much slower progress to the fence. John kept Sarah's arm in his hand, and it felt natural and good. John could see that Sam was going through the paces with Elizabeth and her pony. He was making her do tight turns both left and right. When Elizabeth saw her grandfather, she shouted happily, "Look, Grandpa! I'm showing Sasha how to turn. Sam's going to set up barrels for me to go around next week. I'm practicing right now." The almost 4-year-old couldn't quite wrap her tongue around the word practicing. John laughed in delight. "That's my Libby girl. You can do anything you set your mind on, just like your mama." The sound of running came from behind them all, and little Joey slid to a stop next to his grandfather. Me ride, he begged. Sam led the pony and Elizabeth over to the fence. John picked up his grandson and handed him over the fence to Sam, who put him on the pony in front of his sister. "Now you remember the rules," Sam said to the little girl. "You hold on to Joey tight. He's your responsibility. Show your grandpa what a good big sister you are." "I know," said Lizzie. "I be real careful." She took the reins and proceeded to take her brother on a tour of the corral. Sam looked down at Benji. "So who is this, Mayor? Might he want to ride a horse today?" Benji's eyes went wide, and he looked to his mom and John. "Could I ride? Can I please? I'll be careful." Sarah looked a bit skeptical. "You've never been on a horse, sweetheart. I don't know." "He'll be fine, Sarah. Sam's the best teacher in Texas. He has a way with animals. He'll keep Benji safe." Sam felt herself blush. She still wasn't used to getting so much support and so many compliments. "That I will," said Sam. "We have the sweetest mare who loves kids. Benji will be completely safe." By now, Benji was jumping up and down in anticipation. Sarah couldn't break his heart. "Okay, if John says it's safe, I know it will be." "Yeah!" Benji yelled. He climbed onto the fence and then dropped to the other side next to Sam. "Mayor, you think you can keep an eye out on those precious grandchildren of yours while I saddle up Missy and get Benji settled on her?" "Absolutely I can." John swung himself over the fence and watched as the pony approached and then passed him by while Joey waved happily. Sarah was impressed with the way John had hopped the fence. The man was in great shape for someone in his 50s. Richard, who was 10 years younger, looked sickly next to John because he drank too much and never did any physical activity. Sarah's eyes were pulled from John when she heard a horse enter the corral. Benji sat atop the horse, looking a little apprehensive and clutching the reins so hard his knuckles were white. Sarah guessed that he hadn't realized how tall a horse was. She saw Sam talk to her son. He nodded and loosened his grip on the reins and sat up straighter. Then Sam spoke to the horse, who shook its head as if in an answer. Sarah didn't know what to think of that. "Ma, look, I'm riding!" Benji cried out in delight. Sam had let go of the horse, and it was docilely following the pony around the fence line. Both John and Sam were nearby if they were needed. Tears formed in Sarah's eyes for the umpteenth time since she had come to Elizabethtown. It had been the right thing to do leaving Richard. Every day she was here, it became more apparent. She dabbed at her eyes and then cheered on all of the children. Clarissa had all of Saturday free. The Dunbars had gone to the ranch to check on things and have dinner with Mitzi and Luke. It was just a little after noon. She was heading to Madame Rule's to pay her for the nights that she had let Clarissa stay with her. She knew Madame Rule didn't need the money, but Clarissa liked to pay her own way. All her life her parents had paid for her needs, but they had also told her what to do and how to act. She was no longer a wealthy young debutante bored to death and wishing that she had been born a boy. She was a working woman, making her own money and making her own decisions. She wanted everyone to know that she was not going to rely on anyone but herself. She wanted Madame Rule to know that, too. The woman was special. She may run a bawdy house, but there was more to her. She was caring and smart. She, too, was a woman who made her own money and even had men working for her. Clarissa would never run a bawdy house, but by God, she was not going to look down on a woman who did run it. The only reason it was successful was because of men and their so-called needs. She and Sam had talked a lot about the overly judgmental old church biddies. They were always ready to throw the blame on Madame Rule, but looked the other way when the men in town patronized her establishment. Sam had said she knew some of the husbands that found themselves there a time or two. It was all so unfair. Clarissa had reached the end of the street where the house sat. She looked around carefully for anyone who might see her enter the side door. It angered her that she had to be furtive, but she was not going to bring down the wrath of God and the church biddies on her head or the Dunbars. She opened the door and entered the kitchen. The cook looked up and then smiled at her. "Ah, the Señorita Precioso, who cannot cook, is back. I hear you are a nanny now. How much better of a job for you, see?" Clarissa laughed. "See, Mrs. Garcia, I will stay away from your kitchen. I came to see Madam. Is she in today?" "Si. You go into the front room and ring the little bell. She come right away." "Gracias," Clarissa said, and headed into the main house and rang the bell. Clarissa looked around the room as she waited. She noticed that the fireplace mantel was still decorated as she had left it. The curtains were open, letting the sun in, and a vase full of flowers stood on a table near the front entrance. It was nice to see the few changes that she had made were still in place. "Clarissa, darling," Madame Rule swept into the room, wearing a simple walking dress with blue and white stripes. Clarissa knew that tonight that simple dress would be exchanged for a silver, gold, or perhaps red gown that would shimmer in the lantern light and highlight Madame's lovely curves. Madame Rule said, "Have you come for a chat? How wonderful!" Clarissa nodded and gave the woman a hug. The small show of affection seemed to surprise Madame Rule. Let's sit here." She pointed to two comfy chairs that sat at one of the windows. "Would you care for some tea?" "No, thank you. I'm here to give you the money I owe you." Clarissa handed her the coins. "Darling, you need not pay me. It was a delight having you here." "I want to pay my way," Clarissa insisted. "I'm able to, and I want to prove I'm able to. You showed me kindness when I needed it most. Even these few coins can't make up that," Clarissa said honestly. Madame Rule shook her head and smiled. The girl was a treasure. She had come from wealth, and instead of letting it go to her head, she was doing for herself. She was proud to know this young woman. Well, thank you, and your debt to me is more than paid. What have you here? Madame Rule nodded at the bag Clarissa was carrying. Oh, I took 2 of the dresses I made for the twins to Meg to see. Mrs. Dunbar told Meg about them, and Meg wanted to see if they might be something that she wanted to sell at her store. Clarissa blushed self-consciously. She had never really shown anyone her sewing. Her mother had thought her hobby a waste of time when one could just order a professional seamstress to make one a beautiful gown. May I see them? Madame Rule asked. Of course. Clarissa pulled the 2 dresses from the bag and spread one dress on her lap and handed the other to Madame Rule, who held it up and inspected it. They're reversible, Clarissa said. See, this side is blue with yellow pockets and a collar, and this side, Clarissa turned the dress inside out, is yellow with blue pockets and a collar. It's sleeveless. I made the straps only a couple of inches wide. The girls can wear a blouse or a sweater under it in the winter, and in the summer just wear the dress and stay nice and cool. Madame Rule looked at Clarissa over the top of the dress. These are not only beautiful, but so practical. Just think of all the different looks you can get depending upon what you wear under it. You're quite the designer, Madame said, shaking her head in approval. Clarissa blushed in delight. I call them jumpers. Hannah and Melinda started jumping up and down in excitement when I showed the dresses to them, and that was kind of the point of making them the way I did. The girls can move freely in them and jump and run and not worry about bows and ribbons and ties. What an appropriate name, Madame laughed in delight. I do hope Meg saw the value in these. Oh, she did. She wants me to make 5 more. And the best part of it is that she offered for me to use her store to do the sewing. She has a sewing machine I can use. Do you know how much faster I'll be able to put these together? She also wants me to make a blouse fashioned like the shirt I made for Sam. She wants me to use 2 colors of the same hue. I can't wait to get started. It seems you're on your way to becoming a fashion designer. This may not be New York or Boston, but the state of Texas is growing in population like crazy. I can't believe how much Austin has changed just in the last few years, Madame Rule said. I know. And with the trains delivering fashions from the East Coast to Texas, who's to say we can't send fashions from Texas to East Coast? Clarissa said excitedly. Sam thinks I'm going to run my own business someday. I hope I do. It would be a dream come true. I think your Sam is correct. You're going to go a long way, my dear. I do hope to be part of it when you do. Before Clarissa could ask what Madame meant by that strange comment, her friend asked, And how is our young Sam doing? Clarissa stiffened. Every time Madame mentioned Sam, she had a wry smile on her face. Did she suspect something? He's fine. Actually, more than fine. He's starting a riding school with Hank that gives lessons to girls. Sam thinks girls should have the right to have the freedom riding gives you. I'm sure she does, said Madame Rule. It is something I would want my daughter, had I had one, to learn. Clarissa blanched. Madame had called Sam she. Was that just a slip of the tongue? Come now, Clarissa. I know Sam is a young woman. You need not fret. I won't say a word to anyone. But how did you know? How did you figure it out? Why didn't you say something when he was dragged in here by his friends? Clarissa asked, perplexed. I have to be observant as a madam. It's what keeps me and my girls safe. I must read the character of the person who enters my establishment immediately. It avoids trouble and violence. Most people only look at what is right in front of them. People are so busy or so frustrated or so angry or so something about life that it's easy to fool them. I saw immediately that you came from a wealthy family. I saw that Sam was terrified, but at first I thought she was just a young boy being bullied by the Dunbars' ranch hands. And then I looked closely and saw how she moved and how she put her hands to her face. That is why I sent her to you. I hoped you both would discover that you were two young women sitting in the same boat that was sinking slowly, so to say. And the two of you did, and together you bailed yourselves out of a difficult situation. I was proud of you both." Clarissa sat back in surprise at the revelation. Madame was right. People were not very observant. A smile broke across her face. "Madame Rule, you are truly a marvelous woman, and I'm proud to know you and be your friend. I hope you will let me and Sam visit you in the future. Sam feels beholden to you, too. She'll be stunned when I tell her what you just told me. I can't wait to see the look on her face." Clarissa laughed in anticipation. "She thinks she's fooled everyone. She will be very impressed that you saw past her disguise. Thank you for keeping it a secret." "I wouldn't dream of telling anyone. I just hope both of you will be able to be who you want to be on your own terms and not have to hide. If either of you needs anything, you come to me or you send word." Both women stood, and Clarissa hugged the older woman again. "We will. Thank you." Clarissa placed the two dresses back into the bag and then made her way out into the street, looking carefully both ways and making a successful escape. Chapter 13. Sam couldn't believe she already had 5 little girls that she was giving lessons to. She was working with Janie, Roy's daughter, today. Janie knew how to ride, but she wanted to learn how to jump. Sam had been pleasantly surprised that Adam had recommended Sam to Roy. Adam had a special bond with Janie, as she had been the first patient he had ever had when she was only 6. That Adam and Janie's father, Roy, who adored his daughter, trusted Sam was good news for her business. Janie was an enthusiastic student and fearless. She reminded Sam of herself when she was 10 years old. It was a delight to teach the girl, but also nerve-wracking, as Adam had come by more than once during the girl's lesson. Maybe he didn't trust Sam as much as she thought he did. Janie was always thrilled when Adam came by, calling him Doc Adam and showing off for him. Sam had to scold her and remind her that a horse was not a toy, and showing off could become dangerous. Janie promised to keep her focus, and today she had jumped her first fence. The girl was beside herself with excitement. When Roy came to pick her up, he literally had to pick her up and throw her over his shoulder to get her to leave. Sam could hear Roy chuckling and Janie giggling as she pounded her father's massive back as they left. Clarissa was her next student. Clarissa was the opposite of Janie. She was fearful and apprehensive, but determined to reach another goal towards her independence. Sam put her on Molly, Hank's gentlest mare, and holding the rope, walked the horse slowly around the ring. "Sam, please slow down. You're going too fast," said Clarissa, her face pale and drawn. "For goodness sakes, Clarissa, if I have Molly walk any slower, she'll be walking backward. Let your body sway with the horse's movements. You're sitting too stiffly. Relax. Look out over the horse's head and just feel her movements." Clarissa relaxed her shoulders and lightened her grip on the reins. "I swear, Sam, if I fall and I don't die, I'm going to kill you. You said horseback riding was easy," Clarissa complained. "It is easy. You're overthinking it. You're not a general leading your troops into battle. You're a young lady out for a ride with her beau. You're supposed to enjoy yourself. Think about riding next to a young gentleman, and you're heading out for a picnic. You are calm and enjoying a beautiful day with a handsome man. The flowers are lifting their heads to the sunshine, and the breeze is blowing through the trees," Sam said, trying to ease Clarissa's fears. "I never knew you could wax so poetically, Sam Maxwell. You— Ah!" Clarissa cried out and grabbed the horse's mane and hung on for dear life when Molly shook her head softly. Sam stopped walking the horse and doubled over in laughter when she saw Clarissa splayed over the horse's back, her eyes tightly shut. "Nothing happened, Clarissa. Sit up like a big girl and stop being so dramatic. You're fine." "Get me off of this beast now," Clarissa demanded. "It's not funny. Stop laughing, Sam. I mean it. Stop laughing." Clarissa managed to push herself back into a sitting position. She looked down at Sam. Tears were leaking out of Sam's eyes, and she was biting her lip in an attempt not to laugh. Some charcoal had gotten wet, and she had a streak of it running down her face. Clarissa pointed at her, and now she started to laugh. "Oh my gosh, you have charcoal running down your cheek. You look like a scary clown." Sam rubbed at her cheek and started Molly moving again. Clarissa was still laughing and didn't even realize that they were moving. Thought Sam. Another teaching technique. Use humor as a distraction. Clarissa finally became aware of the fact that the horse had picked up speed, and yet she was still atop it. "Oh, Sam, I'm riding!" she burst out excitedly. "Yes, you are. Now keep the reins in your hand. Let's try giving the demand to turn," she said. Sam was wiping down Molly after Clarissa's lesson when Hank came into the barn. "If I were 20 years younger, I'd be giving that girl riding lessons." Sam looked at Hank, trying to figure out if that was a nasty innuendo or just Hank being Hank. "You behave yourself. She's a sweet girl. Keep your hands and anything else off of her." "Keep your pants on, kid. I know I'm too old for her. Besides, I think Doc Brown has his eye on her. They would make a handsome couple." Hank winked at Sam and headed to his office in the front of the barn. Sam's heart dropped into her shoes. Even Hank knew Adam liked Clarissa. She was surprised at how much it hurt. She rubbed her chest where she felt the pain. She loved Clarissa, but how was she going to watch her best friend marry Adam? She didn't think she'd be able to. It seemed her time in Elizabethtown may have an expiration date after all. If those two were to get engaged, Sam would have to leave. It was something she could not bear thinking about. John had Sarah's arm looped through his as they headed back to Sarah's rooms. They had spent a lovely evening with Doc and Carla playing cards and eating the chocolate cake Sarah had made and drinking Carla's stellar coffee. John was feeling fine. He was feeling more than fine. He and Sarah had been spending a lot of time together. He had taken her and Benji out for ice cream on Thursday. He and Sarah had had dinner at the diner on Friday. And he had taken Benji with him back to the stud farm on Saturday, since Sarah wanted the day to herself to clean and shop and visit the lending library. It felt like he was part of a family, and he knew Sarah was feeling the same thing. John had never thought that he would actually meet anyone after being married for over 20 years to Lydia. But here he was, falling hard for Sarah, a widow who had not had it easy either. She was the polar opposite of Lydia. But then again, John himself had changed drastically in 4 years. He and Lydia had wanted to create a dynasty. Both had been pushing each other to reach higher and become more powerful and to create more wealth. He'd almost lost his daughter in his pursuit to be the mayor of Austin. He had managed to see the error of his ways, but Lydia had not, and she and 2 others had lost their lives because of it. But life went on, he realized, and he could actually go forward in a better direction. "Penny for your thoughts," Sarah whispered, giving his arm a squeeze. "I was just realizing that your past doesn't need to define you or hold you back from what you want," John said philosophically. Sarah smiled up at him. "And what is it you want?" John stopped, turned to face her. "You," he said simply, and then leaned in to kiss her. The kiss was soft and lingering. Sarah wound her arms around John's neck and luxuriated in the feeling of love and security she felt in his arms. He broke the kiss and rested his forehead on hers and took a deep breath. "I'm falling for you hard, Mrs. Bailey. I think of you when I wake up in the morning, and you are my last thought when I go to bed at night. I never thought I'd find the joy of having a partner in my life again. Please tell me you feel the same." "Oh, John, I've never been happier. You make me so very happy, and you treat Benji well. We're so lucky to have you in our lives. You are the first thought in the morning and my last thought in the evening. I feel the same way." John kissed her again, and then they continued on their way silently, basking in the warmth and security of their feelings for each other. Sam watched the mayor and Mrs. Bailey head up the steps from where she stood next to the post office. Sam sighed deeply. It seemed everyone was in love or had someone special in their lives. She was just out wandering aimlessly. The cold night air felt good. She had to get out for a while. She knew if she sat with Clarissa, she would know something was bothering Sam. Sam was too sad to talk with anyone right now. All the joy she had felt when she had come back to work at the Dunbars was slowly dissipating. Adam had ruined everything. She had taken one look at him and had been lost. It was so stupid. She knew it was stupid. She had told herself 1,000,000 times it was stupid. But apparently her stupid heart was too stupid to realize that Adam was out of reach. He was a doctor, for goodness sake. She hadn't had much formal schooling at all. He had a loving family who looked out for him. She had no family anymore. And he liked Clarissa. She was perfect for him, even coming from a wealthy family. How could her parents not be thrilled that their daughter was going to marry a doctor? Sam's family would all but fall over if she announced she was marrying a doctor. Sam kicked at a rock and heard it bounce off of something in the dark. "Ow, damn it! Who in the hell's throwing rocks?" an angry voice growled. "Oh, just wonderful," Sam groaned to herself. Adam. Now she could really make a great impression on him. Of all the bad luck. She couldn't even spend 5 minutes feeling sorry for herself without someone coming and messing it all up. "Well, if you didn't stand around lurking in the dark, you wouldn't get hit by an errant rock," Sam growled in exasperation at her situation and how stupid it all was. "Sam, is that you?" Adam's voice came at her from the dark. "What are you doing out here, kid?" Kid, Sam snorted angrily to herself. That's how he saw her. Wonder how he would react if she tore off her clothes and he saw she was a woman. That lifted her spirits a bit. She could just imagine the shock on his face. Instead of tearing her clothes off, though, she kicked another rock in frustration. "Hey, kid, what's wrong with you? Are you really throwing rocks at me?" Adam sounded totally surprised. Of course he sounded surprised, Sam thought. Who would want to hurt Mr. God's gift to the world? Everyone in town practically drooled over the good doctor. Apparently he could do no wrong. Sam had no idea that she was parroting what Adam always said about her. "I'm not throwing rocks. I'm kicking them. If you were in your office where you're supposed to be, they wouldn't come near hitting you," Sam muttered. The kid was in a mood, Adam realized. He was at that stage where he was no longer a boy, but still not a man. Adam remembered how that felt, wanting to grow up and do for himself, wanting to show people what he was capable of, not having to rely on his big sister. Adam heard Sam moving and then heard a loud thunk. Sam plunked down on the wooden walkway and stared out into the darkness. Maybe if she just sat here nice and quiet, Doc, too, would go away and leave her alone. Only a few seconds later, Adam plopped himself right down next to her. She had the terrible urge to rest her head on his shoulder and just start crying. Instead, she roused up her ire at the world. "What do you want, Doc? I'm not really in the mood for a chat." "I can see that," Adam said calmly. "You sound frustrated. Did something happen today that has you so down?" "I'm fine. Please leave me be," Sam said, trying valiantly to hold back her tears. Here was the one person who could make her so happy and so miserable at the same time. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," she said the mantra over and over to herself. "When I was 17, I stole a horse," Adam said. "I took it because I was so frustrated living in a small town with nothing to do and nothing to read. No one knew then except Emma that I was smart. I'm not bragging, but stating a fact. But being smart and being in a small town can be a mind-numbing situation. I was lucky that Jason was the sheriff back then. He took me to Doc's instead of putting me in jail. I found my calling and my entire life changed." Adam stopped talking and looked at the boy sitting next to him. "And how does this horse-thieving story pertain to me?" asked Sam, still staring into the dark. She dared not look at Adam, as she could feel the wetness in her eyes. "See? You use the word pertain. Not many 15-year-olds would know that term. You're smart, you read a lot of books, and you retain the information as I do. But what you don't see is how much you have accomplished at such a young age." "I have a birthday next month. I'm not a kid anymore. And what have I exactly accomplished?" Sam asked gloomily. "You're without family to help you, and yet you found a job you are so good at that Jason and Joe asked you for help at the stud farm, and Hank asked you for help at the stables, and now you've started your own business giving riding lessons. Don't you see? You have a way with animals, and you have the drive to make things happen." Sam snorted. "All I have are dreams. They'll never come true." Adam was determined to get through to the kid if he had to whack him over the head. "I realized finally that it was not the small town, but rather me not living up to my potential. I was bored and had been overprotected by my sister, and I just let life wash over me. I sounded just like you. I had a defeatist attitude." "So, what am I supposed to do?" Sam could hear the doubt in her own voice. This attitude was so unlike her. "Save your money, and in a couple of years you'll be able to open your own riding school, or maybe you might even go to school and become a veterinarian." "I'll never have that money to do either of those things." "You don't need all the money. You find investors. Look at Joe and Doc. They started the stud farm. Now they have John and Jason investing in it. You've made connections in this town in the few months you've been here because you have a strong work ethic and a way with animals. I'm telling you that only you can stop yourself from not being a success. This town has already proven it needs you, as it proved to me it needs me. It's now up to you to do something about it. Sitting around and feeling sorry for yourself is not the answer." Adam stood, gave Sam a pat on the shoulder, and disappeared into the darkness. Sam sat mulling over what Adam had said. Her spirits lifted. He was right. She was smart, and she was determined. Even if she had to live as a man for the rest of her life, she was going to be somebody. And if she had to leave Elizabethtown to do it, she would. It would be even more painful now. The little bit of kindness Adam just showed her made her fall even more in love with him. Why did he have to be so nice to her? It would be easier if they kept sniping at each other. Sam groaned. How could one feel elated and sad at the same time? Well, that is what Adam did to her, and she was just going to have to live with it. Chapter 14. We got 7 men coming out today to see Midnight as a possible stud, and my friend Dr. Stephen Fowler from Austin Hospital wants to get a look at Mary Sue's Betsy. He says he has a daughter who's wild for horses. She wants to learn to jump. Stephen's horse is ready to mate this coming spring, Doc said as he looked around the table at his partners. And I have Sheriff Dawson coming to pick up Princess's foal. He's 3 and ready to ride, said Joe. Dawson said he's finally going to have a piece of Princess. He wanted to buy Princess off of me a couple of years ago. Mary Sue laughed. That silly man thought you would give up your precious Princess? My goodness, I wasn't even allowed to ride her until we were engaged. I remember when I saw you on Princess that first time riding around town. That's when I knew for sure that Joe loved you. John smiled fondly at his daughter. That was when the whole town figured out that Joe loved me. Mary Sue smiled at her husband and then placed her hands lovingly on her protruding belly. We've got ourselves a good start here, said Jason. And wait until Rascal can be a stud. That horse is a beauty and smart as hell. Sam works with him every week. Speaking of Sam, you said he'd be here to ride Midnight and show him off, Joe reminded Jason. I swear that horse only loves women and Sam. That horse just tolerates us men. If Mary Sue weren't the size of a house, she could ride him. Excuse me, Joe Bower, but I am not the size of a house yet, and I could easily ride the horse if Sam is a no-show, said Mary Sue in mock outrage. Woman, you are not getting on that horse or any other horse for the next 3 months. I'll not have my baby riding a horse before he's even born. Joe leaned over and put his own hand on his wife's belly and kissed her cheek. Well, let's head out and set up a table with the contracts, just in case somebody's ready to sign up today, John said, always the money man and paper guy. Sam was in the barn checking Midnight's shoes when Joe came in. Hey, we've got ourselves a full house out there, Sam. You ready to put Midnight through his paces? You bet. I'll saddle him up and bring him right out, Sam said. Okay, just walk him around the corral first to give them all a close look, and then we'll take him out into the field and you can let him have his head. 30 minutes later, Sam sat on Midnight. She looked at all the men standing at the fence watching her and the horse avidly. There was going to be a bidding war for who got the first try at Midnight. Okay, boy, Sam patted the horse's neck. You ready to show these men what you got? Midnight shook his head up and down and whinnied. She could feel him vibrate under her. It was like he knew all these people were here to see him. Sam gave a loud shout and kicked the horse lightly in his sides. That was all it took, and he was off like lightning. Sam bent low over the horse, letting him fly through the meadow. The speedy gallop ripped the hat right off of her head, but she didn't care. This was freedom. This was what riding was all about. She let out a great whoop of joy. As they reached the far side of the pasture, she turned Midnight to head back. This time she kept him at a trot. She knew how good he looked trotting with his head held high. He pranced more than he trotted. He was such a show-off. Sam laughed again. She stopped him for a moment to retrieve her hat, and then they continued on their way back to where the men were standing. The stud farm owners were all smiling widely. They knew that Midnight had performed magnificently. All the other men were shaking their heads in wonder and talking amongst themselves. Nice job, Sam, said Jason. That young man can ride, said Doc's friend. God forbid my daughter ever ride like that. I don't think I could survive it. Don't worry. There aren't many girls who can ride like that, said Doc. Sam couldn't help but roll her eyes. Men. I'm going to cool him down and take him back to the barn and check him over, said Sam. Thanks, Sam, Joe said. All the men watched as she led the horse away. Jason sat at the table checking over all the contracts signed today. The 6 men who came to see Midnight all signed up. Doc Fowler signed a contract for Betsy. They were well on their way. The day was a complete success. Sam walked up to the table and plunked down a bag that sounded like it was full of coins. I'd like to sign a contract for Bandit to mate with Betsy, Sam said. If I'm going to start a riding school one of these days, I'm going to need more horses. I thought you liked working with Hank, Jason said. I do, but it's more his business than mine. I want my own piece of land one of these days, with my own horses. I want to be in charge. Jason nodded at the kid. He was a real go-getter. How much money you got in here? Jason asked, hefting the bag. $14, Sam said proudly. How in all that is holy did you come up with $14? I saved all the wages that you and Mrs. Dunbar paid me. I saved every cent Hank paid me. I saved the money I made from the riding lessons, and I had a few dollars that I made working at the other ranches, and, I won a lot at cards. Jason couldn't help but laugh. Kid, who in the hell in this town is still dumb enough to play cards with you? You'd be surprised. A lot of them are guys Otis, Herman, and Mark know. It seems they don't want to be the only ones who've lost big to me. Not very nice of them, but I'm not complaining. What are you not complaining about? Asked Joe as he walked up and sat next to Jason at the table. Sam here is offering us $14 to mate Bandit with Betsy, Jason answered. It seems he made quite a bit of money playing cards. Really? Joe asked in surprise. There's still someone dumb enough to play with you? Joe shook his head at the stupidity of those men. Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Bauer, is $14 enough? If not, I have until spring to get more money."
"Damn it, Sam. How many times do we have to tell you to call us Jason and Joe and our wives Emma and Mary Sue? You make me feel so dang old when you call me mister."
Sam just stared at both men. She wasn't sure she could do that. They were her bosses.
Jason sighed. "We're going to give you the family discount, but Betsy has already been taken by the doctor from Austin. I suggest you choose Maribel. She's a sweet, calm mare. You need good-natured horses for a school, too. You can try with Betsy the following year, perhaps."
"What's the family discount? And why would you give it to me?"
"Sam, I thought you were a really smart young man. Has Emma not hovered over you and Clarissa making sure you're eating right and getting enough sleep? Does she not bake you your favorite cake all the time, trying to get some meat onto your skinny hide?"
Sam snorted. "Is that why she bakes so often? Is she trying to fatten me up?" That was so sweet, but it also meant that everyone was aware that she was too thin. Sam wasn't sure what she was going to do about that problem.
"That's part of it. Plus she loves to bake. So what do you say, Maribel work for you?"
"Well, yeah, Mr. Jason. Maribel would work fine. How much do I owe you?"
"Well," said Joe, winking at Jason, "since it's a family discount, I guess you owe us nothing."
Sam just stared at both men. They had to be joking. No one just gave away things for free, especially as hard as they all worked to get this stud farm up and running.
"I can tell by the look on your face, Sam, that you don't believe us," Jason commented wryly. "Do you have any idea of your value to Joe and me? How many animals have you saved? How many horses have you trained in the 3 months you've been with us? How many times have you slept in the barn because an animal was sick? You're not just an employee, and neither is Clarissa. You two are like family, and there are bonuses to being part of a family." "I agree," said Joe. "So, it looks like you got yourself a deal. How about signing this here contract? We'll make it all official."
Sam wanted to cry. She'd never had anyone treat her so kindly except for her own family. She used her sleeve to wipe her eyes, and both men were kind enough to shuffle papers until she got herself under control. "Thank you, Jason, Joe. This is the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me."
"You're welcome. Now you take your money and skedaddle. I'm sure Hank has something for you to do," Jason said. Chapter 15. He watched the man leave his wife's room. Anger pulsated through his body. It had taken him 2 days to find her once he had reached town, and now he had been standing out here for over 3 hours in the cold and dark, waiting for the man to leave. He took another slug of whiskey. It burned down his throat and warmed him up. It was 11:30, for Christ's sakes. Had his wife turned into a whore? Is that how she was taking care of herself and his son? Richard could barely hold in his anger. He wanted to howl. He wanted to hit something. He slowed his breathing. Now it was his turn to make her pay. 4 long months she'd been gone. 4 long months he'd been dreaming about what he would do to her when he found her. He crept up the stairs and knocked softly at the door. Sarah was just about to turn in, having washed out the 2 coffee cups she and John had used. It had been another wonderful night of talking and kissing. They'd had to be quiet so as not to wake Benji. When she heard the soft knock on her door, she assumed John had forgotten something. Sarah opened the door, and before she could scream, her husband had his hand on her mouth and a knife at her throat. "Hello, Sarah. Have you missed your loving husband?" He backhanded her across the face so hard she fell to the floor. Blood sprang from a gash on her cheek and the split in her lip. She dared not scream. What would happen if Benji came running in? Richard grabbed her by the hair and pulled her to her feet. He slammed his fist into her stomach, making her double over and almost vomit. She whimpered in pain and fear. She could see Richard was out of control. She had to get him out of the house, away from Benji. She tried to run for the door,
but Richard grabbed her from behind and slammed her up against his body. The knife was back at her throat. "Did you really think that you could just leave me?" Richard dug the knife into her throat, just enough to draw blood. Sarah whimpered again. "Would you like to know how I found you, Sarah?" Sarah tried to nod her head yes. Richard liked to talk and threaten. It would give her more time to think. "You always thought I drank too much. You always thought I was too drunk to know what was going on in my own household. Oh, I heard you talking to Benji when you put him to bed, telling him stories about a wonderful town in Texas." Sarah gasped. He had been listening in at Benji's door? Richard swung her around and hit her with his fist in her eye. The whole room went black for a moment. "Oh, no, you don't, Sarah. Don't you even think of passing out on me." He held her up so that she couldn't crumple to the floor. "We have so much more to discuss," he whispered angrily into her ear. "Would you like to know where I've been the last 3.5 months? Sarah nodded. She was in so much pain that she couldn't think at all. "I was in jail because I couldn't pay off a debt. Do you know why I couldn't pay off my debt? Because my bitch of a wife stole my money." Richard hit her in the eye with his fist, and she fell onto her knees. This time when he yanked her up, she let out a scream. The pain was excruciating. Benji woke up to voices. At first he thought John was still there, but then he heard his mother moan. He went to his bedroom door and put his ear up against it. That wasn't John's voice. That was his father's. He heard his mother scream and jump back from the door. What to do? What to do? Ron and Delilah were in Austin visiting their son. He couldn't run next door for help. What to do? Benji went to the window, but he was shaking so hard he didn't know if he could get it opened. He finally managed it and quietly stepped out onto the landing. He crawled past the living room window and made it to the stairs. He stood and rushed down the stairs and ran towards the sheriff's office. Sheriff Bauer would know what to do. Joe woke up in the bedroom above the sheriff's office to the sound of a hysterical child. He jumped out of bed, threw on his clothes, grabbed his gun, and barreled down the stairs. "Sheriff Bauer! Sheriff Bauer, come quick! My dad, he's killing my mother!" Joe saw Benji Bailey in his nightclothes, crying and panting. "Benji, what happened? What's this about your father? I thought he was dead." No, he found us, he's hitting my mother. I heard her scream." "Okay, you listen to me, Benji. I'm going right now to save your mother. You go to the mayor's house and tell him what happened. You stay there with my wife. Do you hear me?" The boy shook his head. "Then go, run!" Joe shouted at the boy as he ran towards the Osborne's rooms. "What's the matter, Sarah? Did I hurt you?" "Well, not as much as your betrayal hurt me. I spent 3.5 months in a jail cell because of you!" Richard was yelling now, and Sarah feared Benji would come running in to try and save her. I didn't mean to hurt you, Richard," Sarah managed to say through her swollen and bleeding lips. "Lying bitch!" Richard grabbed both her arms and shook her like a rag doll. Her vision blurred, and she thought she would faint, but then he had her up against him again, the knife at her throat. John had only been home less than half an hour when there was a tremendous banging at the front door. He heard someone shouting his name. Good God, they were going to wake up Mary Sue and the children. Who in the world needed him at this hour? He ran to the front door and opened it and found a panting and crying Benji. He pulled the boy into the house. "Benji, what's wrong? What happened? Where's your mother?" John crouched in front of the boy and took him by the shoulders. "Tell me what's wrong." "My father, he found us," Benji gasped. "He found us, and he's killing my mother." John's heart dropped into his stomach. "Your father? I thought he was dead." No, he ran away from me. He hurt my mom. I went to Sheriff Bauer. He said he would save her. He told me to come here and stay here." Benji was weeping so hard now that John could barely understand the boy. "Father, what's going on?" Mary Sue came down the stairs in her robe. "Benji!" she cried, and ran to the boy and wrapped her arms around him. "Keep him here," John said. "I'm going to Sarah's. Apparently her husband found her and is beating her." John was already running out of the door, his heart pounding in his chest. "No, no, please, God, no. Don't take Sarah away from me." Joe made it to the top of the stairs. The front door was shut and he couldn't hear anything. With his gun at the ready, he burst into the room and pointed the weapon at the man who held Sarah Bailey at knife point. "Drop the knife now," Joe ordered. "Well, who do we have here, Sarah? It looks like it's the sheriff. You think that sniveling little boy of mine went running to the law? It looks like he's going to have a few lessons to learn, too, just like his mother. I'll be happy to teach him how to be a man. A few smacks upside the head will do the little rat good." The rage that flowed through Sarah was so fierce that she just reacted without thinking. She snapped her head into Richard's chin, stomped on his foot, and then made herself dead weight. "You bitch!" Richard cried out, but his hold had loosened. As Sarah fell to the ground, she heard a shot ring out, and then all went black. John almost fell to his knees when he heard the gunshot. "Sarah!" he cried and burst through the door. Joe was feeling for a pulse on a man who was lying on the ground bleeding from a chest wound. Then John saw Sarah. "Oh, my God, Sarah!" He dropped to his knees next to her and felt for a pulse. She was alive, thank God, but she was battered on the entire left side of her face. Rage tore through John, and he looked at Joe. "That son of a bitch better be dead." "He is. He won't be tormenting anyone anymore." "John, did you have any idea Sarah was still married?" "No, but I knew something was bothering her. I figured she would tell me when she was good and ready. Joe, she needs a doctor." "I'll run over and get Adam. Don't move her until he gets here." Joe was out the door and running towards the medical office. John could barely look at Sarah without wanting to cry and pull her into his arms. Her left eye was swollen shut and already turning black and blue. Her cheek had a gash on it, and her lips were swollen and cut. He had no idea where else that lunatic might have hit her. John went into the kitchen and got a clean towel, dampened it, and crouched down beside Sarah again. He began to gently clean some of the blood from her face. "Sarah, honey, can you hear me? Sarah, sweetheart, I need you to acknowledge that you can hear me. It's me, John. You're safe now." Sarah moaned and made a slight movement of her head. "Sarah, sweetheart, it's me, John. You're safe. Do you understand me? You're safe." Sarah could hear John's voice, but she couldn't seem to get her eyes open or her voice to work. She could only moan in pain. Every part of her hurt. Richard had hurt her. "Benji, where was Benji?" "Benji," she managed to whisper. "Benji's fine, Sarah. He's at my house. He's a real hero. He went and got Joe. Do you understand what I'm saying? The two of you are safe." "Richard?" Sarah croaked, and her body spasmed in fear. "He's dead, Sarah. He's dead. He can't hurt you again." Tears leaked from Sarah's eyes. John wanted so badly to hug her. Her pain was killing him. He heard footsteps, and then Adam entered the room with his medical bag. "My God," Adam said in shock as he looked down at Sarah. "Her husband did this to her? It's a good thing the bastard's dead or the whole town would be after him. Joe's getting Jason to help with the body." Adam checked Sarah's pulse. "Sarah, can you hear me?" Sarah moved her head gingerly. "Can you tell me where else he hit you?" "Stomach and back," Sarah moaned softly. "John, I want you to put these ice chips in this clean cloth and hold it to her eye. I want to try to get that swelling down." John did as Adam asked, and was surprised to see that his hands were shaking. "Sarah, I want you to open your right eye. I want to see your pupil. Can you do that for me, please?" Adam asked. Sarah opened her eye and saw the young doctor staring down at her. She looked to the side and saw John's anxious face. She tried to smile at him, but her lips didn't seem to be working. "Okay, your pupils look good. This gash on your cheek's going to need a few stitches. The cut on your neck isn't deep and it's stopped bleeding," Adam said, as he continued to prod and poke Sarah. "You have no broken bones, thank goodness. You have some nasty fingerprints on your arms. How does your stomach feel?" Adam pushed gently, feeling for any damage to any of the organs. "Does any of this hurt?" "I don't know. I hurt everywhere," Sarah whispered. Adam put more ice chips in another cloth and placed it on Sarah's cheek and lips. "I'm going to put you to bed, and then I'm going to give you some laudanum and stitch up that cheek. John, you think you can lift her carefully while I turn down the bed, or do you want me to pick her up?" "No, I've got her," John said, as he gently took Sarah into his arms. She cried out and became a dead weight in his arms, and he looked at Adam in anguish. "It's a good thing, John. Her mind can't handle any more pain. I'll be able to stitch her up, and then we can get her as comfortable as possible. Will you be staying here for the rest of the night?" "I'm not leaving her for a minute," John said, as he placed her in the middle of the bed. "I'm going to get her out of these clothes and check for any more bruising. Can you find me your night clothes so I can make her more comfortable?" John looked around the room and saw a night rail hanging from a peg on the back of the door. He handed it to Adam. "Why don't you get more of the ice I brought and put them in the towel while I check her over? I don't think Sarah would be happy about you seeing her undressed in the condition she's in." John actually felt himself blush, and he quickly left the room. Adam made short work of getting her into her night rail. It seemed her husband liked to hit her where the bruises would be most visible. He didn't see any more serious injuries on her. Adam would have to check on the deceased before Joe and Jason took the body away. John came back into the room and put the 2 towels on Sarah's face. He bent over and kissed her uninjured cheek. "You will never suffer like this again, Sarah. I promise. I will keep you and Benji safe." "I hear Joe and Jason. Why don't you go out there and fill them in on how Sarah's doing while I sew up this gash in her cheek?" John didn't want to leave, but he also didn't want to see Adam put a needle through Sarah's skin. He went back out to the front room where the 2 men were leaning over the body. Joe had brought a horse blanket to carry the corpse. "Adam said he wants to take a quick look at the body before you take it away," John said as a greeting. Joe jumped up and went to his father-in-law. "How's Sarah? How are you holding up?" he said in concern. "She came to for a while, but now she's out again. The pain was too much for her. Adam said she has no broken bones, but you should see what that bastard did to her face." John thought he might be sick. "I saw. She'll heal up. She may have a small scar where Adam has to sew her up, but no broken bones is a miracle," Joe said. "Sorry you had to go through all this, John. You've had enough hell in the last 4 years to last you a lifetime." Jason had risen, and he patted him on the shoulder. "The good news? The guy's dead. There's nothing standing in your way to happiness." Adam came out of the bedroom. "She came to, and I gave her some laudanum. She's asking for you, John." John hurried back into the room. Adam sank down on his knees and looked at the bullet hole in the man's chest. "Nice shooting, Joe. You got him right in the heart. He was dead before he hit the floor." "He learned from the best, you know," Jason said. Joe snorted. "In your dreams, cowboy." "You guys wrap him up. Put him in the cellar at my office. It's cold down there. Keep him from getting too nasty before Sarah decides what she wants to do. I doubt there's anyone who wants this bastard back," Adam said. "Maybe we should just leave him to the vultures." After dropping off the body, Joe headed over to his father-in-law's house to check on Benji and Mary Sue. He found his wife asleep on the sofa with a sleeping Benji in her arms. The remnants of cookies and milk sat on the table in front of them. Joe leaned over and kissed his wife's forehead. She opened her eyes slowly and then groaned softly. She was stiff and uncomfortable. Joe lifted the sleeping boy off of her and placed him back down when Mary Sue finally managed to shift her bulk to the side. The boy slept on. Joe helped Mary Sue to her feet, and they went into the kitchen. "Is Sarah okay? Please tell me she is, Joe. I don't think I can stand handling seeing my father grieving again," Mary Sue implored. She's going to be fine. She's beat up, but nothing is life-threatening. Your father's with her, and he doesn't plan on leaving her side anytime soon. She's in good hands. Adam sewed her up, but she's going to be in a lot of pain for a while. That bastard did a real number on her. Benji told me that they ran away because his father had hurt his mother. He doesn't know how he could have found them. They told no one where they were going. The poor boy was so distraught. It was hard to get him to stay here with me. He wanted to go check on his mama, Mary Sue said sadly, and then looked at Joe and said vehemently, I hope you put that horrible man in jail and never let him out again. He's dead. I had to shoot him. He had a knife at Sarah's throat when I got there. Mary Sue gasped. He really was going to kill her? It definitely looked that way to me. Benji saved her life. He told me he crawled out the window. Thank God he didn't go in and try to save his mother. They might both be dead. Mary Sue shuddered. How can someone do that to his own family? What's wrong with people like him and my mother? What causes them to do such evil things? I don't know. And it's still not over. Sarah has a lot of healing to do. Your father wants us to keep it quiet that her attacker was her husband until he talks with Sarah. He wants to protect Sarah and Benji as much as possible from gossip or from people who might blame Sarah for leaving her husband. My father's right. We need to do all we can to protect that poor boy in there and his mother from ridicule and pity. John wouldn't let go of Sarah's hand, whether she was sleeping or awake. It was all that was keeping him grounded. Every time he remembered that gunshot, he relived the nightmare that she'd been killed. When he looked at her battered face, he could feel the tears running down his cheeks. How she had suffered at the hands of the man who was supposed to love her and protect her. John feared that Sarah would be changed when she finally woke up and was ready to talk about her ordeal. He prayed she would still be the Sarah he had fallen in love with. He prayed she would still be the wonderful mother to Benji. John knew what damage trauma could cause. He'd lost Lydia when she could no longer face what she had done. He was not going to lose Sarah. He would be here for her and work with her to recapture what they had. He owed it to Sarah, Benji, and himself. Chapter 16. The weather was finally getting colder. It had been a mild fall season. It was the middle of December. Sam's birthday was coming up, and for the first time in her life, it wouldn't be celebrated. Her family, especially her mother, had always made a special cake for her, and her father insisted that it would always be a day off of work for her. She got to sleep in and read her books and go riding. All the other families would gather around the fire pit after the evening meal and celebrate with her. Last year was a special birthday. She had turned 18 and become a woman. Her mother had surprised her with a dress that she had made. It must have taken her mother months to complete, as she had to do it during her free moments and keep it a secret from Sam. Sam's heart sank. She had left the dress behind. She couldn't pass as a boy if she was found with a dress in her bag. She remembered how proud her mother was when Sam had actually squealed in delight at the beautiful frock. Yes, she had squealed at one point in her life. It seemed like years ago that she was a carefree young woman. She and Arnie had been talking a lot back then. He had big plans, had saved his money, and was wanting to go to California. It was an adventure they spoke of often. But then her mother had died. Her father had turned into a drunk, and she'd been promised to Emmett, not Arnie. How funny, she thought. When she looked back at her relationship with Arnie, she saw it was just a comfortable one. There was no spark, no anger, no real joy. With Adam, she felt all those things. Sam was brushing down one of the horses that she had used for a riding lesson today. She had to admit that the riding lessons were a hit. Mayor John had asked her today if she would be willing to work with Benji. He really wanted to become a proficient rider, and Mayor John had said the boy was still traumatized by what happened to his mother. Sam was more than willing to work with the boy. He was a good kid, and horses, she knew, were good soul healers. She would let the boy practice on Bandit, and then let the boy brush him down and feed him. It would give him purpose, and he couldn't help but fall in love with Bandit. Sam shuddered at the thought of what happened to Mrs. Bailey. She had been attacked by a complete stranger. From what Adam had told them all, she had been beaten severely. Joe had killed the man. Mayor John had not left her side for days until work finally forced him back to his regular schedule. Emma had been going over every day to check on her. She was healing, but her face was still quite a sight, Emma had said. Clarissa had been to Madame Rule's, who had mentioned that the man had come into her establishment. She had spoken with him for only a couple of minutes before she realized he was no good and had the bartender throw him out. Madame Rule was concerned that maybe she had caused the man to attack Sarah. Clarissa had had a lot of convincing to do to get Marlena, Clarissa had learned Madame Rule's name, to realize she was not at fault. Clarissa said Madame Rule was seeing more and more strangers entering her place. The population in Austin was growing, the railways were expanding, and a lot of people were heading further west. Even a small town like Elizabethtown was going to have growing pains. Sam was pulled from her thoughts when Adam entered the barn. Her heart did an immediate tumble. His hair was windblown, and he looked tired and cranky. It was just the way she liked to see him. She could handle him better when he wasn't being nice to her. When they sniped at each other, she could keep her heart and her mind on an even keel. "Well, what brings you to my humble workplace, Doc?" Sam said, keeping her eye on the horse she was brushing. "I came in to thank you," Adam said as he gave the horse a pat on the side of its neck. Sam looked up in surprise. "Thank me for what?" "For taking on Benji. I know your lessons are primarily for girls, but Benji really needs this right now. School's helping him, but he still has nightmares." "Of course I want to help Benji. That poor kid. I can't imagine seeing your mother beaten and not having a father to protect you from some crazy person who breaks into your home." Adam cringed. "Actually, as you'll be working with Benji, I need to tell you something that you need to keep quiet." Sam stopped brushing the horse and stared at Adam. He sounded downright depressed. "What is it? I would never break a confidence. I promise. I just want to help Benji and his mother." The man who attacked her was her husband, Benji's father. Sam's mouth fell open, and the horse shifted in annoyance at her neglect. She began brushing him again, trying to take in what Adam had just revealed. A husband beat his wife? She knew things like that were not uncommon, but this was too close to home. "My God, that's awful. That makes it all even worse," Sam said in outrage. "Exactly. The man who's supposed to provide for her and protect you is the one who hurts you? And from what Joe said, it was likely he was going to kill her. Benji saved her life by running to get Joe." Sam had to sit down. She plopped down on a bale of hay. Adam did the same, and they both sat in shocked silence. "I've been over there every day to check on Sarah's injuries, and I still get almost sick to my stomach when I think of what he did to her. She's healing outside, and I think John is making good headway on healing her inside. But Benji's struggling. He wakes up at night screaming, Sarah says. I don't know what to do for the boy." Adam sat with his arms dangling over his knees, his face grim. "I'll do all I can," Sam said. "He can come after school every day if he likes, and help me with the horses. He needs to learn to feel safe again. Animals can do that for you. They make you feel safe and loved." "Thanks, Sam. You seem very wise for your years. Maybe because you lost your mother and had to go out on your own. Whatever it is, thanks for taking the time to be with Benji. He was pretty excited when I left there. He said he has his first lesson with you after school tomorrow." "He does. I'm going to have him work with Bandit and become his caretaker. Bandit's a good horse. He understands people's needs." Instead of laughing at her odd take on Bandit's abilities, Adam shook his head as if in understanding. It's a good start. John plans on spending time with the boy every weekend. Remember, only a few people know it was his father who beat his mother. We want to keep it quiet if at all possible, so Benji doesn't have to hear his classmates ridicule or tease him. Can you imagine what that would do to him? Sarah and Benji will get what they need from John and Mary Sue. The two of them know what it feels like to have a family member do something awful. I know I was shocked at first when I heard about Mrs. Drake, but then I couldn't help but be impressed by how John and Mary Sue made the best of a horrible situation, Sam said. You're right. And if I'm reading the situation correctly, I see a wedding in the near future. That would go a long way to help Benji. He'd have a father figure in his life, a stepsister, and soon to be 3 nephews and nieces. Being part of a big family will make him feel safe again. And imagine living in that big house with that big, beautiful yard, Sam agreed. That's a little boy's dream. Adam stood, and so did Sam. I best be on my way. I promised Doc I'd tell him about the heart surgery I witnessed when I was at Harvard. Though the man's retiring, he wants to keep learning. Adam smiled every time he thought of his mentor. Sounds like a lovely time, Sam said, making a gagging noise. Adam left laughing and feeling more light-hearted. Chapter 17. Emma loved the build-up to Christmas. She just wished it would snow, but the weather was not cooperating. They had had storm after storm, but it was always thunder and lightning followed by rain. The children were tired of being housebound, so that is why she started decorating earlier than usual. Clarissa was stringing popcorn with Calvin, and the twins were coloring pieces of round paper Emma had cut out to use as ornaments for the tree that they would cut down next week. Emma was tying red holly berries into clumps. They would be placed on the pine branches that would grace the fireplace mantel. Though the rain was coming down hard outside, the living room was warm and comfortable. The fire crackled, and the aroma of the cake that she was baking permeated the air. She sighed happily as she looked at her children. How grateful she felt having Jason and the children in her life. Visiting Sarah Bailey these last few days, knowing what her husband had done to her, had been difficult. Emma wanted everyone to have what she had. Clarissa, I was just thinking of the Baileys and what they've been through. What do you think about us making decorations for their rooms and helping brighten up their holiday? I'm sure John will take Benji out to cut a tree, but I doubt they have anything to decorate it with. That's a fabulous idea, Clarissa agreed. I bet Mrs. Bauer and Mrs. Carville will want to participate. You're right. As soon as this rain lets up, Calvin and I will stroll over to Mary Sue's and then Carla's. I'll set up a decorating party for Saturday morning. Emma was happier now that she had a plan and a way to help the Baileys. I think we should tell Benji about it, so he can make some special decorations for his mother. Sarah said he's doing better now that he's helping Sam with Bandit. She thinks Sam's a good mentor for Benji, as he's only a few years older than Benji, and he knew how it felt to be a 12-year-old boy at one point. Clarissa choked on the sip of coffee she had just taken. Her eyes started to water, and she couldn't catch her breath. Emma rushed over and patted Clarissa on the back. My goodness, are you all right? Emma asked in concern. Yes, it just went down the wrong way. Clarissa wiped her eyes. Thank you, I'm fine. I'm glad to hear Sam and Bandit are helping Benji. Sam does have a way with animals, but he also has a way with children. That he does. Calvin and the girls think he's wonderful. He has the patience of a saint when it comes to him dealing with Calvin and his sheep Tibby. And Hannah and Melinda are under his feet constantly wanting to play with the new kittens at Hank's barn. Perhaps you can take the girls there later today to see the kittens while Calvin and I spread the news of the decorating party. Kitties! We want to see the kitties! Both girls chorused as they ran to Clarissa and threw themselves into her arms. Clarissa laughed and kissed each girl's cheek. As soon as the rain lightens up, we'll go, she promised. Now go back and finish your beautiful decorations. I can't wait to see them when you're done. Mama, I want to go see the kittens too, said Calvin. I need your help at Aunt Mary Sue's. Don't you want to go see Lizzie and Joey? I want to see Lizzie and Joey. I go help you, Calvin nodded. Papa's not here to go with you, so I go and protect you. Calvin turned to Clarissa. You need to be careful, Clarissa, and watch out for my sisters, 'cause I won't be there. Don't let them get hurt, and don't let them squeeze the kittens too tight, he said in all seriousness. Clarissa smiled at the boy. I'll be very, very careful, she promised. Saturday morning was a beautiful, crisp day. The sun was finally out, and it felt almost warm after all the cold rain. Jason, Joe, and Sam had taken the children, including Benji, to find 3 Christmas trees. One for the Dunbar's house, one for the Bailey's rooms, and one for the Drake house, as that is where Mary Sue and their family would be spending most of the Christmas. All 6 children had clambered into the wagon and waved at the womenfolk as they headed out. Emma, Mary Sue, Carla, and Clarissa smiled and waved until the wagon went around the corner. Back inside, hot chocolate was handed around, along with cookies Carla had made. This is such a lovely idea, Emma, Carla said as she blew on the hot chocolate before taking a sip. Caleb and Adam were having a gruesome conversation about amputations. I couldn't wait to get away. My brother has turned into a ghoul, Emma laughed. Mary Sue groaned. Please, can we discuss something less gruesome? I'm a very pregnant woman. I need something joyful to think about. How about we think about what decorations to make, said Clarissa, as she held up some red and white balls of yarn. I was thinking of knitting little Santa hats to put on the trees. Wonderful idea, said Carla. I popped bags and bags of popcorn last night. I'm going to make popcorn balls and paint them different colors. I'm going to cut out snowflakes, said Mary Sue, snapping her scissors jauntily. I'm going to string cranberries and make red and gold bows out of some of the material I have, said Emma, joining in on the enthusiastic responses. We need to save some decorating for the children when they get back. Benji said he wanted to make something special for his mother. The women chatted happily as they each began their projects. Sam had never really had a Christmas tree as her family moved from one place to the other so often. She had been in many houses and seen the beautiful decorated trees. She was looking forward to seeing what Mrs. Dunbar did to the house. Clarissa had told her about the decorating party. Sam had been torn between wanting to decorate, but also wanting to go chop down a tree. It was safer for her to go with the men. She was afraid she would let down her guard when she was with Clarissa and the other women. It was getting harder and harder to keep up the ruse. Between Clarissa begging her to unveil herself, her interest in Adam, and just being downright tired of the effort it took to come off as a boy, she knew she might slip up. But she couldn't stop now. She was saving her money, making a reputation for herself, and now she was mentoring Benji. If she revealed herself as a girl, everything would change, and she guessed not for the better. I've never cut down a Christmas tree before, Benji said excitedly. We had a small tree last year. My ma said we couldn't afford a big one. Sam was riding with the children in the wagon, making sure that they remained safe. She had Hannah on her lap. Benji had Melinda on his lap. And Calvin, Elizabeth, and Joey sat in the front seat with Joe, who was driving the wagon. Jason was riding Duke, who was leading the way. I've never had a tree, said Sam. We were always on the move, from one ranch to another. I'm looking forward to cutting one down, too. An hour later, they reached their destination. The children launched themselves into the arms of any man willing to catch them. As soon as their little feet hit the ground, they were off and running, pointing at every tree they came to. Sam couldn't help but laugh. It was like watching a cyclone form. Suddenly, Jason gave out a loud whistle, and the children stopped running in circles and looked at him. Attention! He shouted like a general. Lizzie, you take Hannah and Melinda's hands. Calvin, you take Joey's hand. Joe and I will lead the way. Sam, you and Benji will bring up the rear. There will be no more running around like a bunch of wild Indians. If we lose one of you or one of you gets hurt, your papa and I will be in big trouble. You all understand? Yes, Papa. Yes, Uncle Jason, can we go now?
Yes, but you need to march and follow us closely. Jason and Joe took off marching, and the children marched dutifully behind them. Sam and Benji looked at each other and smiled, and marched after the retreating figures. John was relieved the sun was out. He was determined to get Sarah outside. Her face was healing. The swelling was gone, and the gash on her cheek was just a small scar, and her left eye was open, but the bruising was still pretty ghastly. Sarah had been holed up in her rooms for a week and a half. Today, John put out 2 chairs on the small landing outside. The building protected them from the breeze, and the sun shone brightly and warmly on them. Sarah sighed in contentment. This is lovely, John. This is just what I needed. No one can see us back here, and the sun's marvelous after all that rain. John took one of her hands in his. Well, I'm glad. You should be back to yourself by next week, just in time for Christmas. We're all expecting you and Benji to join us. We're celebrating at Jason and Emma's this year. Last year was at Joe and Mary Sue's, and the year before that it was at my house. The only ones missing will be Doc and Carla. They go to Austin to be with their daughters and their grandchildren. Are you sure nobody will mind? We aren't family. I don't want to be in the way. You've become great friends with Emma. Do you really think she would not want you there? John asked. She's a wonderful woman and has done so much for Benji and me. I am so happy he could go with all the children to cut down a tree for us. He was so excited. Sarah squeezed John's hand. And thank you for staying behind and keeping me company. I'm finally feeling better and more hopeful. I will always be here for you and Benji, John said, giving her hand a soft squeeze back. Benji seems to be doing better. He is. We had a long talk last night. Oh, John, he told me he was afraid he was going to turn into his father. It about broke my heart. John could see tears forming in Sarah's eyes. That boy will never turn into his father. You did tell him that, right? Well, yes, I told him that he was just like my brother, his uncle. He never got to meet my brother. He died fighting in the war. I have a small painting of him when he was a baby. He and Benji look like twins. Benji has Thomas's personality, too. Thomas was a kind, calm man who always looked out for me. There wasn't an evil bone in his body. I told Benji all about him and said I would show him his picture when we could send for our things. The only thing he inherited from Richard is that thick head of hair, thank goodness. Did he believe you? Does he see that he's nothing like his father? He seemed convinced. He was excited to be compared to his uncle. He said he might go fight in a war and protect his people as his uncle had. I smiled, but I hope there's never such an ugly war ever again. Amen to that, John agreed. The twins and little Joey had fallen asleep on the long ride back into town. Apparently looking for Christmas trees was a great undertaking. Calvin had eventually ridden on his father's shoulder as Jason dragged the tree Calvin had picked back to the wagon. Joey was on his father's shoulders, telling him to be careful with the tree he and Lizzie had picked out. Hannah was on Sam's shoulders, and Melinda was on Benji's. Lizzie skipped next to them, talking a mile a minute about the kittens at Kank's. Apparently, Mary Sue had promised her one when they were old enough. It had been a wonderful outing. Sam really enjoyed being around the men. They joked and roughhoused with the children. Both Jason and Joe always made sure that she and Benji were part of things. This is what Benji needed to see. Fathers who loved their children and did right by them. Sam hoped that Adam was right, and John would be asking Mrs. Bailey to marry him. She looked at Benji, who had a sleeping Melinda's head in his lap. He was a good boy. When they finally got back into town, they dropped off one of the trees at the empty Drake house. Then they headed to the Dunbars. Benji's tree would be dropped off last after he got a chance to make some decorations. The women oohed and awed over the tree Jason brought in and placed in front of one of the windows. Calvin ran to Clarissa, wanting to see her Santa hats. The 3 young ones slept on and were put into Clarissa's room so they could be heard or find everyone when they woke up.
Benji's eyes were wide as he looked at all of the decorations the ladies had made in the 3 hours they had been gone. "Can I make a star for the top of our tree?" he asked Emma. "That's a wonderful idea, Benji," Emma exclaimed. "Your mother will be so pleased. I have some stiff paper we can cut the star out of, and then you can use the material and berries or anything else you want to glue onto it and make it shiny and stand out." "I want to make a star too," said Lizzie. Emma set the 2 children up at the table, and they both worked, tongues protruding in deep concentration. Sam took a cookie and went over to sit with Clarissa and Calvin. Clarissa gave her a wink and asked her if she wanted to help sew Santa hats. Sam rolled her eyes. "You know dang well I can't sew a lick," she groused. Calvin looked up. "Why do you want Sam to sew, Clarissa? That's girl stuff." He made a face of disgust that had Clarissa and Sam both laughing. Sam ruffled Calvin's hair. "Yeah, that's girl stuff," she said in agreement. This time Clarissa rolled her eyes and gave Sam a meaningful look. Sam pretended not to notice. It was hard enough being in a room full of women and not being able to laugh and gossip with them. She noticed that Jason and Joe had already made themselves scarce. They were probably taking the tree over to the Baileys. An hour later, everyone agreed that they'd had enough, and Benji's star was a big hit. He had used gold material and then meticulously glued on red berries around the edges. A small pine cone with a little greenery graced the top of it. "This is the prettiest star I have ever seen," said Carla, smiling at the proud boy. "Your mama is going to cry when she sees it. Now you take this bag with you. It has some of the decorations we all worked on today. I expect an invitation when you have that tree all decorated. I'm sure it will be stunning." Benji thanked everyone and then began to jog back to the rooms above the post office. He couldn't wait to show his mom and John his decorations. Chapter 18. Sam was feeling sorry for herself again. It was really her own fault, though. She could have told Clarissa it was her birthday today. Clarissa would have told Emma, and Emma would have thrown a party. But the timing was wrong. No one had time for a party on the 20th of December. Christmas was just around the corner. Everyone was busy making or buying gifts. There were still the everyday duties to perform, and the children were cranky as the weather had turned nasty again. Tonight, Sam was sleeping in the barn in order to keep the horses calm. The thunder and lightning had them quaking in their stalls. Hank was sleeping in the other barn on the far side of the corral, trying to do the same thing. Horses could hurt themselves if they got too scared. Sam went from stall to stall, soothing the animals. Bandit didn't react to the loud thunder. He'd been around enough shooting that the noise didn't bother him. Maribel was having a hard time of it. Sam hoped that the boys back at the Dunbar Ranch were watching out for Rascal. Jason's horse Duke was pretty calm, too. The other 4 horses were all in different states of anxiety. Sam had a couple of lanterns lit so the horses could see her. She also had apple slices and sugar cubes to hand out. She wished the thunder and lightning would just stop and let the rain come already. It was rare to have a storm like this in the winter. Usually spring and summer were when the weather got wild. Sam remembered one storm last spring when the lightning had split a tree in half. It made her realize the power of nature compared to humans. Humans pretended to have control of things, but then a fire, a blizzard, a flood, or a tornado came and wiped out everything the humans had built. "We really are just little specks of bone and skin," she said to any horse who happened to be listening. Sam hummed as she placed blankets on the horses and fed each a treat. It was cozy in the barn, even with the raging storm outside. She made herself a bed in the hay. It must be almost midnight, she thought. She stretched and gave a big yawn. Sam jumped at the loud splintering sound and then a louder boom of thunder. The horses were squealing and kicking at their stalls. Damn it, Sam thought. This was going to be a long night. She ran to Maribel first and spoke with the shivering horse. Then she noticed Bandit was kicking at his stall. Then she smelled smoke. Sam looked over her shoulder and her mouth fell open in horror. The barn had been struck, and flames were already licking up the side walls nearest the exit. Sam ran to the barn door, and the heat from the flames scorched her face. A bundle of hay had caught on fire, too. Part of the barn was lit up like the sun. Sam threw the door open, stepped outside, and yanked vigorously on the bell on the side of the barn. She couldn't wait for the others. She needed to get the horses out. She ran back in and opened a stall and slapped the horse on the rump. He ran towards the door and made it out. She went to the next 2 stalls, opening the doors and slapping the horses on their backs. Duke was one of them, and she saw that he got out safely. The smoke was getting so thick Sam could barely breathe. She pulled her bandana up to her nose and ran to Maribel and let her out. The horse sped for freedom. Sam could hear another bell ringing loudly. It must be Hank, signaling the town of the fire. Sam went to the next stall. The horse's eyes were huge, and he kept rearing up. Sam managed to grab his mane and give it a yank. The horse followed her, but she had to lead it all the way to the opening as the smoke was so thick the horse was confused. She coughed and her eyes burned. The horse smelled the cool air and jerked from her, running for his freedom. Sam ran back in. There was almost a wall of fire now. She went to the next horse's stall, opened it, and hit her hard on the rump, and the horse wouldn't budge, too scared of the flames. Sam ripped off her jacket, threw it over the horse's head, and pulled her towards safety. She heard a loud bang and saw part of the wall crumble as sparks flew everywhere, some landing on her shirt and hat. Hank saw 5 horses come running out of the barn. They kept running into town. 2 more were still in the barn, as was Sam. Hank could hear feet running towards him. The townspeople would be coming. Fire was their greatest fear. It could wipe out all the wooden structures in town. Hank saw Joe and Jason. Ron and David were right behind them. He hoped Doc Carver and Adam had heard the alarm. Some of the horses might need help. And where the hell was Sam? "Hank!" Jason yelled as he ran up. "Where's Duke?" "He's out. They all ran. They'll be all right." "Where's Sam?" Joe yelled, just as he saw a horse streak from the barn. It almost ran Ron and David down. "Get the bucket brigade going. We need to make sure it doesn't spread to the other barn," Hank yelled. "I don't know where the kid is. Still in the barn." Doc Carver and Adam came running, Doc with his medical bag. "Anyone hurt?" Doc cried as he came to a halt, panting heavily. "We don't know," said Jason. "Sam's missing." He ran to the barn, followed by Joe and Adam. "Sam! Sam, where are you?" yelled Jason. "Sam, are you in there?" Adam yelled as he ran past Jason. "Adam, wait!" Joe yelled. "The roof's going to come down any second." But Adam was already in the doorway, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve and trying to squint past the smoke and flames. "Bandit!" Sam screamed as she headed to the back of the barn. The heat was so fierce that she felt like her skin was on fire. "Bandit, I'm coming!" She reached his stall. The horse was breathing heavily. His entire body vibrated with fear. Sam grabbed his lead and pulled him towards the front of the barn. Bandit pulled back in fear. The flames were too close. Sam pulled her hat off of her head and put it over Bandit's eyes. She secured it and then yanked again. Bandit went with her. The smoke was so thick, she hoped she was heading in the right direction. There was another loud popping sound, and then a beam fell, glancing off of Sam's head and shoulder. She screamed in pain, let go of the lead, and fell to the ground. Bandit shot forward, running wildly towards the exit. "Sam! Sam!" Adam yelled and choked on the smoke. He coughed violently and bent over trying to catch his breath. Damn it, where was the kid? A horse sped by him, knocking him to his knees. Adam stayed on his knees and crawled forward. He could hear Jason and Joe yelling for him. Then he saw Sam lying face first on the ground. He crawled over to him, grabbed the boy under the arms and yanked him up, pulling him towards where he thought the entrance was. Sam's feet dragged on the ground, slowing Adam's pace. The smoke was burning Adam's eyes. He closed them and listened for the shouts coming from Jason and Joe. He dragged Sam towards the voices. When he was just about to drop, he felt someone grab Sam from him, and then Jason was next to him, yanking him out of the barn door just as the roof caved in. "Jason! Adam!" Emma screamed in fear as she saw the barn begin to crumble. Then she saw Jason and Adam staggering away from the barn. She ran towards them, crying hysterically, "Jason! Adam!" She dropped down to them, first hugging Jason and then hugging Adam. She couldn't stop crying, and the tears blurred her vision so badly she couldn't see if either one of them was hurt. "Emma, sweetheart," Jason wheezed. "We're all right." Adam coughed violently. "I'm okay, sis. Just too much smoke in my lungs." "Where's Sam?" he asked, looking around in concern. "Joe has him stretched out over there," Emma said, pointing. Adam staggered to his feet and headed to Sam. His heart was beating loudly in his chest. The boy had to be okay. He couldn't die now. He still had too much to prove, too much to do. Adam reached Sam and dropped to his knees across from Doc. "How is he?" "Looks like a blow to the head. No gash, but the swelling's already starting. His shirt's burned here on the shoulder and stuck to the skin. We need to take him to the surgery," Doc said. He looked across Sam to Adam. "What about you, son? You okay?" "I'm fine. Just smoke inhalation. I'll take Sam. You stay here and keep an eye on things. I got this." Doc looked around. The barn was a total loss. The men were throwing buckets of water on the fencing of the corral, trying to save it. Hank and his men were heading to the other barn to saddle up the horses and go search for the runaways. It looked like the other barn was safe. Half the town was either watching or helping fight the fire. Doc heard Adam grunt. He'd picked the boy up and was already heading back to town. "You stupid kid. Risking your life to save a few horses," Adam grumbled and then coughed. "What were you thinking?" "That's just it. You weren't thinking." Adam didn't know why he was talking to a passed-out Sam, but he felt compelled to keep talking. It kept him from thinking about how close Sam had come to dying. "My God, kid, you don't weigh a thing." Adam could feel how skinny he was through his clothes. Sam's jacket was missing, and so was his hat. "Doesn't Emma feed you enough?" Adam had to stop for a moment and cough again. He almost dropped Sam. He hefted him higher in his arms and picked up his pace. As he reached the building, the skies opened and the rain came down in buckets. Thank goodness, Adam thought. It would save the town. He took Sam directly into the surgery and placed him on the high table. He lit the lanterns and then got his first good look at the kid. Jesus, the kid was covered head to toe in black soot. Adam washed his hands and then gingerly moved Sam's head and felt the growing bump. The kid was going to have a hell of a headache when he woke up. Sam went to the icebox, grateful that he had received a block of ice just last week. He had needed it for Sarah, and now for Sam, who had a bump the size of a lemon on the side of his head. He chipped off the ice, folded it into a towel, and placed it on the bump. It was time to look at that shoulder. He could see that it had a small burn mark where the shirt stuck to the skin. Adam took another clean towel, soaked it, and laid it on Sam's shoulder. It needed a couple of minutes to soak in, so he could peel off the material without pulling off much skin. The kid was lucky. He could have been killed. Adam listened to Sam's breathing. His lungs sounded clear. The kid had had the sense to pull his bandana over his mouth and nose. The bandana had fallen around his neck. Sam was black almost everywhere. Adam grabbed a third towel, dampened it, and started wiping the boy's face. After 3 swipes across his forehead, the towel was so filthy Adam had to get another one. "Kid, you're a mess," he said. As Adam continued wiping Sam's face, he began to frown. "What the hell?" Adam looked at the towel, and then at Sam's face. Where did the kid's heavy eyebrows go? Adam looked at the towel again. It was black with soot. He flipped it to a clean side and wiped down both cheeks and Sam's mouth. "What the hell?" Adam said again, looking at the towel. Then he peered closely at Sam. The boy's cheeks were smooth and white, and the barely there mustache was nowhere to be seen. The full lips had a rosy tinge to them. Adam's heart fell to the floor. Sam? Adam was stunned and just looked down at his patient in complete confusion. Sam was a girl? What the hell was going on? "Sam!" Adam patted her cheek softly. "Wake up! We have some explaining to do, Sam!" He slapped her cheeks a little harder. "Damn it, Sam! Wake up! I'm not fooling around here!" There was still no response. Adam stormed around the room, cursing under his breath. Then he'd stop, look down at the young woman on the table, and storm around the room some more. "You tricked us all, didn't you, Sam? No wonder I always felt something was off about you. Who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you dressed like a boy? How old are you?" Good grief. Adam was going to make himself crazy. He had to get back to doctoring. The answers were not coming from the knocked-out girl on the table. Adam lifted the damp cloth that he had put on Sam's shoulder and pulled it away. Then he began to peel off the burned part of the upper sleeve. It came off, and Adam could see some ugly bubbling of the skin. He put some ointment on it and a bandage, and then stood again looking at the girl. He had to check the rest of her for injuries. He might as well do it while she was out cold. He could just imagine the feisty, snarling Sam that she would be when she woke. So much was coming clear to Adam now. All that surliness, all the baggy clothes, and not looking him directly in the eye. It all made sense now. The girl had been protecting her disguise. Adam unbuttoned the shirt and was shocked to see the material wrapped around her chest. "My God, Sam, that can't be comfortable," he said under his breath, and nodded his head in wonder. The girl had done a fine job of acting. He left the wrapper on for the time being, somehow knowing the humiliation would be too much for her if she knew that he had seen her. He began a thorough examination of her arms and stomach. He rolled her gently to the uninjured side of her head and checked her back. Just some bruising where the beam had glanced off her upper shoulder. He pulled off her boots and then undid the buttons of the men's pants she was wearing and eased them down her legs. He was relieved that she was wearing small clothes. He didn't want her to shoot him in the head because he had seen her naked, and he was pretty sure that that was what she would do. Adam snorted to himself. The girl had outshot every man, outplayed every man at cards, and could deal with animals better than anyone he knew. She was a force to be reckoned with, and even more so now that he knew she was female. He checked both legs, but nothing was broken. Adam checked the bump again. It had gone down a bit, but was still the size of a small lemon. He'd have to keep a close eye on her. Her clothes had kept the rest of her pretty much soot-free. Adam got a towel, dampened it, and cleaned the soot from her neck and hands. He brushed the towel through her hair, careful to avoid the contusion. Her hair was soft but short and spiky. She was in dire need of a good haircut. He knew how women fussed over their hair. This was another aspect of Sam's disguise that he had to give her credit for. It must have been difficult to cut off all her hair. He had cleaned her up as best as he could. He lifted her gently and took her upstairs to his bed. After he placed her on the bed, he got one of the oldest and softest flannel shirts and eased her into it. He reached under the shirt and unwrapped the cloth binding her breasts. As careful as he was, his hand skimmed the soft underside of one of them. He sucked in a breath and quickly covered her with a blanket. Adam sat on the side of the bed and studied her face. She was a pretty girl, he realized. Her fine eyebrows arched, her nose was straight, her cheekbones high, and her lips, well, the lips, they were kissable. What? Adam hissed and got up and stormed around the room. He realized he was doing a lot of storming around tonight. Why not? Had he just thought her lips kissable? What was wrong with him for crying out loud? How many times had he had the urge to strangle Sam the boy? And now he thought of kissing Sam the girl? Could you strangle someone and kiss them at the same time? He never considered it. They seemed like two separate entities. Either you strangled a person or you kissed them. You didn't do both. He had to get himself under control. He had to think. What was he going to do about this girl? Clarissa was beside herself with worry. When she reached the fire, Emma had told her that Sam had been hurt, and Adam had taken him to his medical office. Clarissa hustled through the downpour. Her parasol kept her head dry, but the rest of her was getting soaked. Her dress was so saturated and heavy, she was breathing hard by the time she made it to the medical office. She rushed into the waiting room and then ran to the surgery. No one was there. Where were Sam and Adam? Clarissa's heart was in her throat. She'd be destroyed if anything happened to Sam. Plus, she had to protect her from Adam. This was awful. "Adam!" Clarissa shouted. "Adam, are you here? Where's Sam?" Clarissa heard feet running down the steps, and Adam came into the room. Clarissa ran to him. "Where's Sam? They said he was hurt. Where is he? I need to see him." The anguish in her voice made Adam's ire disappear. When he had heard Clarissa's shouts, he had planned to come down and give her a real dressing down. She had to know Sam was a girl. Instead, he took her hands in his. "Calm down, Clarissa. Sam's upstairs with a contusion about the size of a lemon. Sam's still out cold." "I have to see him for myself. I need to be with him and stay with him until he wakes up. He's my best friend," Clarissa begged. "I'm quite aware that Sam is your best friend, and you do know that I want to protect her." Clarissa blanched. Adam had said her. She looked up into his face and knew he knew. "Oh no, this is terrible." Clarissa let go of Adam's hands, and then she paced the office muttering to herself. Adam would have laughed at her mimicking his earlier moves if he weren't so angry at the deception he'd uncovered. Something seemed to hit Clarissa all of a sudden as she stopped and whirled on Adam. "Did you take her clothes off?" she said in utter horror, covering her mouth in shock. Adam was so taken aback by the look on Clarissa's face that he lost his anger again. No, I mean, yes, but no, not what you think. Samantha will die if you saw her so vulnerable. She's innocent. Oh, Adam, we have to come up with something. She'll be devastated. And when she gets over being devastated, she might shoot you out of pure embarrassment." "I didn't see her naked, for crying out loud. I just took off her shirt to look for injuries. She was all wrapped up." Adam did a circular motion 3 times with his arm, trying to explain the layers that he'd had to remove. Adam couldn't believe he was defending himself. "I'm a doctor, remember? And yes, I'm aware of the fact that she might shoot me. But what do you suggest we do to save my hide? I am rather fond of it." Clarissa was nervously wringing out parts of her dress, leaving puddles of water. "We'll tell her that I came here with you, and I took off her clothes and put her in... What did I put her in?" She looked at Adam, her face still tight with worry. "I put her in one of my flannel shirts," Adam said. "She's upstairs in my bed. I'll be watching over her tonight." No, I can watch over her," Clarissa said as she pulled off her soaked gloves. "Clarissa, think. You're going to be needed tonight. Jason and Emma will have a lot to do. Who's going to take care of the children? As a matter of fact, where are they right now?" he asked in concern. "Mary Sue sent over her nanny. The nanny's with them. They finally went to sleep. The thunder scared them." "You're right. I need to go back. Can I see Samantha?" she said distractedly. "She won't know you're here, and you're leaking water everywhere." Clarissa looked down at the floor. "Oh, I'm sorry, Adam." "Don't be silly. A little water on the floor won't hurt anything. You go back to my sister's. I'll tell Sam you were here and you changed your clothes. That should save her dignity and her innocence. You can come back first thing tomorrow morning to check on her. Is that a deal?" Clarissa nodded. "Thank you, Adam. Thank you for understanding." Clarissa scooted out of the room and headed back into the rain. "I never said I understood," Adam called out, but the room was empty. He shrugged and then headed back upstairs to check on Sam. Sam, damn it. Sam woke up with an excruciating headache. She rolled over in the bed to get more comfortable, hoping the pain would ease up. But instead, a pain shot through her shoulder and brought her completely awake. She lay on her back again and looked up, not recognizing the ceiling. Where was she? She looked to the side and saw a back and head leaning on the side of the bed. She blinked twice to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. When she looked again, he was still there. Adam was sitting on the floor. His head lay on the edge of the bed, and he was sound asleep. What in the world? Sam's arms were under the covers, straight next to her sides. She moved her fingers and discovered she was in her small clothes. Her eyes went wide and her breathing became shallow. She moved her hands upward and felt soft material, but that was not what made her panicky. Her wraps were missing from around her chest. What was going on? Why was she in Adam's bed, halfway undressed? She squeezed her eyes closed. Think, Sam, think. That was when she smelled the aroma of smoke. The fire. She remembered the fire. She had gotten out all the horses. Bandit. Had he made it out? She thought he had. The throbbing was getting worse. She gingerly lifted a hand to her head and felt around her head where it hurt and found a big lump. It hurt to touch. She brought her hand to her face and felt for injuries there. She could really smell the smoke now. Her hair smelled of it. She had no cuts or pain on her face. She wiggled her toes and then stretched her legs a bit. Everything seemed to be in working order. Her head hurt and her shoulder burned. What had happened to her? She couldn't remember. She slowed her breathing and closed her eyes once more. The barn was in flames, the horses frightened, alarm bells ringing. But that was it. She opened her eyes and looked at Adam again. There was one lantern glowing in the room. It was still dark out. What time was it? Why was Adam sleeping on the floor? And did he know? Did he know? Sam swallowed hard. He knew. How could he not? She was practically undressed. Oh my God, had Adam undressed her? A wave of embarrassment and shock ran through her. She was going to kill him. How dare he? Her disguise, everything would be ruined. Sam had to slow her breathing again. She was getting too worked up, and it only made her head throb more. She had to think. Could she sneak out? Sneak back to the Dunbars, get her things, her money, and her horse, and head out of town? But she didn't want to leave. She'd never been so happy as she was living and working here. Sam could feel the tears running down her face. The pain in her heart was more painful than the pain in her head. How could she leave Adam and Clarissa and the Dunbars and everyone in this town? It was so unfair. She wanted to wail. She looked at the sleeping man again, the man who had stolen her heart, the man who now knew her secret and could ruin everything. She reached out tentatively and touched a lock of his hair. It was soft. She so wanted to touch his face, but was fearful of waking him up. She placed her hand on her heart. The tears were coming faster, and she couldn't hold back a sob and then a moan of pain. Adam came awake in an instant, pushing himself up from the floor and stood looking down at Sam, who was now sobbing as if her heart were breaking. He sat on the bed and took one of her hands in his. Sam, what is it? Sam, are you in pain? Sam, do you know where you are? Do you know who I am? Do you remember what happened? Sam sobbed and hiccuped and wiped her nose with her sleeve. I'm not a ninny hammer, for crying out loud. Why are you asking me so many dang questions? Sam felt herself getting angry. Her head hurt. Her life was changing forever, and Adam had to ask her 100 questions? Adam smiled and sighed in relief. There's the Sam we all know and love, he said, squeezing her hand. I should have known a beam couldn't hurt your hard head. Sam pulled her hand away from his. How about I ask the questions? How did I get here? How did I get hurt? Is Bandit safe? Did anyone else get hurt? Sam groaned. Do you have anything for this headache? Adam stood and went to the small table and came back with a glass. Drink this. He gently raised her to a semi-sitting position, and Sam was able to get the liquid down. She lay back and closed her eyes. Yes, Bandit is safe. No one else was hurt. A beam fell on your head and I carried you here, Adam said succinctly. Sam didn't want to ask the next question, but she had to know. Did you undress me? She asked, not opening her eyes. No, Clarissa arrived right after we did. She put you into one of my flannel shirts. I bandaged your shoulder and checked the bump on your head. Clarissa was frantic.
She wanted to stay with you all night, but the children needed her."
Sam let out a whoosh of breath. He hadn't seen her naked, thank goodness. She didn't have to shoot him.
"Samantha, we need to talk." Adam's voice brooked no arguments.
Sam opened one eye and looked at him. Starting a conversation with Samantha was not a good sign. She closed her one eye and grimaced. "I'm in pain. Can we talk later?"
"No. I can't trust that you won't disappear or do something crazy if I turn my back on you for 1 minute. Besides, I want you to stay awake for a while. You've been out for just over 2 hours.
Sam groaned in frustration, and the groan triggered a slice of pain to lance through her head. "When is this medicine gonna kick in?" she moaned.
Adam looked down at the woman and still couldn't get over the fact that she had tricked them all. She looked nothing like a boy now. How could they have not seen it? If she weren't in so much pain, he swore he would turn her over his knee and give her a thrashing for having duped them all. "You should start feeling better in a few minutes." "Sam, who are you? And where did you come from? And why do you dress like a boy?"
Sam kept her eyes closed. She didn't want to look at Adam and see his anger, disgust, or pity. He'd had a couple of hours to take in the fact that she was a girl. She had had only a few minutes knowing he knew. She had to figure out a way to keep the life she had now. She couldn't let him destroy it. She'd worked too hard for it. "What I told Jason is true. My mother died and my father became a drunk. What I didn't tell him is that my father wanted to marry me off to Emmett, a 33-year-old know-it-all pious jerk. I hated the man."
Adam felt a moment of panic when he thought of Sam married to someone else. Else? Why did that pop into his head? As if he wanted to marry this hellion. Not in this lifetime, he snorted inwardly. Besides, how old was she? 16? "How did you manage to find yourself at my sister and Jason's ranch?"
"I've worked at the ranch for the last 5 years picking apples. Your brother-in-law and sister were the nicest people I ever knew. I wanted to come back and work for them. I knew I'd be safe here."
"Sam, open your eyes, please. I feel like I'm talking to a corpse." Sam opened her eyes and glared at him.
"I look that bad?" she asked.
Actually, she looked pretty even with short hair. Again, he couldn't believe she had been able to change her appearance so drastically. She should be on stage as an actress. Yeah, you're like very pale and your pupils are like dilated and you look creepy."
"Great bedside manner, Doc. No wonder you're still single."
This time it was Adam's turn to glare at her. "I'll have you know there were many women in Boston who wanted to date me. I just didn't have the time." What was this idiotic conversation they were having? Sam the woman was annoying as Sam the boy. Apparently, the knock on the head didn't improve her disposition any. She seemed even more surly. "What about your father? Won't he be looking for you? Don't you think he's worried about you?"
"I told you, my father drinks. The only person worried about me is my brother. But he is newly married, and he has his own wife to worry about." Sam's heart contracted when she thought of her family. She missed them terribly.
"So you're pretty much on your own?"
Sam nodded.
"It was smart of you to come here. Jason and Emma and all the people of this town are good people and watch out for each other. You managed to fit right in."
Adam's tone made it sound like he was impressed with her. She looked at him closely. He didn't seem mad or disgusted. It was like she was an illness he was trying to understand. He was going all doctor mode on her, looking for a way to cure her of being a boy. Before she could say anything in response, he dropped the bombshell she knew was coming.
"Emma and Jason are going to be shocked down to their stockings when they see you. Mary Sue will be so impressed she'll question you to death, and Carla will want to mother you like a lost lamb."
"No!" Sam shouted, and tried to sit up but fell back down and groaned in pain.
"No?" asked Adam. "No what?"
No, whispered Sam through the throbbing in her head. No, you're not going to tell anyone I'm a woman.
Adam snorted loudly. I most certainly am going to tell everyone you're a woman. You can't keep up this farce any longer, for Christ's sakes. You're a female. You need to be taken care of. You shouldn't be mucking out stalls in a barn and giving riding lessons.
If Sam had a gun, she would shoot Adam. This is exactly what she expected. Being a woman immediately made her weak and needy and incapable of doing a man's job. I need to be taken care of? Really? I'm now to wear silk dresses, knit little cozies, bake cakes, and smile prettily? Sam said with a sneer.
Adam swallowed. It looked as though he had put his proverbial foot into his mouth. Sam's eyes were spitting fire. He saw her glancing around the room. What are you looking for?
My gun, she snapped.
Adam swallowed again. Come on, Sam. Be reasonable.
Don't tell me to be reasonable. A woman can't be reasonable in a man's world, she practically spit. You will tell no one that I'm a female.
Adam opened his mouth, but before he could protest, Sam waved a finger in his face.
If you tell anyone, I will leave town. I'll take my money and my horse and start all over somewhere else. You'll never find me. And don't think for a minute that I'm joking.
Now it was Adam's turn to get spitting mad. You can't keep this up, Sam. You're a 16-year-old girl. You need to start acting like one.
I'm 19, thank you very much. My birthday was yesterday, and I can take care of myself and make my own decisions.
Adam almost fell over. She was 19? She was only 3 years younger than he was? No wonder she had seemed wiser than most 15-year-old boys. What? You're 19? Why, you should be married and thinking about starting a family, not doctoring animals.
By now, Sam was seething. How could Adam talk like this? He had been so kind and understanding lately. Oh, but that was when he thought her a male. Adam Brown, if you say a word, I will leave as soon as my head stops throbbing. I don't care that you're a doctor who knows it all and who this town thinks can do no wrong. I think you're a thick-headed jerk. Sam was so frustrated and tired and in pain that she couldn't hold back the tears. It was really going to happen. She would have to leave Clarissa and the children and all her friends.
Adam wanted to pull his hair out. The woman was stubborn. He'd been pacing the room during her tirade. He turned back ready to argue when he saw the tears streaming down her face. Sam crying was something Adam could not handle. He dropped onto his knees next to the bed and took Sam's hands in his. Shh, Sam, please don't cry.
I'm going to lose everything I care about, Sam wept. I'll miss everyone so much, even you.
She said it in such a disgust that Adam winced. He used his thumb to brush away the tears, but they just kept coming. It must be horribly painful to cry this hard with a head injury. He had to get her to stop. She would make herself more ill. Sam, stop crying. I won't say anything, I promise. Just stop crying. You'll make yourself ill. Sam, listen to me. I promise on a stack of Bibles not to give you away. Please, you have to stop crying.
Sam did feel awful. She felt nauseous from all the crying. She took a few deep breaths and managed to stem the flow of tears. You swear you won't tell anyone? I want to keep working with the animals. I want to keep working with the children. I don't want everyone to treat me differently. Jason, Joe, and Hank would not let me work beside them, and no one would let a woman give riding lessons. I don't want my life to change. A few more tears rolled down Sam's cheeks. She was so tired. She wanted to sleep. She closed her eyes, hoping Adam would just go away. But of course that was wishful thinking.
Sam, open your eyes.
I told you, I want you to stay awake." Adam waited for her to look at him again. "Do you really have such a low opinion of the people in this town? Do you really think that they would not let you do the things you love?" She stared at him. "Did you yourself not just tell me I needed to be taken care of and that I shouldn't be mucking out stalls? Are you sure you're not the one who was hit on the head?" Adam had to give her that last barb. He had said that. I was still in shock. I'm well aware of the fact that you are capable of taking care of yourself. You should still be allowed to work with the children and the animals. Just not mucking out stalls," he said under his breath. That was where he would put his foot down. "Thank you," Sam said. She closed her eyes again. "What time is it? When can I go to sleep?" "It's almost 4 a.m. Talk to me for 15 more minutes and then you can sleep." "What more is there to talk about? I'm all talked out," she grumbled. "You said your birthday was yesterday. Why didn't you tell anyone?" Sam sighed. He just wasn't going to let up. "I didn't want anyone to make a fuss. I was sad and missing my family. I miss my mother so much. She always made my birthday a special day. It hurts too much to think about it, let alone celebrate it," she said sadly. "I know," Adam sighed. "Emma didn't celebrate her birthday for 7 years after our parents died." "Is that why she loves to entertain so much? Is she making up for lost time?" Adam hadn't looked at it in that way, but it made sense. "I think you might be right. I never thought about that. Nothing pleases her more than being with family and friends. I think she thought she would be a spinster all her life, and to just take care of me, and then she found Jason and her whole life changed." "Yeah, she's a happy woman, and she deserves all of that. She was always so kind to me and the other children when we worked here at the end of each summer. The Dunbar Ranch was always our favorite place to work." Sam gave a big yawn and closed her eyes. Adam watched as her breathing slowed and she fell asleep. He couldn't look away from her beautiful face when it was in repose. He had best get whatever sleep he could get before Clarissa came banging on the door. The 3 of them would need to figure out a way to give Sam a couple of more days of rest without anyone figuring out she was a woman. Adam sat back on the floor, leaned his head against the side of the bed, and closed his eyes. Chapter 19. Emma wanted to go with Clarissa to check on Sam, but Jason was busy helping Hank, so Emma stayed home with the children. Clarissa was beyond relieved. She didn't know what the situation was with Adam and Sam. She was at the door of the medical office by 8 a.m. No one was there when she entered the unlocked door. She crept quietly up the stairs and opened the door at the top. She stopped in surprise when she saw Sam sleeping on the bed and Adam on the floor, leaning against the bed with his head on the covers. One of Sam's hands was in his hair. A smile crept over her face. This had to be a good sign. They had both discovered that they cared for each other. Clarissa couldn't keep down a little whoop of joy. Both Adam and Sam jerked awake, and Sam looked confused, and Adam looked like a wrinkled mess and was moving slowly as if he were stiff with pain. Sam yanked her hand back, and Adam stood slowly and then stretched and groaned. "I feel like I'm 100 years old. Good morning, Clarissa. What time is it?" "It's 8. It looks like you two are getting along just fine. How are you feeling, Samantha?" "Don't call me that. I'm Sam. And we aren't getting along any better than we were before," Sam said grumpily. Her shoulder ached, as did her head. She had hoped that she would feel better, but she felt as weak as one of Hank's kittens. Clarissa's face fell. "Why can't I call you Samantha? It's your name. You don't have to hide anymore. Adam knows, and soon the whole town will." "No, the whole town will not know. I'm still Sam, Clarissa." But why?" Clarissa looked at Adam in confusion. You know she's a woman. Why is she staying a boy?"
"She threatened to leave town if I said anything," Adam answered, looking even more disheveled and disgruntled. "She said she wants to still do the work she loves and still be treated the same."
Clarissa glared at Sam. "Samantha, this is ridiculous. Be reasonable."
Adam wondered if Clarissa's saying, "be reasonable," would go over any better than when he had said it. He glanced at Sam. Apparently not, as she was glaring at Clarissa.
"I'm not giving up my riding lessons, and I'm not giving up my animals. If I let everyone know who I am, everything will change." "Of course it will change," said Clarissa in exasperation. "But what if it changes for the better? You said you were sick of your disguise. You can live as a woman again." "A woman who can't do anything she loves? No, if either of you says a word, I will leave town." Sam was adamant. Now Adam and Clarissa were both glaring at her. She could feel herself wavering. But then she remembered how her father and Emmett had treated her. She was not going to live under anyone's thumb ever again. As a man, she had rights. As a man, she could work wherever she chose. Besides, she stunk as a woman. She couldn't bake and couldn't sew and couldn't cook. What in the world would she do with herself all day and every day? She was used to working and making her own way. Clarissa looked at Adam. "Talk to her. Make her see reason."
"I have been talking to her. I've gotten nowhere. It's like talking to a fence post," Adam groused.
"Can we please agree to let me be? My head hurts. I just want to be left alone," Sam begged. "Fine," Clarissa said, but Sam didn't think she sounded fine.
"Okay, have it your way," Adam said.
Samantha smiled in triumph.
"For now," Adam added.
Sam stopped smiling.
Adam turned to Clarissa. "We need to get her back into her disguise. She needs to go back to my sister's house where you and Emma can keep an eye on her for the next couple of days." He then turned to Sam. "And you need to stay in bed all day today. If the bump goes down and you're not dizzy or in too much pain, you can get up tomorrow."
Sam was about to protest, saying that she would be fine when Adam gave her a "don't argue with me" look that said he was already at his wit's end. Sam had enough sense to nod humbly. She actually felt awful. She wanted her own bed.
"Well, that's one battle won," Adam said grimly.
Sam was ensconced back in her room by the kitchen. Emma had fussed over her until Adam had said she needed rest and quiet. When everyone finally left her in peace, Sam gave a big sigh and closed her eyes. Emma had told her the barn was a complete loss, but all the horses were safe, including Bandit. All the men in town were doing cleanup and figuring out how long it would take to build a new barn. Adam had grunted a goodbye and headed home to catch up on his own sleep. Clarissa was going over to Madame Rule's. Sam had not understood the reason why, but Clarissa seemed to be concerned for the woman's welfare. She figured Clarissa would fill her in eventually. Right now, it just felt good to be clean and in bed and alone. She needed time to think. It was already the 21st of December. She had already brought most of her gifts. She and Clarissa had gone in together on the children's gifts. The adults had all agreed to pull a name out of a hat and buy a gift for that person. Sam had drawn Adam's name, of course, and still could not decide what to get him. And now it was even more awkward. Think about it later, she told herself. I need to rest in order to get out of this bed. Clarissa didn't like the look of the ladies she saw marching through town when she and Adam had taken Sam back to the Dunbars. She had been too worried about Sam to go investigate, but now she had a bad feeling. She headed to Madame Rule's, and when she was within sight of the building, she saw a large contingency of women in front of it waving signs and chanting. Clarissa realized it was some of the older church ladies. Oh dear, Clarissa mumbled to herself, and then hustled down to a side street so she could enter the building from the back. Hello, Mrs. Garcia. Clarissa said as she entered the kitchen. Mrs. Garcia was kneading bread dough. She looked up at Clarissa. "Ah, Clarissa, I'm so glad you come. The church ladies are back again. This is the 3rd Saturday this month. They no like Madame Rule and her girls. They want them all gone." "I can see that," said Clarissa. "Where is Madame Rule?" "She in the parlor looking out window. She not happy. They hurting her business. 2 girls already leave. Say they don't like the fuss. Can go work in Austin, get more money." Clarissa sighed. She did not approve of bordellos either, but she didn't begrudge her a living. The men made the choice to visit her establishment. She didn't force them. "I'll go talk to her. Thank you for being here for her, Mrs. Garcia. You are a good woman." "So is Madam. She no deserve this. She gives a lot of money to the town in taxes. They want that, but they won't take the girls. You can't have both," Mrs. Garcia said matter-of-factly. Clarissa headed into the parlor. Marlena was indeed peeking out of one of the windows. "Mrs. Garcia told me this is the 3rd time the ladies have been out front protesting," Clarissa said as a greeting. Marlena turned from the window and let the heavy drape drop. "Yes, this is the 3rd Sunday. They're definitely becoming a problem. Did she tell you I lost Lottie and Sylvia to Austin?" "Yes, I'm sorry. What brought this on all of a sudden?" "The minister's wife found out he came here." Clarissa gasped. "Pastor Blake was here?" "He came to thank me for a generous donation and to ask me if I would consider closing the bordello. He came to warn me that some of the women in town were organizing against me. His wife was not happy about his visit. She said he risked his reputation by coming here. Now she's determined to get rid of me." "Oh, dear. I can imagine how embarrassed she would be if anyone saw him come or go from here. Maybe when she sees no damage was done, she'll call off her army." "I don't think so. They seem to be growing in number each week." Marlena sighed and sank down into the chair, waving her hand at the other chair for Clarissa. "To tell you the truth, I'm getting tired. Running a business like this takes a lot of work. I'm up until 3 in the morning every night and then have paperwork and supplies to order in the mornings. I have to keep the girls healthy and keep an eye on who I let into my establishment. My bartender is some help, but I still do too much of the work." "Can you afford to close? I mean, could you keep the beautiful house and not have to work?" "It's a possibility. I just wonder if I'd be allowed to stay here or if they'll run me out of town." Marlena sighed again. "I'm definitely tired of all of it." Sam felt immensely better by Monday morning. She got up early, washed up, got dressed, and headed for the kitchen. She was starving. She hadn't had much of an appetite yesterday. Emma was in the kitchen making breakfast for the children. "Sam, Sam!" Calvin called from his seat at the table. "Are you all better? Can I see the lump on your head? Did you really save all the horses? Did Uncle Adam take care of you?" Emma looked at Sam, and the two of them laughed together. "Calvin, do you think you could let Sam have a bite to eat before you interrogate him?" "What's interrogate?" Calvin asked. "Interrogate," Emma corrected. "It means to ask too many questions. Sit down, Sam. I'll bring you some bacon and eggs and biscuits." Sam groaned in pleasure. "Thank you. I could eat a horse." The twins looked at her in horror. "You eat a horse?" Melinda asked, looking like she was ready to cry. Hannah sat with her mouth open in shock. No, I'd never eat a horse," Sam said. "I mean, I could eat as much as a horse does. That's how hungry I am." "Nice save," Emma whispered as she placed a plate of food in front of Sam. Sam dug into the food and groaned in pleasure. "You're the best cook on this planet," Sam said through a mouthful of eggs. "Mama says not to talk with your mouth full, Sam. That's bad," Calvin scolded. Sam swallowed. "You're right, Calvin. I'm sorry. That's bad manners." "Sam, Jason wants you to take it easy today. No working with the horses. The day is yours. Do as you please." Emma was wiping the girl's hands clean with a towel. "I feel fine," Sam protested. "I should be pulling my weight around here." "No, you take it easy. Jason said you're not to step foot in the barn." "Well, I do have one Christmas present to buy. Maybe I can find something in town." "Christmas is only 2 days away," Calvin said gleefully. The twins clapped happily. "Presents!" Hannah hooted. "Lots of presents!" Sam thanked Emma for breakfast, gave each child a loving pat on the head, and then took her dishes into the kitchen. Sam didn't know what in the world she was going to get Adam as a gift. She'd been mulling it over since she picked his name. He had everything he needed. He could probably use some sort of medical thingamajiggy, but she didn't know what it could be or how to procure it. She decided to go to her favorite place in town, the lending library. She knew she was procrastinating, but she felt a bit overwhelmed. This was her first Christmas with the Dunbars. She was sure that they would be overly generous with their gifts. Sam didn't want to look pathetic in front of them when she gave Adam some dumb gift. And who had pulled her name? What if they got her something too nice or too expensive? No one had said anything about the price. Sam knew that Clarissa was sewing or knitting something for the person she pulled. Clarissa wouldn't tell her whose name she got, so she didn't tell Clarissa that she got Adam. Clarissa would have whooped in laughter for hours. Sam entered the library and immediately felt better. It was such a calm and relaxing place. Eleanor, the librarian, gave her a wave. Sam began to wander the room, not really taking anything in. Being here was not bringing her any ideas. Sam headed over to a table by the front window that displayed new books that had arrived. She perused the table, and then her mouth fell open, and a wide smile wreathed her face. It was perfect. Sam actually started to giggle, but then she remembered that she was a boy and sobered up. This was too good. She had to have it. She grabbed the book and headed to the front desk. "Well, hello, Sam. You've not been in for over 2 weeks," Eleanor said. "I know, and I missed the place. I've been so busy with giving riding lessons and helping Hank. I haven't had time for anything." "We all can't thank you enough for your bravery. You saved all those horses. I'm glad to see you back on your feet. You are one brave young man." Sam could feel herself blushing. She just wasn't used to getting compliments. Thank you. I'm just glad no one got hurt, and all the horses got out." Sam held up the book she was carrying. "Can I ask you a big favor?" "Why, sure. What can I help you with?" "Is there any way that I could purchase this book from you? I really need it for a Christmas present. Is there any way you can reorder it for the library? I'd be willing to pay more than it's worth. I'm desperate." Eleanor looked at the boy and smiled. "Sam Maxwell, you can definitely purchase the book. After all you've done for this town, I'm more than happy to let you have it. Besides, my sister got it for me. She lives in Cincinnati. I can just write to her to send me another copy." Sam was thrilled. She managed to find the perfect gift. Sam couldn't help snickering again. "Thank you," Sam said as Eleanor wrapped it in brown paper. Adam was having dinner at Jason and Emma's. He hadn't seen Sam since he and Clarissa had dropped her off yesterday morning. He was trying to figure out how she got him to promise to keep things quiet. It was going to be difficult to keep up the farce. What if he let something slip? Sam would never forgive him. He'd have to be on his toes. He wondered if it would help or hurt having Clarissa there too. He was afraid if he looked at her, she might smile knowingly, and he'd be hard-pressed not to laugh. Eating should not be such a hardship, he grumbled to himself. Sam was nervous about dinner tonight. It was a celebration in her honor for saving the horses. How was she going to keep up with her disguise with both Clarissa and Adam at the table? Besides, she knew Clarissa wanted her to give it all up, so she would have to be especially careful not to look at her. She also had to try not to glare at Adam too much. Emma was very protective of her brother, even if he was an adult. It was going to be a long evening. Clarissa was determined to get Sam and Adam together. The two lunkheads had no idea that they were in love with each other. It was pretty darn obvious to Clarissa. She couldn't believe no one else in the household noticed the tension when the two of them were in the same room. She would not give Sam away, but she sure was going to push those two together at every opportunity. Tonight's dinner would be her first attempt. Emma looked around the dinner table, wondering what was different. Clarissa had a twin on each side of her, and Calvin was sitting next to his Uncle Adam. Jason was directly across from her, and Sam was sitting on the other side of Adam. Everything looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. She looked at Jason and raised her eyebrows. He looked back at her and shrugged questioningly. Men, Emma smiled. Jason obviously noticed no change in the air. He would be of no help. Jason wasn't sure why Emma kept looking around the table in consternation. The food was excellent as usual, and the children were behaving beautifully. The conversations had been light. Jason had filled Sam in on all they had done so far cleaning up the mess at the stables. He had told Sam that he could come back to work tomorrow. The following day, Christmas Eve day, would be a half day of work, and then on Christmas Day, everyone would have off to celebrate. Jason sighed in contentment. Emma would tell him what was up later when they had turned in for the night. Dinner was finally over, and Sam was ready to make her escape. She had a headache forming at her temple. Adam rose at the same time, obviously ready to get out as fast as possible. The twins were asking Clarissa if she would take them on a walk in the dark. They loved walking before bed. Clarissa gave Sam a look and then smiled wickedly. I need to help your mama clean up. Why don't you have your Uncle Adam and Sam take you two out for a walk? Doesn't that sound like fun? Sam and Adam both turned and glared at Clarissa, but before either could refuse, the girls burst out in their high-pitched voices. Oh, please, Uncle Adam, we walk. Hannah grabbed Adam's hand and looked up at him imploringly. Not to be left out, Melinda grabbed Sam's hand. Please, Sam, me walk too. Sam and Adam looked at each other grimly. Clarissa had grabbed the tureen off the table and was turning towards the kitchen. Have a lovely time, you two. Jason and Calvin had headed into the living room to play with Calvin's trains. Emma was still sitting at the table, frowning from one person to the other. Adam could see his sister was wondering what was going on. He pulled Hannah towards the back door. Come on, Sam. It's time we men do our duty. Let's go. Sam was being pulled by Melinda and didn't have much choice but to follow. When they were outside, the girls twisted away from Adam and Sam and started looking for fireflies, even though it was the end of December. You girls stay near us, you hear? Adam said. They both nodded and kept searching the bushes. I am going to kill Clarissa, Sam hissed. You're going to have to wait in line, Adam responded. What is she up to? She wants to catch us up, so one of us gives me away. She wants me to give up my disguise. Well, you know I agree with her about that. We can't keep this up forever, Sam. That was a hell of a stressful dinner. We don't normally eat together, so you have nothing to worry about. Are you forgetting that Christmas is in 2 days? Everyone will be here, including Joe and Mary Sue and John and Sarah and Benji. How are we going to keep from slipping up? You're asking a lot of me and Clarissa, you know. I know, Sam said sadly as she watched the girls run to the next bush. But I need more time. My life will change dramatically again. I already lost my mother, and then my father and brother. I can't lose anything else. Give me until the new year, and I'll figure something out. Adam couldn't believe how sincere and serious Sam sounded. She wasn't biting off his head, but actually taking in what Adam was saying. I can try, but it was harder than I thought it would be. Clarissa isn't helping any. She seems determined to undermine your wishes. Little did Adam know what Clarissa was doing. It hadn't taken Sam long to realize Clarissa was trying to make them into a couple. Her not-so-subtle attempt of throwing them together tonight would not be her only attempt. If we can get through Christmas, we should be all right. I'll talk to Clarissa. By the way, Clarissa told me a group of women were protesting outside Madame Rule's yesterday. Apparently they want to shut her down.
Yeah, Doc told me that Carla mentioned a few of the ladies on the church social committee were getting pretty worked up about having a bordello in town. To be fair to Madame Rule, her place was not in town. The town expanded out to where she is. Now it's no longer acceptable. I wonder how that will all unfold.
It does seem unfair. Clarissa's upset. Madame Rule gave her a job in her kitchen and fed and housed her when Clarissa was at her lowest point. She feels an obligation towards her. I don't like Clarissa getting into the middle of something that could turn ugly.
Well, don't worry too much. Joe knows all about it and is keeping a close eye out. He talked with Pastor Blake, too, according to Carla. Hopefully things will calm down soon.
They were interrupted by Hannah. "Uncle Adam, up," she said, holding her arms up to him. "What's the matter, my little lovey? Are you getting tired?"
Adam picked up the little girl, and she put her arms around his neck and her head on his shoulder. He hugged her to him, talking to her softly. Sam's heart contracted in her chest. He looked so natural standing there, rubbing his hand over the little girl's back and rocking her gently. Sam felt a tug on her pants and looked down at Melinda. She raised her arms. "Up." Sam picked up the little girl and cradled her against her chest. Melinda put her arms around Sam's neck, her head on her shoulder, and sighed in contentment. Sam's heart cracked open. She hugged the warm little body to her. This is what she wanted, she realized. She wanted a family of her own. She wanted someone who belonged to her, someone who needed her and relied on her. She'd always been so independent, always fighting for her independence. And now, all of a sudden, she wanted to belong to someone, to have someone want and need her. The notion almost brought her to her knees. She couldn't have this as Sam. Adam looked over at Sam. Hannah had fallen asleep in his arms. She was a soft, warm bundle. He saw that Sam was now holding Melinda, her head bent to rest atop the little girl's head. She looked like a painting he had seen in a book of Madonna and Child, except that this Madonna had a light mustache. Adam's heart swelled. Sam looked so natural holding his niece. She would be a good mother one of these days. But she could only do it as Samantha. He hoped she would realize that soon. "We best get these two sleeping angels back inside and into bed," Adam whispered. Samantha raised her head and looked at Adam. They both just stared at each other in silence. Melinda stirred in her arms, breaking the moment. "Yes, we best get them back. Emma and Jason will be wanting to get them in bed and have some alone time for themselves." They turned and walked back to the house, each carrying their precious bundle and their jumbled thoughts. Chapter 20. Bandit, Sam could tell, was as happy to see her as she was to see him. She gave the horse a great big hug, and he butted her with his head over and over again, as if to make sure she was real. Sam laughed. "Yes, it's me, Bandit. I'm sorry you had such a scare, but we're both okay now." She gave the horse an apple. He munched on it happily. Sam went to each horse, and each horse welcomed her back with a nudge to her shoulder. Maribel was especially loving, nibbling on her jacket and then rubbing her nose in Sam's hair. Animals sure knew how to make you feel loved and needed, she thought. Funny how it was so easy to get mad at a person, but almost impossible to get mad at an animal. They were God's special creatures. Benji came flying into the barn. "You're back! I took good care of Bandit yesterday. I could tell that he missed you." Sam smiled at the boy. "Thank you. I really needed you yesterday, and you did a great job. I knew I could rely on you. You're a good worker." Benji smiled and stood straighter at the compliment. "I didn't mind helping at all. Hank said I did a good job. I love horses. I hope I can have one of my own one of these days," Benji said, as he patted Maribel on the neck. "I'm sure with all the hard work you do,
You'll definitely get your own horse. You ready for your riding lesson? How about we take the horses over to Joe's? It will make for a nice ride, and I need to check in with him and see if he needs me for anything." Benji's face lit up. "You think I'm ready? Does that mean I can let Maribel run?" "Let's start with a trot and work our way up and see." Benji whooped and ran to get his saddle. Sarah was back at work. Everyone was being so kind to her. It was odd, though. She didn't feel the same about her work now. She had spent 2 wonderful weeks recuperating with John and cooking and baking for him. He would come over every evening for supper and help Benji with his homework. They had been like a family. She hadn't realized how much she missed being the lady of the house and taking care of someone. And, as it was someone who appreciated everything that she did for him, it was especially heartwarming. John always complimented her, whether it was her cooking or the nice dress she was wearing. He mentioned over and over what a wonderful mother she was. She knew that that was important to him after what Lydia had done. He never complained and never told her that she was stupid or was getting fat. Sarah was completely and totally in love with Mayor John Drake. She always smiled when she thought of his title. He was so humble, thinking nothing of the fact that he kept Elizabethtown up and running. He was the most special man that she had ever met, and she felt blessed being loved by him. But that was part of the problem. She no longer wanted to work at the hotel. She wanted to be a wife and a mother. Sarah sucked in a breath. She swore she would never let a man in her life again, and here she was wanting to be a wife again. Sarah shook her head. How life could change when you hadn't even hoped for it. Tomorrow was Christmas. Tonight, the 3 of them would spend a quiet night together and exchange a few personal gifts. Then tomorrow it was over to the Dunbar's house. Benji was so excited. He had helped her make cupcakes for all 5 children. He'd put their initials on top of each one with little pieces of candy. The cupcakes were adorable. She was so proud of her son and so happy to see him happy and carefree. Emma had been right. Elizabethtown was magic. Not only had she found John, but she had made friends too. Maisie had come over after school to check on her progress often. They had shared tea and pastries and talked for hours. Carla had come over to see the tree she and Benji had decorated. Benji had blushed in happiness when Carla had said it was one of the most beautiful trees she'd ever seen. Emma and Mary Sue felt almost like family to her. A day had not gone by when one or both of them did not come over to check on her, bring her groceries, or drop off a meal. Mary Sue was amazing. Even though she was almost 8 months pregnant, she bustled around untiringly. Sam had taken Benji under his wing, and Benji couldn't stop talking about Sam and all he had learned from him. Yes, this town was certainly special. The children could barely contain their excitement. They were all finally old enough to understand what Christmas meant. The twins' eyes were huge as they took in all the brightly colored gifts under the tree. They had thought that they were all for them, and Emma had to break them of that notion. But they hadn't stayed disappointed for long when Jason had told them that they could help pass out the gifts. Emma looked around the crowded room and smiled happily. John, Sarah, and Benji sat together on the sofa, looking like a sweet little family. Joe was perched on the armchair Mary Sue was sitting in. Adam, Clarissa, and Sam had their heads bent together in conversation. Jason was on the floor with all the children ready to play Santa. The fire crackled in the hearth, and the smell of cookies wafted about the room. What a warm and wonderful painting this would make, Emma thought. Okay, everyone, we're ready to begin opening presents. Children first. All 5 little ones clapped wildly and then held out their arms in anticipation. Jason gave each child a gift. Not one of them had difficulty ripping off the paper and opening the boxes. Squeals of delight bounced off the walls of the room. Children ran from one adult to the other, showing off their prize, just to leave it in someone's lap as they ran back to the tree to receive another one. Sam had never experienced a Christmas like this. She couldn't stop chuckling at the children's antics. Benji had moved onto the floor next to Jason and was helping Joey open a gift from his parents. Sam glanced at Sarah and saw that she had tears in her eyes and that John was holding her hand. Sam could imagine this was a special moment for Sarah to see her son safe and happy. Sam looked over where the Bowers were sitting. Joe was whispering something in Mary Sue's ear and gently rubbing her stomach. The love the two shared emanated from them. Sam had to swallow a lump in her throat. Could she ever have anything so special? She looked at Adam. He and Clarissa were laughing about something, but then were interrupted by two little girls who launched themselves onto the two adults. Clarissa looked happy. She never really talked about the family she left behind. It was clear to Sam there was no love lost between her and her family. How sad, Sam thought. Sam felt a twinge in her own heart. She missed her mother so much. She missed her father of old, and she missed her brother more than she ever could have imagined. "Sam, are you all right?" Emma asked. Sam pulled herself out of her musings and smiled at Emma. "I'm fine. I guess I'm a little overwhelmed. I never experienced a Christmas like this." "It can get pretty crazy. The children will exhaust themselves soon, and we'll all need to take a nap. That's when we get to exchange our gifts. I love seeing who got whom for gift giving and what they figured out to give them. It makes gift giving so much more fun and intriguing. None of us really needs anything, as we've been so blessed. That's what makes it so hard to figure out what to get everyone." Sam nodded. "I had a hard time of it, but I finally found something." "Oh, look, there goes the first one," Emma said, pointing at Melinda. She sat on Clarissa's lap, trying desperately to stay awake, but her eyes kept closing and her chin was on her chest. Sam laughed. "All that sugar must be leaving their systems finally. Benji's cupcakes were a big hit." Sam laughed again. "There goes another one." Sam pointed to Mary Sue, who was now holding a sleepy Joey. "How wonderful it is to be so young and be crazy with excitement one moment and be asleep the next," Emma said, as she got up and went to Hannah, who was trying to curl up on the floor. The three little ones were put down in Clarissa's room. Calvin and Lizzie said they didn't need naps, but 20 minutes later, they were asleep in front of the fireplace, each of them hugging the soft toy animals Clarissa had made for them. Jason and Joe picked up their children and put them with the others. As they came back into the room, Emma stood and announced, "I believe we all deserve a little eggnog before we do our gift exchange." "That sounds lovely," said Sarah. "I haven't had eggnog in years. I'll help you." She rose too. "Mary Sue, don't you dare get up to help. Clarissa, keep Mary Sue occupied, please," Emma said. Clarissa smiled, and Mary Sue rolled her eyes. Jason, Joe, and Sam were already talking about horses. No one noticed when John stood up and waved to Benji to follow him. The boy nodded and followed John to the front door, where they both donned jackets and then headed out into the crisp air. "I want to give your mom a special present, but I wanted to get your permission first, as you're the man in the family," John said. Benji looked at him in confusion. "You want permission from me? For what?" John took a small box out of his coat pocket and handed it to the boy. Benji opened it and his mouth fell open. "It's a ring. It's pretty. My mom'll love it." "It is a ring that has a special meaning. I'd like to ask your mother to marry me if it's okay with you." A smile spread over Benji's face. "You want to marry my mother? She'll be so happy." "What about you, son? Will you be happy?" Benji nodded, and then his face lit up. "Does that mean we get to live in your house?" "That is what it means. But it also means that you will have a big sister and 3 nieces and or nephews, depending upon whether the new baby is a boy or a girl. Would you like to be part of our family, Benji?" "You mean Mary Sue would be my sister? And I would be an uncle?" Benji began to hop up and down. "Would we all be related?" "Absolutely. And if you want, you can call me Dad." John held his breath. not having any idea how this would go over with Benji, as he had just lost his father. "I can call you Dad? You really would let me?" "I won't let you. I want you to. I want to be your father and provide for you and help you with your homework and ride horses with you. I want you and I to make a pact to take care of your mother and keep her safe. Will you give me permission to marry your mother?" "Yes, yes, yes!" Benji yelled, and then launched himself at John, who pulled the boy into his arms and hugged him close. Tears were forming in John's eyes, and he had to clear his throat in order to get his emotions under control. He set the boy down. "Son, I'm going to give your mom this ring when we open presents. We better get back inside before we're missed. You need to keep this a secret. You think you can do that?" "I will. I promise. I can't wait to see my mom's face," Benji said happily. Sam was getting nervous. So far her name had not been called. They pulled names to decide who went first. Clarissa, John, and Sam were the only ones left to give out gifts. Sam wondered if the mayor had gotten her name. That would be interesting, Sam snorted to herself. Clarissa's name was chosen, and she handed a bag to Sam. "What? You got my name?" Sam said in surprise. Clarissa had done a good job of keeping it a secret. Sam opened the bag and pulled out a beautiful thick blanket. "It's a horse blanket for Bandit," Clarissa said. "You've been saying that his old one was threadbare." Sam smiled at Clarissa. "Thank you. It's such a thoughtful gift. Bandit will love it." "There's something in there for you, too." Sam reached in and pulled out a knitted scarf with the same tans, browns, and dark blues that made up the horse blanket. "Now, when you and Bandit go riding in the cold weather, you'll both be warm." "You never cease to amaze me with your talents," Emma said, as she came over to inspect the blanket and scarf. "And those colors work so well together. I would not have thought to put brown and dark blue together." The blanket was passed around, and Sam wrapped her scarf around her neck. "Thank you, Clarissa. You're a true friend and a great seamstress." Jason pulled another name from the hat. "Sam, you're up, and you either got Adam as your person or Sarah. Who is it?" Sam pulled her wrapped book from under her chair and handed it to Adam. Clarissa's eyebrows almost touched her hairline. "Oh, my Adam," Emma laughed. "Even Sam knows you get a book." Adam glanced at Sam, but she had her head bent, and it looked like she was trying not to laugh. He looked at Clarissa, but she just shrugged. "Well, open it already," said Joe. "We already know it's a book." Adam tore off the paper and read the title of the book and burst into laughter. He looked back at Sam and could see that she was laughing and dabbing tears from her eyes with her new scarf. "What in the world is so darn funny?" Clarissa demanded. Adam turned the book towards Clarissa so she could read the title. Clarissa's lips began to twitch, and then she put her hands to her mouth and gave a very unladylike snort before she let out a loud laugh. All three of the young adults were laughing hysterically. Everyone else in the room looked at each other, trying to see if anyone got the joke. Jason finally blurted out, "What in the hell are you three hyenas laughing at?" That made them laugh harder. Sam couldn't even see through her tears. Joe got up and looked over Adam's shoulder and read the title of the book. He looked at the others and shrugged his shoulders in confusion. "What's the title, Joe?" Mary Sue asked. "It's titled Annie Oakley, A Woman to be Reckoned with," Joe said, still perplexed by the reaction of the three. "Annie Oakley?" Sarah said. "Why is that so funny? I hear she can outshoot anyone." "Almost anyone," Adam said through his laughter, and Sam and Clarissa howled even louder. "Please tell me that I am not the only one not understanding the joke," Emma said. "You're not the only one," said Jason. "What did you put in the eggnog? Maybe we need to cut them off." Sam was almost feeling sick, she was laughing so hard. She took great gulps of air and managed to calm herself enough to wipe the tears from her eyes and sit up straight. Adam, too, had pulled himself together. Clarissa was still giggling into her handkerchief, but she was trying to sober herself up. "I'm sorry," Adam said. "It's a private joke. I swear I'll let you in on it later. I think Sam is trying to put me in my place." Mary Sue sighed. "They make me feel so old, and I'm only 25. Did I ever act that silly, Father?" John smiled. "Can't say you were ever silly, but you could be a real handful at times. Now, do you think we can all pull it together so I can give my gift to the beautiful woman sitting next to me? It's going to be a hard act to follow Sam, but I'm going to try my best." John stood and pulled Sarah up in front of him. He waved Benji over, who stood beside him. "This gift is really from Benji and me. We talked it over, and he said yes. Now I hope you will too." John pulled out the little box and opened it and held it in front of Sarah, who gasped. Her eyes flew to John's and then her son's. "Sarah, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" Tears sprang into Sarah's eyes, and before she could say anything, Benji cried out, "Say yes, Ma! Say yes!" Sarah laughed and looked back up at John. "I would love to be your wife. Yes, John, I will marry you." The entire room burst into applause as John kissed Sarah, and then Sarah, John, and Benji did a group hug. "I believe I should be part of this hug," Mary Sue said, as she hefted herself out of the chair and joined them. "Welcome to the family, Sarah." She looked down at Benji. "Welcome to the family, little brother." Everyone began talking at once, congratulating the couple, admiring the ring, and hugging Benji, who was beside himself with joy. "I must say, this has been a very eventful Christmas," Joe said. "Never thought that I'd have a mayor as a father-in-law, let alone get a new brother-in-law." "You'll be my new brother-in-law? Wait until the kids at school find out my dad's the mayor and my brother-in-law is the sheriff. This is so great!" Benji whooped in excitement, and everyone smiled at the boy. "Time for Christmas dinner, everyone," Emma called out. "Anyone hungry?" They all trooped into the dining room, the soon-to-be new family leading the way. Chapter 21. Sam was overwhelmed by this Christmas. She looked around the room where everyone was gathering their gifts, their children, and their jackets. It was a rollicking chaos with everyone speaking at once and laughing and hugging. Sam watched as Benji leaned over Mary Sue in her chair and told her goodbye and called her sister. John had his arm around Sarah, and then Benji came and took John's hand, and they left as a family. Sam heard Mary Sue giggle and look over to see Joe, red-faced, trying to pull his pregnant wife out of her chair. He huffed and puffed in exaggeration, and Mary Sue slapped him on the back of his head playfully. Lizzie had her brother by the hand, and Joe and Mary Sue were loaded down with gifts. More hugging and goodbyes ensued. Adam and Clarissa were picking up the Dunbar children's new gifts and placing them back under the tree. Calvin was racing around the room, wanting to be hugged by all. Sam smiled, but then realized tears were streaming down her cheeks. She turned quickly and quietly left the room. Instead of going to her room, she donned her jacket and headed into the backyard towards the large tree that gave such beautiful shade in the summer. Today it was leafless and a little sad-looking in the moonlight. Sam sat on the ground and leaned against the tree. She felt a lot like the tree. She had had the most wonderful and beautiful Christmas she had ever experienced, but now she felt sad and empty. The tears would not let up. She leaned her head on her knees and wept silently. Adam stood after placing the toys around the tree and looked around the crowded and noisy room. He smiled at Calvin as he gave Lizzie a big hug. He looked for Sam and noticed that she was missing. He searched for Clarissa, who was now taking the hands of both of his nieces. Sam wasn't with her, nor was she in the kitchen, he saw as he entered it looking for her. Where had she gone and why? She'd been laughing all evening, and her gift had been hilarious. He still chuckled when he thought of it. He headed for her room behind the kitchen and knocked on the door. "Sam, are you in there? Is everything all right?" There was no answer. Adam opened the door slowly and peeked in. No Sam. Where had she gone? Why would she disappear without saying goodnight to everyone? Adam grabbed his jacket off the hook next to the kitchen door and headed outside. The moon shone in the sky, giving off enough light to lead him across the yard. "Sam, are you out here?" Adam called quietly. He didn't know why he was being so quiet, but it seemed almost sacrilege to break the silence of the night. He walked deeper into the yard, and then he saw her. She was sitting under the tree, her head on her knees. Was she crying? Her hunched-over position made her look small and fragile. He walked quietly towards her. She either didn't hear him or refused to look up. As he got closer, he could hear her weeping. It was a heart-wrenching sound. What was wrong? Adam lowered himself gingerly to the ground next to her, then placed his arm gently around her shoulders and pulled her to him. She didn't fight him. She just turned her face and cried into his shoulder. "Sam, what is it? Talk to me. Why are you so unhappy?" Sam cried harder, shaking her head, not able to speak. Adam couldn't take the grief. He pulled Sam into his lap, wrapping his arms around her and gently rocking her while saying nothing. He put his cheek on her head and waited. Sam could feel the warmth of Adam's arms through her jacket. The slow rocking was beginning to calm her down. She sucked in a breath and shuddered. Adam's grip tightened on her. Then she could feel him running his hand through her hair. He said nothing, but kept rocking her and stroking her hair. Sam finally managed to stem the flow of tears. She felt Adam shift his weight, and then she felt a cloth pushed into her hand. She wiped her eyes and nose, but she still wasn't ready to open her eyes and explain her breakdown. "You miss your family," Adam whispered into her hair. "You saw everyone today together and all the love we share, and it reminded you of all that you've lost." Sam nodded her head, and the tears began to flow again. "It's okay to cry, Sam. The holidays make the loss more profound. I cried for weeks after my parents died, and our first Christmas without them was the most painful experience Emma and I ever lived through. We still can't talk about it, but it does get easier with time, I promise." Adam could feel Sam wiping her eyes again and trying to get herself under control. He just continued to rock her and talk little pieces of nonsense to her. "This tree is creepy looking. The branches look like thousands of skinny arms ready to attack us." Adam could feel Sam take another deep breath. "Do you think Annie Oakley ever cried like this? I'd think that she would go out and shoot something instead." Sam snorted, and Adam could feel her shaking with what he hoped was laughter. "That was a very clever and creative gift you gave me. I've been put in my place. Women can accomplish anything if they put their minds to it. You're a perfect example of that." Sam finally looked up at him, and Adam's heart skipped a beat. The moonlight hit her face, and her sad eyes pulled at him. Her crying had cleaned off most of her disguise. She looked beautiful and delicate. Adam couldn't help himself. He gently placed his hand on her cheek, and with a thumb dabbed at the wetness there. Neither said a word, but continued to look into each other's eyes. Adam slowly felt himself lean forward, and then his lips touched hers. The kiss was soft and soothing. Adam broke the kiss and stared down at Sam, afraid that he had taken advantage of the distraught woman. Sam raised her arms, placing them around his neck and drawing him in closer to her. "Kiss me again, Adam, please," she whispered. Adam took her mouth with his. A bolt of lightning ran through him. He deepened the kiss and could hear Sam moan. This girl, this woman made him crazy with wanting. Adam broke the kiss again. He was afraid of what he would do next if they didn't stop. "Sam, are you kissing me because you care about me, or are you caught up in the moment?" Sam felt incredibly shy all of a sudden. She hid her face in his chest. "I care for you, Adam. I always have," she admitted. Adam put his thumb under her chin, forcing her to look at him. "You always have?" he asked, surprised. Sam looked up at the handsome man, who she had been in love with for months now. Did she dare tell him how she felt? She had taken so many risks in her short life, and most of them had paid off. But this was one risk that scared her to death. He was her dream. She would be devastated if he had just kissed her to pull her out of her grief. Sam couldn't go on. She looked back down. Let me say it, Samantha. You are the most amazing woman I have ever met. You're brave and smart and giving. You took a bad situation and made it into a good one. You came to Elizabethtown and made all of our lives better without asking anything of us. Samantha looked at Adam, and her heart melted into a puddle in her chest. No one had ever told her she was special. Her family loved her, but she was just Samantha to them. They considered her a little quirky, but had never called her brave and smart. This man who she loved was telling her he thought she was amazing? Adam, you're the one who's amazing. You went to the finest medical school there is. You could have been a doctor anywhere and made a lot of money, but you came back here to help these people. You give so much to all of us. Everyone's so proud of you. Adam smiled at her. Are we done with all our amazingness? Samantha actually giggled. Yes, we're done. Can I kiss you again? Adam whispered into her ear. Samantha shivered and nodded shyly. Adam took her face in both of his hands and kissed her deeply. All of a sudden, he couldn't get enough of her. This annoying, surly woman made him crazy with lust. He pulled her tighter to him, and she clung to him as if she never wanted to let him go. The kiss finally ended, and both of them were breathing deeply. Samantha took Adam's face into her hands and whispered, I love you, Adam Brown. Adam sucked in a breath and felt almost giddy with relief. I love you, Samantha Maxwell. Samantha buried herself deeper into Adam's arms, placing her head on his chest. She could feel his rapid heartbeat. For the first time since the death of her mother, Samantha felt a healing calmness settle over her. It's getting cold out here, sweetheart. We need to go back in. Someone will be looking for us soon. Samantha jumped up as reality came crashing back down on her. Oh dear, they can't find us like this. I need to get back to my room before anybody sees me like this. Adam stood and pulled Samantha into his arms. It doesn't matter anymore if they discover you're a girl. But it does, Adam. I want to tell everyone in a way that won't make them angry. I want to tell them how much they all have done for me, how much they all mean to me. I want everyone to be together, so I don't have to say it over and over. I don't want to ruin the holiday for them. Please, give me until the new year, Samantha pleaded. It will be a new beginning for all of us. Adam sighed. He wanted to argue, but he knew this was something important to her. They had just found each other. He was not going to destroy things by forcing her to do his will. He had it through his head now that this woman could not be controlled, nor did he want to control her. Her fierceness and drive are what drew him to her in the first place. She was one of a kind, and she was his. Okay, I think you're right. We can start the new year off by unveiling you and letting everyone know that we're a couple. Might as well start the new year off with a bang, Adam said. Samantha gave him a hard hug. Thank you, Adam. Remember, you still have to call me Sam. It's only for another week. Thank you for understanding. Samantha kissed him on the mouth and then turned and ran back to the house. Adam stood watching her go and shook his head. Then he laughed out loud. Life was never going to be boring with Sam around. Adam re-entered the living room to find Emma and Jason sitting on the sofa looking at the tree. There you are, said Emma. Is everything all right? You disappeared on us. I saw Sam leave, and I followed him. He looked upset. He told me this is his first Christmas without his family. When we were all hugging goodbye, it was just too much for him. Adam could see tears forming in his sister's eyes. They looked at each other in silence for a moment. "I should have thought of that," Emma whispered. "How could I have forgotten how horrible the first holiday alone was? I should have been more aware," Emma berated herself. "Should I go see him?"
Adam shook his head. "We had a long talk. He's fine, and you are not to take any blame. Sam said it was the most wonderful Christmas he's ever experienced. He wanted me to thank you both." "Well, I'm glad you spoke with him, Adam," Jason said. "Having an older man to commiserate with one who went through the same thing must have helped."
Adam made a little choking sound and nodded in agreement. Clarissa entered the room. "Has anyone seen Sam? He's just disappeared while I was cleaning up." "Sam was upset," said Emma. "It's his first Christmas away from his family since his mother died." "Oh, dear. I should go talk with him." Clarissa turned, ready to make her way down to the hall to Sam's room. "No," Adam said. Clarissa turned and looked at him with eyebrows raised. We had a very, very good talk. Sam's fine," Adam said, and then winked at her. A wide smile spread over Clarissa's face, and she gave a little clap. "Wonderful, just wonderful. Good night, everyone, and thank you for a memorable holiday. It was wonderful." Clarissa turned and almost skipped out of the room.
"That was a hell of a lot of wonderfuls," Jason commented.
Emma was looking at Adam suspiciously. "What was that all about? The three of you have been acting awfully strangely of late."
"Strange? Us? I don't know what you mean." Adam tried to look unconcerned. "I think I'll head back home. I need some quiet time, and I should be around in case anyone needs me."
Emma stood and gave her brother a hug. "Thank you for looking out for Sam and being so kind to Clarissa. I'm proud to be your sister."
Adam felt himself choke up. "Well, you raised me, remember? You deserve a lot of the credit." Jason came up to them and gave Adam a slap on the back. "He's right, Emma. You did a great job. And Adam didn't do so bad himself."
Adam gathered his gifts and headed to the door. "Don't forget, we'll be celebrating New Year's Eve here."
"I know, sis. If you had your own way, you'd celebrate every day until then. You're the hostess queen of Texas." Adam doffed his new hat Jason had given him, bowed to both of them, and then left as they stared after him.
Sam was relieved to be back at work. Hank had gone into Austin to visit friends for Christmas, and the other helpers had the day off to be with their families. Sam had offered to keep an eye on things today as she had no family. It was calming, being with the horses, feeding them and brushing them down. Her mind had been spinning half the night thinking about Adam and their conversation and that kiss. She was surprised when she came into the kitchen to find out that Adam had gone home last night, but she was also relieved. She apologized to Emma for leaving and then had to convince Emma she was fine and had enjoyed every moment of Christmas Day. She began to hum as she went from horse to horse, offering them apple slices. She needed to oil down a few of the saddles. That was another soothing job, just rubbing in circles and watching the leather shine. She looked over at Bandit and smiled. He had on his new blanket. Sam touched the matching scarf that she was wearing for warmth. What was she going to tell Clarissa? Or should she tell Clarissa anything at all? Everything was going to be so awkward now. She hoped Adam wouldn't show his face at the Dunbars until New Year's Eve. It would be too difficult to keep up the charade. And if Clarissa knew, she would get so smug it would be impossible to be in the same room with her. Sam's reverie was interrupted by a sound coming from the front of the barn. "Sam, are you here?" Sam's heartbeat tripled. Adam! Sam hurried forward, but then stopped short when she saw him. They just stared at each other. They weren't outside at night in the moonlight. They were in a barn in the daylight. Would they still feel the same about each other? Sam felt a little sick with apprehension. Adam started laughing. That brought up Sam's ire. "What in the world is so darn amusing?" she groused, and stood glaring at him with her arms akimbo. "Oh, Samantha, my little tigress, always ready to take offense." "I'm not offended. I just wondering if there's something wrong with you." Sam tried to reel in her temper. This man was not her enemy. "I'm laughing, Samantha, because you look like a boy, and I came here to kiss you, but I'm finding it hard to kiss a woman with a charcoal mustache and sideburns." Sam began to giggle. The minute she had seen Adam, she had forgotten she was dressed like a boy. I guess it would be a little off-putting," Sam giggled again. "I guess I would have a hard time kissing you if you were wearing a dress." "Good God, don't even say something like that." Adam cringed. "Sam, I don't know if I can do this for a full week. This is agony." Now Samantha couldn't help smiling. "It's agony for me too, but I need to get everything lined up before I tell everyone the truth. You promised me you would give me the time." "I know I did. I plan on keeping my promise, but you need to do something for me." "What?" Sam asked, intrigued. "I want you to meet me tomorrow night under the tree again. I can't come tonight because I'm promised to play poker with Doc and some of the other men in town. They're all holidayed out and want to drink and smoke cigars. Can you meet me at 9? I have to see you." Sam nodded her head. "I'll meet you." She smiled shyly and ducked her head so Adam wouldn't see the blush blooming on her face from the thought of being in his arms and kissing him again. Adam took one of her hands gently in his and kissed the palm. "Then it's a date," he said, and then he was gone. Chapter 22. Clarissa barged into Sam's room that evening, grabbed her by the wrist, and yanked her all the way back to her sitting room. "Hey, stop dragging me!" Sam tried to loosen her wrist from Clarissa's tight grip. "Oh, no, you don't," said Clarissa, as she pushed Sam into the sitting room and shut the door and stood guard in front of it. "Sit and tell me everything," she demanded. Sam sighed. Obviously, Clarissa knew something. "Tell you what?" Sam sat in the chair and looked at her friend. Oh, yes, she knew something. "You, Adam, together, outside, alone. Need I say more?" "No, you need say no more," Sam sighed again. "I was upset. I was missing my mother and the rest of my family and friends. Adam came outside and talked to me." "Talked? Is that all?" "He winked at me when he came back inside. That means there was more than just talking going on. Spill." Sam squirmed in the chair. "Fine. We kissed." "I knew it!" Clarissa squealed and rushed over and gave Sam a hug. "I knew you two were finally going to find each other. Let me tell you, you two had me pulling my hair out. It was so obvious you were in love." Sam felt herself blushing for probably the 100th time since she had come to Elizabethtown. It was becoming an awkward habit. "I didn't say we were in love. I said we shared a kiss." Clarissa looked so disappointed. Sam couldn't lie to her. "Okay, we are in love. Are you satisfied?" Clarissa squealed again and clapped her hands. Then she flung herself into the chair. "I knew it! But why are you still dressed like a boy?" "I need some time, Clarissa. I've been lying to people who I now care for deeply. I need to figure out a way to break it to them so they don't hate me and will let me still live and work here." "No one will hate you. Everyone will understand. You were put in a horrible situation, and you did what you had to do to get out of it." "Well, you understand, because you live the same thing. I'm not sure everyone will be so understanding," Sam said worriedly. "Well, all the women will understand," Clarissa said. "Emma, Mary Sue, Carla, even Sarah. Look at what some of them had to go through. They will be there for you and will put anyone in their place who says anything nasty about you." "I know. I think you're right. The women will be on my side," Sam agreed. "But what about Jason and Joe? What about Hank?" Sam groaned. "And what about Mark and Herman and Otis? They'll be furious. They were such good sports when a 15-year-old boy bested them. But how do you think they'll react when they find out I'm a girl and can outshoot them? I've learned most men have fragile egos when it comes to showing off or competing. They will have to just get over it. That's the problem. We women always have to worry about what we say or do. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to scream at my father, and the things I wanted to say to my disgusting fiancé would burn your ears. It's not fair, and it's not your fault that you can shoot better and play cards better. I'll say it again. They're just going to have to get over it. Sam had never heard Clarissa sound so fierce. Are you all right? She asked in concern. I'm fine. You saved my life. You helped me get this new one. I've never felt so happy or so fulfilled. I want you to get all that you deserve, all that will make you happy, and I won't let a man stand in your way. Sam smiled. You're the best friend anyone could have. Clarissa lightened up and smiled back at Sam. I can't wait to see you as a girl. When do you plan on your great reveal? I promised Adam I would tell everyone on New Year's Day. We want to start the year off right. No more hiding, no more dishonesty. A fresh start. I think it's a lovely idea. I can't wait to see everyone's faces. Both girls put their hands over their mouths to hide their glee and muffle their laughter. The last 24 hours had felt like 100 to Adam. He'd had a hard time concentrating on the poker game and proceeded to lose all his money. He'd been ribbed by Jason and Joe, who told him they were going to invite Sam to play next time as Adam was just awful. Any mention of Sam made him even antsier. He was finally heading over to his sister's for dinner and then a rendezvous with Samantha. Adam couldn't figure out what to call her. One minute she was Sam in his head, and the next Samantha. It was driving him crazy. There were still 4 long days and nights until January 1st. He would be a gray-haired wreck by the time the new year rolled around. Dinner ended up being a peaceful affair. Sam had eaten an early meal and had gone back to check on the horses. Clarissa was upstairs with the children. For the first time since the night of the fire, Adam felt relaxed. That is, until he heard the kitchen door open and close, and then the door to Sam's room open and close. He looked at Emma and Jason, but they were in conversation about the upcoming New Year's Eve party. Apparently, Mary Sue and Joe were going to drop off the children at Mary Sue's grandparents' ranch in the morning. The children would spend the night with their great-grandparents. Mary Sue wanted a child-free evening as her due date was creeping closer and closer. Emma was wondering if they should have Mary Sue's nanny watch Calvin and the twins, but Jason was against it. They'll be in bed by 8 or 9 at the latest, Jason said. We'll have plenty of adult time to celebrate, and you know how much Carla loves to spoil the twins. Adam pulled his watch from his pocket. It was 8:30. You got somewhere to be, Adam? Jason smirked at him. Or is all this kid talk boring you? Adam laughed distractedly and looked at his watch again. 8:31. No, I just want to give you two some alone time. Adam rose and picked up his plate, and then Emma's and Jason's, stacking them atop one another. Let me take these to the kitchen and clean things up. You two sit here and enjoy your coffee. You don't need to do the dishes, Adam, Emma protested. I'll get to them later. No, dishes should not be just a woman's job. You cook dinner. I'll clean up. Before anyone could comment, Adam was in the kitchen reheating the water. 20 minutes later, he was back in the dining room saying his goodbyes. He kissed Emma on the cheek, nodded to Jason, and then hustled to the door where he donned his coat and headed out. After Adam left, Jason stood up and turned off the lantern. He and Emma were engulfed in darkness except for the lantern light that flickered in the living room. Emma went to the window and looked out into the December evening. I wish we had gotten some snow for Christmas. The children would have loved it. Jason stood next to his wife and looked out at the moonlit yard. Can you imagine Calvin's eyes if he saw snow? We'd never get him back into the house. Emma chuckled softly and leaned her head on Jason's shoulder. I remember the first time Adam saw snow. He started telling me how it was formed and how cold it had to be and the likelihood of how long it would remain on the ground. He was probably 12 at the time.
Speaking of Adam, is that him walking towards the tree? And is that Sam with him?
Emma straightened and squinted out the window. She was quiet for so long, Jason wondered if she had heard him. "Oh, my goodness! How could I have not seen it?" Emma said in wonder.
"See what?" Jason asked, as he looked again at the two figures walking in the yard in the moonlight.
"Sam! How could I have not seen it? I always knew there was something off, but I couldn't put my finger on it."
"What's off? Who's off? What in the world are you talking about?"
"Sam is a girl. Sam's a woman."
"What? Sam? Sam's a female? Impossible."
Look closely, Jason. Look how she's walking. She's taking small steps. There's no swagger. She has her hands clasped in front of her, not swinging at her sides like Adam's are. She's looking at Adam as though she's mesmerized, and Adam is looking down at her, and their shoulders are touching."
Emma let out a loud squeal and clapped her hands together. Jason jumped about a foot. "Woman, are you trying to give me a heart attack? What are you squawking about?"
"Jason Dunbar, I do not squawk. Don't you see? Sam's a girl. Oh my, that explains so much." Emma started to laugh. "The Annie Oakley book. Oh dear, now I see why they all fell apart." Emma gasped. "Clarissa knows."
"Knows what? My head is spinning. You're telling me Sam's a girl? And Adam and Clarissa know this? I still don't believe it. There's no way that kid's a girl. He mucks out stalls and rides like a maniac and could put a bullet in my head from 20 paces.
Are you saying a female is incapable of doing those things?"
"Oh, no, you don't. You will not turn this into one of your crusades. Just tell me what this all means. I still can't believe it."
"Jason, Adam cares for her. Oh, look, he's kissing her." Emma wanted to cry with joy. "He cares for her. She obviously cares for him. Jason, don't you see? She's perfect for him. Adam needs a challenge, and oh my, if Sam won't give him one."
"Now wait one darn minute. When did he find out that she was a girl? And why didn't he tell us she's a girl?" Jason was finding it impossible to wrap his mind around what Emma was telling him.
"The fire, Jason. Adam took her back to check on her injuries. He must have found out then."
"That was a week ago. Why are they keeping things a secret?"
Jason knit his brows and then nodded his head.
"She's hiding from someone."
Jason smacked his head.
"Lord, it is hard to say she. I wonder if it's her father. I wonder if he's violent. But she must know that we would protect her."
"I think that might be part of it, but Sam has an independent streak in her a mile wide. She wants to do what she wants. She wouldn't have been able to accomplish all she was as a woman."
"Are you saying that we would have treated her differently?"
"Well, exactly. Would you have hired a woman to work your ranch and sleep in the barn?"
"Hell no. That's rough and dirty work." "Oh, I see. It was the only way for her to get a job she loves. But we just can't keep up the game. She's already been injured. I can't in good faith let her keep working as she is."
"True, but we have to think this through. Adam is like you. He would never stand for a girl to work in a barn. So why has he not stopped her?"
Jason snorted. "She probably said she'd shoot him."
Emma giggled. "I know she has a wee bit of a temper, but she wouldn't hurt a fly. I bet she threatened to leave, to run away. That's what I would have done to keep my life intact."
Jason looked out the window again, but they had gone behind the tree. "What are we going to do? We can't just let this go on forever."
"Let's give them until the new year. They've only just found each other. If I know Adam, he's doing everything in his power to get her to reveal herself."
"I'll try, but it's going to be hell.
How am I going to keep from slipping up? You and Joe still have a lot to do at the stud farm. You said you need to get the fencing up around the new land you all just bought. Spend your days there and send Sam to work at Hank's. That way you will only see her once in a while. We can have supper with Mary Sue and Joe and let Clarissa and Sam fend for themselves for a couple of days. We'll get through the next few days somehow. Emma sighed in happiness again. Sam was a special young woman. She wondered how old she was. Had she lied about her age, too? She must have, as Adam would never pursue a young girl. Emma felt giddy. Her brother had met his match. Jason had told Sam to keep helping out Hank for the rest of the week because he and Joe would just be putting up some fencing. Before Sam could even nod her consent, Jason had turned and hustled out of the kitchen. Sam looked at Emma in surprise, but she just stood there smiling happily at Sam before she turned and left the room humming. Sam shook her head and headed to Hank's. Was everyone acting strangely? Or was she just reacting differently because keeping her and Adam's secret was getting tougher? They had only had a short time together last night, but had made good use of it. Sam got warm all over thinking of Adam and his kisses. But she had to get her mind back on her problem of how to tell everyone of her deceit. As she worked, she mulled over the few ideas she had. The first idea was to put on a dress and just present herself as a woman and let the chips fall as they may, as the saying goes. But she was afraid the reaction would be too much to take. She then thought of telling just Emma and having Clarissa with her to help explain the desperation Sam had felt, which led to the deception to begin with. But that would put all the pressure on Emma to be the one to break the news, and that wasn't fair to her. Adam had said that he could tell his sister and brother-in-law, but again it felt like the easy way out for herself. She was the one who deceived these people. She needed to be the one to tell them. She wouldn't feel right if someone else did the dirty work. Sam sighed and finished saddling Maribel. Thank goodness Janie would be in soon for her lesson. Emma hurried over to John's house, since that was where Mary Sue and the family were staying until the new baby arrived. Clarissa was with the children. Emma was about to burst with her news. She had to talk to a woman about it. Jason just kept shaking his head all morning long. He still couldn't believe it, and therefore was not helpful at all, nor as excited as she was for her brother. She needed a woman's take on the situation. Emma knocked on the door and let herself in. "It's just me. Mary Sue, don't get up," she called as she entered, and headed directly to the sitting room at the back of the house. It was Mary Sue's favorite room because the sun shone brightly, even in the winter. Mary Sue was rocking by the window and knitting. "Do I have news for you?" Emma could barely contain her excitement. She plopped herself into a chair opposite Mary Sue and clapped her hands together. My, this must be something good. You look ready to explode." "It's more than good. It's wonderful." Mary Sue stopped rocking and looked at Emma in anticipation. "Well, do tell, for goodness sakes. You have me on pins and needles." "It's about Sam," Emma said, and then stopped. She wasn't really sure how to deliver such big news. Did she just spit it out or build up to it? "Sam? What marvelous thing has our young man done now?" Mary Sue asked. "So, you remember the fire at Hank's, of course." Mary Sue nodded. "And Sam was hurt." Mary Sue nodded again. "And Adam picked up Sam and took him to check his injuries." Mary Sue nodded again. "Is this going somewhere, or are you just going to retell me what I already know?" "Adam discovered something about Sam that none of us knows." Emma was smiling so widely and acting so giddy that Mary Sue was wondering if Emma had been knocked on the head. What did he discover? Emma Dunbar, you are making me crazy. Tell me." Emma shouted with glee. "Sam Maxwell is not Sam. He's Samantha. He's a girl." "What? Sam's a girl? Emma, you have been knocked in the head. Should I have someone go fetch Adam?" Emma laughed. I have not been knocked in the head. Sam's a girl. She's been dressing like a boy. Jason and I are not sure why, but we think Sam may be hiding from someone. You're really serious? Mary Sue stared at Emma with her eyes wide and her mouth open. I'm very serious. And wait until you hear my next bit. You won't believe it. What? There's more than that bombshell? Jason and I saw Adam kissing her last night out under the big tree in our yard. Mary Sue flung herself back so hard in her chair she almost tipped the rocker over. Emma sprang up and grabbed the chair to steady it, and then sank back into her own seat, waiting to see what Mary Sue would say. Adam was kissing Sam? He knows she's a girl? Emma gave Mary Sue a look. Oh, right, he checked for injuries. Mary Sue couldn't help but giggle. That must have been one heck of a shock. Can you picture Adam's face when he figured that out? Now Mary Sue was laughing so hard tears were streaming down her face. I hadn't thought of that. He must have fallen over with the shock. Emma began to laugh too, thinking of her sweet brother being walloped by the discovery. Oh, Mary Sue, I wish we could have been there to see it. Emma was dabbing at her eyes. And remember how out of sorts the two of them were every time they were in each other's company? Mary Sue was dabbing at her eyes, and her shoulders still shook. Adam always said there was something wrong with Sam, and he was right. But I bet he never could have guessed how right he was. Mary Sue burst into laughter again. Emma giggled. Poor Adam. He likes everything in its place. He always knows what he wants, and he's so smart that no one can ever put anything over on him. Sam really put something over on him, though, Mary Sue, and I'm so happy. She's perfect for him. She's smart and capable and brave, and Adam will never be bored with her. I was always worried he'd never find anyone would keep his interest or be smart enough for him. And if you caught them kissing, Adam obviously feels the same way. This is so crazy. But why is she still dressed like a boy? And why is Adam not up in arms about it? Well, as I said, Jason thinks she's hiding from someone. I think Adam isn't saying anything because she threatened to leave if he did. Her whole life here will change when people find out she's female. I think she's stalling for time, trying to figure out what to do and how to tell us. This explains so much. Wanting to ride and giving girls riding lessons and the children loving her so much and her way with animals. I remember Joe saying that Midnight only loves me, Lizzie, and Sam. He said the horse likes women but just tolerates men. Mary Sue began to laugh again. Even Midnight knew that she was a woman. A horse knew before we did. Emma had to dab at her eyes again as she took in that information. People really only do see what they want to see. How did the two of us not see it? Because life got in the way. We're so busy with children and husbands and committees and housework. Sam would have had to strip naked in front of me before I would have noticed. Emma nodded in agreement. What do we do now? I told Jason we need to leave them alone and not say anything. He promised to give them until the 1st. But then, that's it. He doesn't want Sam mucking out stalls and carrying those heavy feed bags. He literally ran out of the house this morning so he didn't have to talk to Sam except to tell her she was working at Hank's for the rest of the week. He can hardly look at her now, he's so out of sorts. Joe is going to be shocked and react just as Jason has. He won't like the fact that Sam got hurt under his watch. He's fiercely protective of women after what happened to me at my grandparents' ranch. Well, we'll know tonight what his reaction is. Jason plans on telling him. Do you mind if we have dinner with you two tonight? I'll cook over here. We both feel we won't be able to keep up the charade. Clarissa and Sam can fend for themselves tonight. Absolutely. This should prove to be an entertaining dinner. My father will be with Sarah and Benji, so we can speak freely once Big Ears Lizzie is in bed. Emma laughed. I wonder how shocked the children will be. I have no idea. Children do adjust well to almost anything. I think the girls will be thrilled. Calvin and Joey, on the other hand, might be disappointed. Sam's a hero to them. Well, women can be heroes too. Look at Annie Oakley. Mary Sue's eyes widened again. Oh, now I get the joke, Mary Sue chuckled. How funny. Sam is truly a handful. That present for Adam was brilliant. I don't think I've laughed so much in years. I hope Jason and Joe get a few good laughs out of this whole thing, Emma said. Jason strode into the barn at the stud farm and found Joe sitting at the table they used as an office. He plunked himself down in a chair, pulled off his Stetson and flung it halfway across the barn. Joe looked at him in surprise. You and Emma have a fight or something? No. I have something to tell you, but I don't even know how to begin. I still can't believe it's true, even though I saw it with my own eyes. You see a ghost or something, partner? I'd be less shocked if I saw 1,000 ghosts, Jason grumbled. Well, now you really have my attention. What's got your goat? Sam's got my goat. Sam? What has our Wonder Boy done now? Wonder Boy's not a boy. He's a she. Joe stared at Jason. What in the world are you talking about? Have you been drinking this early in the morning? No, I haven't, but I could sure use one right now. Jason got up, went into the supply room, and came out with a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses. Joe continued to stare at Jason. Did you hear anything I just said about Sam? That he's a girl? You're out of your mind. I need to get Adam out here pronto, or maybe the wagon from Texas State Lunatic Asylum. We know they make house calls. Jason poured the whiskey and took a big gulp of it. I'm not insane. Sam's a girl. Emma and I saw Adam kissing her last night. Son of a bitch. You're seriously telling me that Sam's a girl? She was dressing like a boy? How could we not notice Sam's a girl? Joe said in disbelief. Emma and Mary Sue always say we never notice anything, whether it be they move the furniture around or change their hairstyles or got a new dress. But I would think we could tell a boy from a girl, Jason growled. Sam must be a hell of an actor. Where did she get that sad little mustache and those sideburns and the bushy eyebrows? And where are her breasts? Joe asked in concern. Jason started laughing. Leave it to you to think of her breasts. Well, I do like 'em big, and right now my pregnant wife is something to see. Jason laughed again. Can we get back to our little problem of Sam? What are we going to do about it? I promised Emma I would give Sam and Adam until the 1st, but then the party's over. She can't keep mucking out stalls for Christ's sakes. She's a female. Hey, that explains why Midnight likes her. I couldn't figure out why that horse was all over Sam but gave us the cold shoulder. Again, can we get back to our problem? Jason grumbled. There's nothing we can do. It's up to Adam and Sam. I wonder why he isn't saying anything. Would be might awkward if he got caught kissing a boy. Are you trying to annoy me, or does it just come naturally to you? Jason groused. It's what I do best, Joe said, unperturbed by his partner's mood. But why do you think Adam's keeping this quiet? It's not in his interest to keep this on the down low. Well, Emma thinks Sam threatened to leave if he spilled the beans. He obviously discovered he cares for her and doesn't want to lose her. But that's his problem. Our problem is we still have a few days before the 1st, and I can barely look at Sam, let alone work with her. There's no way I could keep a straight face. There's no way I'd be able to either. So what are we going to do? I told Sam to work the rest of the week at Hank's. Emma said that we should have dinner with you for the rest of the week. We can say we're helping out Mary Sue in her time of need. Clarissa can take care of Sam, considering she's aware that Sam's a she. Clarissa knows? Joe slapped his knee and started laughing. What's so amusing?" Jason stared at Joe. "Christmas! The gift!" Joe kept chuckling. "Annie Oakley!" Joe couldn't stop laughing. "She gave Adam a book on a woman who could outshoot every man on this planet." For the first time since he had learned of Sam's sex, Jason started laughing. "That girl's a pistol. Poor Adam. He's not going to know if he's coming or going with that girl." "You got that right, buddy. He won't know what hit him." Chapter 23. Sam couldn't believe her luck. She had made it through the whole week without any issues. The Dunbars were practically living at the mayor's house and didn't return home until well after the supper hour. And when they did return, they put the children to bed and never came back downstairs, claiming they'd had a long day. Clarissa made supper each night, the few cooking lessons she'd gotten from Mrs. Garcia making her food palatable, and Adam had managed to join them twice. Clarissa made herself scarce, giving Sam and Adam some time alone. Sam had even gotten brave enough to wash the coal off of her face, which Adam had appreciated. She still wore boys' clothes in case she had to make a quick escape into her room if anyone came home earlier than expected. But the more time she spent with Adam, the more she yearned to get rid of her disguise. She and Adam had finally decided that they would break their news to Emma and Jason at breakfast on New Year's Day. Tomorrow. Sam swallowed hard. Her stomach gave a lurch. Tomorrow was New Year's Day, and tonight she and Adam still had to make it through a party. Luckily, Emma had invited the Carvers and John and Sarah and Benji, and with Joe and Mary Sue and Clarissa there, Sam figured she could keep the attention off of herself. She had to make sure she didn't look at Adam too often. That would be the toughest test of all. The two of them were always touching each other, kissing each other, and talking about everything and anything. She had become so comfortable with him, she was afraid she would blurt out something or touch him or smile at him. Ugh, it was going to be agony. The New Year's party was in full swing. Food had been eaten, games had been played, and the twins had conked out. Calvin and Benji were the only children still up. Jason was pouring everyone drinks. Emma decided that it would be fun to have everyone say what their wish for the new year would be. When everyone was settled with their drinks around the fireplace, it was decided that the oldest would go first. Doc Carver grumbled under his breath about being the oldest, but after a nudge in his ribs by Carla, Doc smiled and said, "I wish for good health, and the stud farm to become well known all through Texas." "Hear, hear," Jason, Joe, and John said in unison. Everyone laughed. "What about you, John? There must be more on your mind than the stud farm," Emma asked. "You're next." John smiled at Emma, and then at Sarah and Benji. "My greatest wish has already come true, but I want my lovely Sarah to have the wedding of her dreams." Sarah laid her head on John's shoulder and sighed with happiness. "I'm sure you'll get your wish, John. I'm next," said Carla. "I would like to be able to reach even more needy families this coming year when I head the church social committee." "That's a lovely sentiment, Carla. You are a giving soul, and we will all be available to help you with the good deeds," Emma said. "Sarah, you're next." "First, I want to thank you all. Benji and I have never felt so much love. You all have changed our lives. What I want for next year and all the years to follow is to continue feeling like a part of this town and being a part of the Drake family. I feel so blessed." Sarah's eyes filled with tears, as did the eyes of all the other females in the room. "Why does everybody look like they're going to cry, Mama?" Calvin asked. "Those are happy tears, son," said Jason to his boy. "One of these days you'll learn how to figure out what are happy tears versus sad tears." He smiled at Emma knowingly, and Emma giggled, remembering Jason's concern when he saw her crying happy tears for the first time so long ago. "So, do you have to be a girl to cry happy tears? I only cry if I hurt myself." Seems kind of silly to cry when you're happy, Calvin said seriously, while looking around the room for confirmation. All the men were shaking their heads in agreement. I think you might have it right, Calvin, said Joe. I think you gotta be a girl. We men don't do silly things like that. Right, Benji? Benji nodded. My ma's been crying so many happy tears lately, I thought I might need a raft to get from the kitchen to my bedroom. That had everyone bursting out in laughter, and Sarah slapping her son playfully on the leg. Jason, you're next. Emma grinned at her husband. I would like another son, so Calvin here can have a little brother. Calvin began to clap his hands wildly and jump up and down. I want a little brother, Mama. No more sisters. Two's enough. Emma's face pinkened, and she looked at Jason in surprise. You are with child, aren't you, wife? He knew he was right, but she had not told him anything yet. I am, Emma admitted, and everyone cheered or clapped or congratulated while Calvin ran around the room in circles. When everyone finally calmed down again, Emma continued, I wish for our new baby to be born healthy, and I hope Jason and Calvin get their wish. I'm next, said Joe, and I want the same wish for our baby, to be born healthy, and I'll take a boy or a girl. Joe paused for a second and then said, Hey, how about twins, Mary Sue? You're mighty big. I am not that big, Joseph Bauer. Besides, Adam said he did not hear 2 heartbeats. It's probably some bruiser boy with all the kicking it's doing lately. Mary Sue rubbed her belly. I want the same wish. I want a healthy baby, and I want to ride a horse again. I miss my Betsy. I don't think Betsy's missing you at the moment. She'd be bow-backed if you rode her now, Joe said. Mary Sue gave him a swat. And I repeat, I think we're having twins. Well, you could be one baby's hiding behind the other, Adam said. Enough baby talk, or we'll never get off the subject. You're up, Adam, Emma said. She couldn't help glancing at Sam to see what she was thinking or doing. Sam's eyes were glued on Adam. Emma elbowed Jason. Ouch! Emma pinched him to keep him quiet. Ow! Jason said again, but when he looked at his wife, she was giving him that pay attention look. Jason looked around the room and saw Sam staring at Adam. Jason grinned and pinched his wife back. Adam looked at Sam and gave her a quick wink before quickly looking away. I would like for the new year to bring someone special into my life. Seeing you all here with your families and all the joy you share makes me want some of that. Emma could barely contain herself. Jason could practically feel her vibrating next to him. He wondered if he would have to sit on her to keep her from jumping up and spilling all the beans. That is so sweet, said Carla. You deserve someone special. You've worked so hard these last 4 years. I agree, said Doc. Couldn't be more proud of you, son. You deserve all the best. Papa, they're doing it again, Calvin said, as he pointed at all the women in the room. They're crying happy tears? Emma dabbed at her eyes. Yes, Calvin, very happy tears. She looked at Adam with love and hope. Clarissa could see Sam and Adam looking at each other in concern. I'm next, she almost yelled. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. She had managed to get the attention off of the others. I want to start my own business next year. I want to make clothes and send them back east to some of the fashion houses. My dream is for some of my designs to be sold to complete strangers. That's a fabulous wish, Mary Sue said. You are a genius with needle and thread. Everyone nodded in agreement. You'll make it, Sam said to her friend. I have faith in you. Go ahead, Sam. You're next, said Mary Sue. When's my turn, Auntie Sue? Calvin asked. Well, you go last, because you're the youngest and the most important, said Mary Sue, smiling at the boy. Okay. Go ahead, Sam. Calvin nodded, mimicking how he'd seen his mother nod when she was being serious. Sam wanted to hug the boy. He was adorable. Sam looked around the room. It seemed everyone was certainly curious as to what she might say. Sam coughed and put her hands in her pockets. She still was afraid people would see through her disguise when they looked at her so closely. I would like to just be me. I can't thank you all enough for supporting me. I hope you will all continue to support me no matter what happens in the future. I think next year is going to bring lots of changes, and I'm looking forward to it. Sam couldn't help but sneak a peek at Adam. He wasn't looking at her, but at his sister and Jason and Joe and Mary Sue. He had a strange look on his face. Sam wondered if she had said too much. She looked around, but everyone seemed to be nodding their heads in agreement. A lovely sentiment, Sam, and we can't wait to see what the new year has in store for you, said Emma. Jason and Joe both coughed, and Adam gave them another strange look. Benji's turn, cried Calvin. Thankfully, everyone turned their attention away from Sam and looked at Benji. I want to live in a big house, Benji smiled at John, and I want to become as good a writer as Sam. Sam's heart swelled. It was wonderful how far Benji had come, and that she and Bandit had something to do with it that made her so proud. She hoped they would still feel the same tomorrow. Her stomach did a flip, and she actually felt a pain in her heart. Me, cried Calvin. My turn, right, Mama? Yes, sweetheart, it's your turn. We're all ears. Of course you all have ears. You're so silly, Mama. Calvin laughed, and everyone in the room laughed and told Emma she was silly. I want Rascal to be my horse, and I want to take riding lessons from Sam, said Calvin. Tell you what, son, you help me take care of Rascal, and we will consider him your horse. Yippee! Calvin yelled and bounced up and down. But you cannot take riding lessons until you're 4, and you have to ask Sam if it's okay. Oh, Papa, how much longer till I'm 4? It's just a few months. Remember, you have to prove to me that you'll help out with Rascal. I will. Hey, Sam, will you give me riding lessons like you do Lizzie? She said I'll never ride as good as she does. As well, said Emma, correcting Calvin automatically. I would be proud to give you lessons, Calvin Dunbar. In no time at all, you'll be able to ride just like Lizzie and Benji, Sam said. Yay! And Calvin bounced from person to person, slapping hands with them. Clarissa stood and pulled Sam up with her. Come help me get the coffee. I need you to bring out the cups. Sam was glad to get out of the room for a few minutes. Her emotions were running circles in her chest. Her nerves were stretched thin. She hustled out in Clarissa's wake. Calvin, sweetheart, aren't you getting tired? It's after 9, Emma asked her son. No, I want to stay up and see the new year with Benji. Let him be, Emma. He'll either make it or crash hard in a little bit, Jason said, and picked up his son and put him on his lap. There was a knock at the door, and before anyone could react, the door opened and Luke stood at the threshold. Luke, is everything okay at the ranch? Jason asked in concern. All's running smoothly, said Luke. There's someone here to, see Sam. Luke waved in the person standing outside, and a tall, slim man in his 40s came in holding his Stetson and a bag in his hand. Matthew Manning, Jason said in surprise. What in the world are you doing here, and why do you want to see Sam? Hello, Mr. Dunbar. Matthew turned and nodded at Emma. Mrs. Dunbar, I'm sorry to disturb you on New Year's Eve, but I'm looking for my child. The door to the kitchen opened, and Clarissa came out carrying a large pot of steaming coffee. Sam was beside her carrying a tray of cups. She set them on the sideboard. My daughter, Samantha. Sam gasped and looked to the door. Father! She screamed and ran to him and threw herself into his arms. Father! Sam was crying so hard she could barely choke out, How did you find me?" Her father pulled her arms from around his neck and set his daughter back and looked down at her. "Samantha?" He squinted into her face. "Is that you? Why are you dressed like a boy?" He took out his handkerchief and began wiping the tears from his daughter's face, revealing more of the face he knew and loved. "Girl?" John frowned and looked at everyone to see if he had heard right. "Yes, girl," Emma clapped happily. "And a girl we all know and love. Samantha Manning, you sure pulled a fast one on all of us." Adam stared at his sister. "You know?" "We know," said Joe, as Emma nodded at her brother with tears in her eyes. "Wait one darn minute," Doc Carver said as he stood up. "What in all that is holy are you all talking about? Sam's a girl?" Doc looked at what he thought was a young man crying and clinging to his father. Jason answered him. "I know, Doc. It took me hours to get it through my head." "Why didn't you all say something?" Adam asked, completely stunned. "We were waiting for the two of you to tell us," said Mary Sue. Now Carla rose and stood next to her husband. "You all knew Sam was a girl and didn't say anything all this time?" "We just found out ourselves," said Emma. "I saw Adam kissing Sam in our yard a few nights ago." "Adam was kissing a boy?" Benji said in utter shock. "No, Benji," said his mother. "Apparently our Sam's a girl." "Papa, what's going on? Why is Sam hugging that man and crying?" Calvin was looking around confusedly at all the adults in the room. "That man is Sam's father," said Clarissa, as she came to stand by Adam. She patted Adam's hand and then looked at her crying friend and smiled widely. It was finally going to be over. Clarissa sighed in relief. "Calvin, sweetheart, Sam's actually a girl. Her name is Samantha," Emma said to her son, wondering if he could comprehend any of what was unfolding in front of them all. John and Sarah and Doc and Carla looked like they could be knocked over with a feather. Benji was sitting next to his mother with his mouth open and staring in disbelief. It was comical, Emma thought, if they could all see their faces right now. Calvin scoffed at his mother. "She's not a girl, Mama. She doesn't wear dresses, and she has short hair." Jason chuckled and hugged his son. "I know it's confusing, son. Sam was pretending to be a boy so that she could get a job and support herself. Even though she's a girl, she still loves you and the twins." Calvin seemed to think that over. "Papa, am I going to grow up to be a girl?" Calvin's nose was scrunched up as if he was smelling something awful. Everyone in the room exploded in laughter. "No, son," Jason reassured him. "You will grow up to be a man just like me." Sam finally pulled herself together enough to let go of her father, but then she saw Adam looking at her. "Adam!" she cried out, and then flung herself into his arms and began crying again. Adam hugged her to him and rocked her and whispered into her ear. "Why is my daughter hugging that young man?" asked her father. "I still don't understand what's going on here." "Come on in and sit down, Mr. Manning, and we'll fill you in, and perhaps you can fill us in on your part of the story," said Emma, waving to a chair next to the fire. "Luke, will you join us too?" "I'll be heading back. Want to see the new year in with Mitzi. Matthew just showed up an hour ago at the ranch. I could have just sent him here, but I had to have me a look at Sam." Sam turned in Adam's arms and looked over at Luke. "Luke, I'm sorry I deceived you. I hope you can eventually forgive me." "Young lady, you are one of the most amazing people I have ever met. Your dad told me a little of your story on the way here. There's nothing to forget. Now, the boys may be a different story." Luke began to chuckle. "They ain't gonna like being bested by a girl. I can't wait to see looks on their faces. Is it all right if I tell them, or do you want the honor?" Samantha smiled weakly. You can tell them. I'll be by to apologize to them in person this week."
Luke nodded and said Happy New Year to everyone and left, shutting the door behind him.
Sam turned to the rest of the people in the room. "I want to apologize to all of you, too. I'm so sorry I deceived all of you. You've all been so kind and so good to me."
Samantha's father interrupted her. "It's not Samantha's fault. It's all mine. I hope you'll not hold her responsible for what she had to do in order to survive." "Nobody's blaming anybody," said Jason, as he set a squirming Calvin onto the ground. "We're all just curious, and we want to get to know the real Samantha."
Calvin had crept over to where Samantha was standing next to Adam. He looked up at her face and scrutinized it. Samantha bent down and let the boy look her over. Her father had pretty much wiped her face clean of the coal. "You do look a little like a girl. What happened to your eyebrows?" Samantha touched her eyebrows and smiled at the boy. "I made them darker with a piece of coal. They got rubbed off." "If you're a girl, shouldn't you be wearing a dress?"
Matthew Manning coughed and interrupted the boy. "Sam, I brought you something."
Sam stood and looked at her father, her eyebrows raised.
"It's in the bag I dropped on the floor over there by the door."
Sam walked to the door, bent and picked up the bag. Calvin followed her. "Is it a present? Is it like a Christmas present?" Calvin looked over at Samantha's father. "Christmas is over. It was a long time ago."
"I know, and it's not a Christmas present. It belongs to Samantha."
Samantha reached into the bag and gasped, and then the tears came again. "It's my dress. The dress my mother made for me." She looked at her father, and he too had tears in his eyes. Clarissa squealed, ran over to Samantha, grabbed her by the arm, and began dragging her out of the room. "We'll be right back," she called to everyone, and then the two girls disappeared into the hallway. "Girls are weird," said Calvin, to no one in particular. He then went over to Benji and crawled up next to him on the sofa. Benji nodded in agreement.
"Yep, girls are weird."
Matthew Manning looked around the room, and his eyes fell on Adam.
"May I ask who you are and what your relationship is with my daughter?"
Adam took a seat next to Emma.
"I'm Adam Brown. Emma's my sister." "I don't remember seeing you the last few years we worked at the Dunbar Ranch."
"Adam was away at school, Matthew," Emma said.
"He was more than just away at school," Doc cut in. "He was in medical school. He's Dr. Adam Brown," Doc said, beaming with pride.
"Doctor?" Matthew's eyes went wide.
"You're a doctor, and you and Samantha are—" "Samantha and I are in love with each other. I intend to ask her to be my wife. I couldn't exactly do that while she was dressed like a boy."
Everyone in the room broke out in conversation.
When did all this happen?" Doc asked. "You never hinted a word to me. As a matter of fact, you thought young Sam was a royal pain. Your words, I believe."
Adam blushed. "Sam, the boy, was a real royal pain. Samantha, the woman, is the most interesting person in the world."
"Matthew, I think your daughter has a very bright future ahead of her, and not just from marrying Adam," said Jason. "That girl of yours is a miracle worker when it comes to animals. She can ride like the wind, shoots better than I do, and is even giving riding lessons to the children of the town. She's been busy and involved from the moment that she showed up at my farm with my 3 missing sheep in tow." Matthew was looking amazed and pleased at the same time. "She did it all without my help. I was the one who held her back and made her run away." Emma stood. "Matthew, we want to hear your story. Let me put Calvin to bed. It seems he's not going to see the new year." She nodded at her sleeping son, whose head rested on the arm of the sofa. Jason rose and picked up Calvin, and he and Emma headed upstairs with their exhausted little boy. "Clarissa, what are you doing? Let go of me," Samantha said.
You're constantly dragging me around. It's a very bad habit and you need to stop it, Samantha said as she tried to free herself from Clarissa's grip. Clarissa let go as they entered the room. You wash your face, she ordered. Sam looked at her friend as Clarissa shook out the dress and laid it over the bed. What happened to that sweet girl I rescued from Madame Rules? I was never sweet. I always had to be polite and proper around my parents. This is the real me, and it feels good, she smiled at Sam. I feel so free and so happy, and I'm ecstatic that you no longer need to dress like a boy. Now strip, and let's get you into this gown. Wiping the last remnants of coal off her face, Samantha turned from the washstand. You want me to wear the dress now? Of course. What better time than now? It's New Year's Eve. Your father's here. And most important of all, Adam is here. Now strip. We don't have all night. I want you to see the new year in as a woman. Samantha looked again at the beautiful dress her mother had made her. She felt a pang in her heart. She wished she could see her mother just one more time, tell her how much she loved her, and what a wonderful mother she had been. Clarissa broke through Samantha's musings. Your mother was quite the seamstress. This gold stitching's divine, she said, as she smoothed the dress with her hand. Why are you still wearing those awful clothes? Samantha sighed and began to undress. Clarissa tisked when she saw how wrinkled Samantha's underthings were. I cannot wait to take you shopping and get you some proper undergarments. Oh, I almost forgot. I made you something else for Christmas, but I couldn't give it to you then. Clarissa reached under her bed and pulled out something wrapped in tissue paper and handed it to Samantha. Samantha looked at her curiously and then pulled the paper aside. She pulled out what looked like a skirt, but then she realized there were pants sewn into the skirt. Are these the split skirts like the one Mary Sue has? Samantha asked excitedly. They are exactly like Mary Sue's. I knew I wanted to make you a pair the first time I saw her in them. They are brilliant. You can ride astride, and the skirt will cover you all the way to your boots. No one can turn their nose up and say that you aren't being decent. Oh, Clarissa, you're the best friend in the world. Samantha hugged her friend hard. Yes, I am. Now let me help you into the dress. Clarissa helped Samantha step into the dress and then did up the buttons in the back. She turned Samantha to look at herself in the mirror. Samantha gasped. The shiny brown material shimmered, and the gold seaming sparkled. Samantha's brown eyes were sparkling too. You look beautiful. Clarissa's throat was choked with emotion. This was the first time she'd ever seen her friend dressed as a woman. The transformation was incredible. Samantha was tall and lithe and willowy and totally feminine. It was hard to take in. The others were going to be shocked. My hair, Samantha groaned as he reached up and tugged on it. Sit down. I'll fix it right up. Samantha sat and watched as Clarissa ran a brush through her hair, pulling it back from her face. It's grown quite a bit. You would have needed a haircut pretty soon, Clarissa said, as she pinned the pieces into small coils in the back. She then picked up a ribbon made of gold and wrapped it around Samantha's head, tying it below her hairline at the nape of her neck. She proceeded to pull little pieces of hair out around Samantha's face and ears. Samantha looked at herself and gasped again. Clarissa was a genius at hairstyles, too, apparently. I can't believe how I look. Her cheeks reddened in pleasure, and the amber in her eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, she smiled at her friend. Don't you dare cry and get ugly red eyes. Come on, let's show Adam the real woman he loves. Clarissa had Samantha by the hand again. She was afraid she would bolt. She understood Samantha's nerves. She had been living like a boy for 4 months and had always worked hard and played rough most of her life. She never had the chance to wear beautiful dresses and go out on the town. This was new to her, as it would be for everyone in the other room. When they reached the living room, Clarissa stopped Samantha. Wait here, and don't you dare run off. Sam nodded, but immediately began clasping and unclasping her hands. Clarissa stepped into the room. "Ladies and gentlemen," she said loudly. All conversation stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. "May I present, not Sam Maxwell, but Miss Samantha Manning." Clarissa made a grand sweep of her arm, and then Samantha stepped tentatively into the room. The gasps and the open mouths had Clarissa bent over double laughing. Samantha gave her an unladylike slap on the back. "Stop it," she hissed. "But look at them. They all look like a bunch of gulping fish." She giggled some more. Adam finally managed to close his mouth. He walked towards Samantha slowly, taking in the beautiful woman before him. When he reached her, he took both of her hands in his and kissed each palm. "You're a vision. You look like a queen. I'm speechless," Doc called out. "I think we all are." "You clean up awfully well, Miss Manning," said Jason, still stunned that this girl had worked for him doing man's work. Emma was crying quietly into her handkerchief. Matthew stood and made his way to his daughter. "You look so much like your mother. You look beautiful." Matthew hugged his daughter carefully and then handed her his handkerchiefs so she could dab at her eyes. "I swear on a stack of Bibles that no one's going to believe this beautiful young lady is our Sam," said Carla, shaking her head. Benji was still staring at her. Samantha smiled at the boy. "You okay, Benji? You think you still want to take lessons from me? Remember, Bandit knows I'm a girl, and so does Midnight. I would still like to work with you if you're willing." Benji gulped in air, and then managed to nod his head yes. "I think he's still too shocked to speak," said Sarah, smiling at Samantha. "But I would certainly be all for you continuing with your lessons. I think it's wonderful. And I think the girls you teach are going to be thrilled when they find out." "That they will be," agreed Mary Sue. "They all have been saying they want to ride like me. Now they have another woman they can emulate." "Sis, stop crying. Jason, you need to comfort your wife," said Adam. Jason put his arms around Emma's shoulders. "Cry away, dear. I know that these are happy tears." Adam extended his arm to Samantha. "May I escort you to the other sofa, my dear?" Samantha smiled up at Adam and took his arm. He led her to the sofa and sat her down and then sat next to her and took her hand. Her father sat on the other side of her and took her other hand. Everyone else resettled themselves in their chairs. "Can we hear the story about how all this came to be?" asked John. "We still have an hour before it's midnight." Chapter 24. Matthew cleared his throat and gave his daughter's hand a squeeze. "You may not all know, but our family has been picking apples at the Dunbar Ranch for years. This last year, we didn't make it due to the death of my wife, Samantha's mother." "Oh, Matthew, we're so sorry for your loss. Darla was a wonderful woman. We knew Sam had lost her mother, but we didn't realize it was Darla until tonight," said Emma sadly. Jason nodded. "Very sorry, Matthew, and Samantha. She was a good woman who we greatly respected." "Thank you." Matthew bowed his head and took a deep breath. "When Darla died, I fell apart." This time Samantha squeezed her father's hand. "I started drinking. A lot. I was either drunk or hungover. Daniel and Samantha didn't get a lot of time to grieve for their mother because they were trying to take care of me. I just got up each day and barely made it through it before I would start drinking again. I knew I was not long for this world, and I wanted Samantha to have someone to look after her. I promised her to Emmett." Matthew looked at his daughter and gave her a rueful smile. "That was my second big mistake, after my first mistake of burying my sorrows in whiskey. Emmett's a big man, a lot older than Samantha and rather pompous, but I knew he had the wherewithal to take care of her. Samantha begged me not to tie her to Emmett, but I was too wrapped up in my own self-pity, so I didn't listen to her. A week before they were to marry, Samantha disappeared. Samantha took up the story. I despised Emmett. I knew he would make me miserable, and I would make him miserable. I couldn't stay, so I packed up my things one night and grabbed Bandit and headed out. I knew it would hurt my family, but I had to get away. I also knew that a girl on the road by herself was dangerous, so I wore some of my brother's old clothes and cut off my hair. I used coal to add eyebrows and a mustache. It was more than the clothes, Mary Sue said. You got that walk down. You changed your voice, and of course it didn't hurt that you ride and shoot so well. That girl could go on stage, agreed Joe. I still can't believe I pulled it off, Samantha said. I was so nervous the day I brought the sheep back. I thought for sure you would recognize me as Samantha Manning. You look nothing like our fierce little book reader, said Emma, laughing. You had us completely fooled. Samantha looked around the room. No one seemed angry or offended that she had deceived them all. They were all eager to hear her story. Matthew took the story over again. The morning we woke up to find Samantha missing. Daniel, her brother, immediately went looking for her. He was gone all day, riding west and then east and then north and south. He came back exhausted and frustrated. No one had seen a girl riding a horse. We couldn't understand how that could be. Someone would have had to have seen her. Now we know why. He looked at his daughter again with pride in his eyes. It never occurred to me that she would think to dress like a boy. It was brilliant, and it obviously worked. Daniel went to bed that night without saying a word to me, and I drank until I passed out. In the morning, Daniel was even more angry. You know how much he loves you, Samantha. You're his little sister. He's protected you from the moment that you could walk. Samantha dabbed at her eyes and sniffled. I miss him so much. You'll see him tomorrow. He and Maggie are in Austin. They came with me. I asked them to just give me some time to talk to you before they came. Samantha cried out in happiness. Daniel's really coming? My brother and Maggie are really coming tomorrow? She hugged her father. She had thought she might never see her family again. I'm glad Calvin's in bed, she sniffled. I can't stop crying happy tears, and I don't want him to get too disgusted with my girlish behavior. Adam laughed and pulled her to him. You got your work cut out for you with my nephew. There are too many girls in this household already. Nonsense, said Clarissa. He loves me, and I'm a girl. Don't worry, Sam. He'll grow to love you, too. Doc broke into the conversation. You seem pretty sober to me, Mr. Manning. How'd you manage to get off the whiskey? Matthew laughed grimly. My son was the one who brought me to my senses. As I said, he was even more angry when he got up the next morning. I was sitting by the campfire nursing a hangover. He dragged me up by my coat, threw me over his shoulder, walked over the lake, and flung me in, clothes and all. Samantha gasped, but said nothing. Daniel had a stronger temper than she did. As I struggled to catch my breath, Daniel yelled at me that it was all my fault, and he would never speak to me again. He threatened to take Maggie and leave and never come back. He stormed away, leaving me sputtering and trying to get back to shore. I dragged myself back to shore and just lay there for probably over an hour. The cold water of the lake and the harsh words of my son had finally penetrated my thick skull. I sought out Maggie as Daniel had gone to work. I promised her that I would get sober and pleaded with her not to leave. She helped me with my grieving. The two of us sat together and cried for a long time. And then she told me I had to get sober, not just for my own well-being, but for my grandchild. What? Samantha sat up straight and turned to look at her father. Maggie is with child? I'm going to be an aunt? Samantha clapped her hands together. This is the most wonderful news ever. She's almost 7 months along. Daniel didn't want her to come with us when I finally figured out where you went off to, but she insisted. Maggie can be very persuasive. Maggie's wonderful. I'm so happy for her. You'll like her, Clarissa. She's 2 years older than us and so sweet and thoughtful. I'm so happy for her and my brother."
"Well, go on with your story, Matthew," said John. "How is it you found Samantha?" "Well, first, I was too sick to do anything about finding her. I was shaking and couldn't eat. I thought I was dying." "Well, detoxing from alcohol is not easy, that's for sure," said Adam. "I'd say it's the worst I've ever physically and mentally felt in my life. By the end of the 3rd week, I was able to eat and start gaining back my strength. Daniel and Maggie were there every day encouraging me and keeping an eye on me. It took me 3 months to get back to my old self. And then one night last week, I just sat bolt upright in bed and knew exactly where Samantha had gone. She went back to the place she loved the most, the place she felt safe, and the place where she could read and be carefree." Matthew looked at Emma and Jason. "You two, Luke and Mitzi and the boys, are the kindest people we've ever met. Samantha always cried when it was time to move on." He looked at Emma. "Samantha still has that book you gave her as a goodbye gift. Of course, she would come here to this place and people she loved."
"I'm so glad she came to us," Emma said with tears forming in her eyes again. "I'm so glad she thought of us. She's safe here, and you figured it all out, and now look where we all are." Emma smiled at Samantha and her brother. "I couldn't be happier."
The big grandfather clock began chiming 12 melodious bongs.
"Oh my goodness, it's midnight," Emma cried out. "Happy New Year, everybody."
Everyone raised their glasses, called out a Happy New Year, and then kissed their loved one. Matthew and Benji, being the only single men in the room, rolled their eyes at each other and smiled. Adam pulled Samantha up from the sofa. "Come with me," he said, taking her hand and leading her to the back door. They donned jackets and walked outside into the moonlit yard. With arms linked, they headed for their tree. Samantha breathed in the cold, crisp air and sighed in pleasure. Her heart was about to burst. Her dear father was back. She would see her brother and sister-in-law tomorrow. Everyone had accepted her. It was more than she could ever hope for. Suddenly, she was swung around and in Adam's arms as he kissed her deeply, and she realized there was more that she hoped for. Adam broke the kiss and looked down into the face of the woman who made his world whole. He couldn't believe the beautiful young lady who had entered the room earlier was his Sam. He would take his Sam any way he could have her. If she wanted to wear pants, so be it, as long as she was his. "Samantha?" he murmured into her ear, and then gave it a little nibble. Samantha shivered. She moaned. "Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" he whispered into her ear. Samantha shrieked and jerked her head up, knocking into Adam's nose. "Yes, yes, yes," she cried. Adam held his nose. "Ouch! Can't you be a demure young lady who bows her head and nods quietly?" Samantha started to laugh. "Adam Brown, if you want a sweet, demure wife, you've come to the wrong place." She gently removed his hands and checked his nose. "Is it broken?" she asked in concern. "No, it's fine," Adam sighed heavily. "I guess I can put up with a feisty, temperamental wife if I must." Samantha pinched him on the arm. "If you want to avoid any more injuries, you best stop talking and start kissing me." Adam smiled. "Your wish is my command," he said, and took his fiancée into his arms once more. Epilogue, January 31, 1890. Samantha looked around the hotel's ballroom. It seemed most of the town had shown up at the reception. She and Adam had been married at the church in the early afternoon with just family in attendance. Samantha looked for her father, brother, and sister-in-law. She saw them across the room speaking with the Carvers. Her heart swelled as she saw her father smile and nod his head at Doc. Her father was now working at the stud farm, taking over her duties, and her brother was helping out Hank. Daniel and Maggie had moved into Emma's and Adam's old rooms above the post office as soon as Sarah and Benji had moved into John's house.
How funny it was, still have a connection to those rooms. Samantha knew that everyone who had lived there had very fond memories of the place. She hoped the same for her brother and Maggie. Samantha was still going to give lessons, but she no longer worked for anyone. She just worked for herself and paid Hank a fee for the use of his horses. Adam wanted to buy a small property on the edge of town where they could build a house and she could stable at least 4 horses and continue with her lessons. Samantha looked for her husband and saw him talking with Clarissa. Clarissa was taking all the credit for getting them together. Samantha smiled indulgently at her friend. She had definitely hounded Samantha and pushed her to reveal herself. She was so happy that Clarissa and Adam had such a good relationship. Clarissa was very important to her. Samantha sighed happily and looked around again. The Dunbars and the Bowers were all smiling at something. Samantha followed their gazes and found herself smiling too. Benji had a twin by each hand, and Lizzie and Calvin had Joey by their hands. Benji and Lizzie were promised a dime each if they helped take care of the little ones. It seemed they were taking their jobs seriously. Benji was staying with Mary Sue and Joe while his parents were on their honeymoon. John and Sarah were in Austin, enjoying going to the theater and shopping and dining out for the week. Sarah had wanted to stay close by. She was still shaky leaving Benji on his own, though the threat of his father was gone. "Why are you standing here all by yourself, my beautiful wife?" Adam whispered into her ear. Samantha felt a frisson of excitement race through her body. This man was hers for the rest of their lives, and that included tonight. Another shiver ran through her. The anticipation of their wedding night was making her crazy. She wanted to grab him and haul him away, but she was too embarrassed to do so in front of all these people. "I'm being neglected by my husband, so I'm just standing here pouting," she whispered. "Well, your man needs to make up for that," Adam whispered back, and then he swept Samantha up into his arms. She gave a little squeal, and everyone stopped talking and watched as the groom kissed his wife and carried her out the door where a horse and buggy awaited them. Her family and friends rushed out to see them off, whistling and waving and shouting good wishes. Samantha and Adam turned and threw kisses at their loved ones, and then wasted no time falling back into each other's arms.